In this course, we will learn how to make a simple 2D endless runner game. By making this, you will learn Unity and C# programming. So let's click on this play button. As you can see, we can play our game. We can jump, we can collect diamonds, we can attack, and we have to pass through these fire traps and some short trap, as you can see. And we just loading, and if we click on this retry button, we just reloading our game scene or the level, as you can see. So we will make this full game in this complete course. So just stay tuned, and the project file of this game will be in the description, so you can go and check that out, and also the timestamp will be in the description. So without furthering delay, let's dive into this complete course, and let's have a look how we can create a 2D endless runner game in Unity game engine, and by that we will learn Unity and C# programming. Okay, so let's get into that. As you can see, I have opened up an empty project. Okay, you might have your hierarchy over here, but you can toggle it down any tab anywhere you want. Something like this sprite editor, I can toggle it down to the bottom over here anywhere I want. Okay, so I'm gonna leave it over here where it was before, so I'm gonna leave with that in there. Okay, so we have our scene view, and let's suppose you lost any tab, you don't find any something like this project tab, anything you lost. So what you need to do, you need to go to window in the top, then scroll down to bottom, says general, and you can find the tab you lost. Okay, something like for scene control 1, you can also see the shortcut for any tab you want. Okay, so this is our scene view, or you can say this is a stage where what we have to do, we need to drag the game objects. Game object, basically you can assume characters or actresses, okay, to play our movie or something like that, to play our game. And this main camera will shoot out our game. Okay, and the game will be broadcast in our game view right over here. Okay, and if you cannot find the game view, you have to do the same thing. You just need to go to window in the top, then scroll down, says general, and you can find the tab, okay, which is game, and the shortcut key for it, control 2. Okay, so this is a stage where we need to drag all of the game objects, and over here as well in hierarchy. Okay, you can drag it to hierarchy or over here in the scene view, and the game will be broadcast right over here. Okay, and we just only have in hierarchy main camera. Okay, main camera basically shoots out our game object, shoot out our game. Okay, the main camera itself a game object. Game object basically a object which exists in 3D place. Okay, to create a game object, okay, so what you need to do, you need to just right click on hierarchy or hit this plus icon, then create an empty game object. Okay, so as you can see, this game object just exists in 3D place, and it has, we can inspect this game object by going over to inspector tab in the right. Okay, and this game object have a transform component which have position in the x, y, and the z, and rotation x, y, z. Okay, and scale. So this game object just exists in 3D place, but we not able to see this game object. Okay, so able to see, we need to attach a component, it's called sprite renderer. Okay, to attach component, what we need to do, select the game object, click on this add component. Okay, and find over there their sprite renderer. Okay, this component sprite renderer is responsible for showing up the sprite, and you need to choose a sprite. So in the sprite field it says none, empty, so just click on there and you can choose any icon, something like this. As you can see, now we are able to see, I'm going to select some square, something like that. Okay, this, as you can see, now we are able to see this game object. Okay, so basically we attach components to do specific things. Okay, so we added up sprite renderer, and this component is responsible for showing up the sprite. As you can see, we can see now, we can see the game object now. Okay, and over here in the bottom we have project app. In project app, if we move over to assets, basically we have to drag all of the things right over here in project app, then assets. Okay, something like character, images, icons, buttons, anything like that we need to drag. Environment will also need to be dragged in this assets folder, and we can create folder to separate all of the things in organized way. To create a folder, just right click on assets, then create and folder. Okay, name that folder to something like any folder. You can name it something like for script and something like that. Okay, and in the top we can see three buttons. First one is to play our game, second one is the pause our game, and the third one is step, basically skip button you can say. Okay, so now if we hit this play button in the top, the game will be play in our game view. Okay, the game will be played, and and we can see the game in the game view. Okay, as you can see, but we don't we just nothing doing. Okay, we just doing nothing right now. Okay, so I'm gonna unplay this. To add a gravity to any game object, what you need to do, you need to select the game object first and then click on add component and find over there rigid body. Okay, rigid body 2D, and attach that. And we can scale up, we can go to rigid body, we can see we can increase the mass, we can increase the gravity, and collision detection to choose continuous. Okay, we can scale up the gravity. Now if we hit this play button in the top, we should able to see this game object gonna fall down due to our gravity, because we added up rigid body 2D component which is responsible for gravity. As you can see, it's get fall down immediately right after the game starts. Okay, so I hope you get the idea of Unity, how we can do that. Okay, I will delete this game object. To delete this game object, select the game object in hierarchy or in the scene view, and just press on delete. Now it's gone. Okay, instead what I am gonna do, I'm gonna drag sprites, basically characters. To do so, I'm gonna go to project tab, then asset sprite folder I will have a link in the description of this sprite. Okay, player sprite, you can go and check that out. So I'm gonna select ideal one. I'll not ideal, run one. So let's select the run one, select that, go over to inspector and go scroll down to the bottom. Okay, and bottom, basically firstly click on this sprite editor, so it will redirect you to sprite editor. So as you can see we have multiple sprite. So this is ninja running. I will have a link in the description. Okay, you can go and check that out of these characters. Okay, so if you don't see this one is sprite mode. Okay, basically if this just combined at once, what you need to do, you need to select as a sprite mode to multiple. Okay, in an inspector, and let's make this pixel per unit a less number. Less pixel size means the sprite will be large. Okay, the sprite will be big. So we're gonna choose something like 32 and scroll down to the bottom. And if you take a closer look, if it seems blurry, so what you need to do, you need to select filter mode to point no filter, and after doing all of these things, click on this apply button. Okay, now it's I guess it's fine. So now click on this arrow, okay, over here, and let's select this and drag it to scene view or hierarchy. Okay, drag it to scene view or hierarchy. So I'm gonna drag it to hierarchy. So this character still seems a little bit small. So what I'm gonna do, select the sprite sheet, go over to inspector, let's make this pixel per unit to something like 16. Okay, less pixel means sprite will be big. Okay, so scroll down and click on this apply button. So now we are able to see. So I'm gonna call this player. To rename this, right click on it, then click on this rename, or what else you can do, select the game object, go over to inspector, says the name. So I'm gonna call this one something like player. Okay, so we have our player game object now. So let's add some components. Before I do that, so let's select this main camera, go over to inspector, then camera. For background color, I'm gonna choose something like dark, something like that. Okay, This seems pretty great. And once you done, so let's select this game object and let's add some components. First thing, we're gonna add rigid body. So let's click on this add component and let's find over there rigid body 2D, and I'm gonna scale the gravity in the 3, something like that, and choose collision detection to continuous, so it will continuously detect any collision. And go over to constraint and then freeze the Z rotation. If you don't do that, if we just move over to transform, then rotation, play around with Z axis, as you can see it's will rotate like this. So that's why we're gonna freeze the rotation about Z axis. So I'm gonna set back to 0. Let's go over to constraint, then I'm gonna freeze the rotation about Z axis. Okay, so now if we hit this play button in the top, we should able to see this game object gonna fall down with as 3 amount of gravity to the bottom. Okay, so as you can see it's indeed get fall. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna create a ground for now, something like that. Okay, we will create for now. To create, let's go to hierarchy, right click, then go to 2D object sprite, and then select this 9 sleds or square. I'm gonna select this square. Let's select this move tool right over here and let's drag it up. Okay, and you can move it anywhere you want by selecting this move tool. Okay, right over here you can find that. So I'm just wanna scale that. To scale that, you can click on this rect tool and you can scale this. Okay, and hold down alt, so it will scale from center like this. Okay, or what else you can do, you can go to select the square, go to inspector, then transform. In the X scale you can scale that something like, I'm going to do it at 10, something like that, something like 20. Okay, like that you can do that. Okay, and let's call this square to something like ground, ground, ground. Okay, and what we're gonna do, we're gonna add collider to this ground, so this player game object can fall top of this ground, or else this game object will pass through this ground. Okay, to do so, let's select the ground, click on this add component, find over there box collider 2D. Okay, make sure you just add that up, so this game object gonna fall down. And make sure you add box collider to this player game object as well. We just added to this ground, not yet to this player game object. So what we need to select the player game object, click on add component and find over there box collider. Okay, and attach that, and you can edit the collider by just click on this and click on edit collider, and let's edit the collider as the size of our player game object. Okay, something like that. Let's drag it down a little bit. Okay, it seems fine. Once you are fine, click on there once again. Now it's fine. Okay, so let's hit this play button in the top. So we should able to see this player game object just gonna fall down due to our gravity, and it just gonna land on top of this ground because of colliders. Okay, as you can see, indeed it just get fall down top of our ground. Okay, so I hope you get the idea how you can do that. Okay, so what we need to do now, we need to make prefab. Basically prefab means copy of that game object. Okay, in order to make something prefab, what you need to do, you need to so we're gonna go to project tab, then assets. Okay, select the player game object or any game object from that hierarchy you want to make prefab, select that game object. So in our case this player game object, so I'm gonna select that and drag it to assets. Okay, firstly project tab, then assets, and drag it right there. Okay, so now it's turned blue. So if I delete from the scene view now, as you can see it's gone. But what we can do, we can drag that game object from that folder. Okay, so right over here we made it prefab, so drag it to this basically scene view or in hierarchy. As you can see, we with all of the save option, we added rigid body, so we don't need to work from scratch, something like we need to don't work from scratch, add up gravity, then colliders, etc, etc. So that's why making prefab makes our games so much easier. Okay, basically we can drag the game object immediately. We don't need to work from scratch. Okay, so that's why, so we just made it prefab. Okay, and whatever you have done, if you want to save your things, okay, in Unity, what you need to do, you need to go to top left window in the top. Okay, and then click on this Control S or save. Okay, Control S, so it will save your course. Okay, sorry, save your whatever you have done so far, or you can just press down Control S to save your project. Okay, and we're gonna make prefab, sorry, we're gonna make folder to make our assets or this project tab little more clean. To do so, let's right click on this assets, then create folder, and let's call this folder to something like prefabs. Okay, prefabs. And now let's select this player game object and drag it right there. Now our assets folder, it's lot more cleaner. So basically we create folder to separate all of the things. Okay, and you need to drag any game object, or sorry, sprites right over here in assets folder. So I drag it in this sprite folder here, as you can see. Okay, so I hope you get the idea of this Unity. Okay, player game object, and we have ground. We can also make this ground a prefab. To make it, what we're gonna do, we're gonna select this ground and drag it into that prefab folder or in assets. Okay, so I hope you get the idea, and make sure you just press down Ctrl S to save your project, whatever you have done so far. Okay, in order to move this player game object in the right side, we need to create a script. Basically in script we will tell what player game object actually should do. Okay, so we need to create a script for that. To create a script, just go to project tab, then assets, right click on assets, then create C# script, name it to something like player, really sorry, player, something like that. So if I select this player game object and I have it over here, I already have created, so I'm gonna select that script and drag it to add component section. Firstly, select the player game object and drag the script to add component section, or what else you can do, click on this, firstly select the player game object, then click on add component, and in the bottom you can find new script and name the script what you want, and then create, click on create and add, and it will create your script. And now double click that to open up in Visual Studio. You can ignore these things. Let's go to start and update function. So this is our class. Class basically is a template of a design, and over here this player game object is a real object. Basically in script we will tell what player game object actually should do. Over here we can define it, and then we can implement those things to in this game object, to move this character or this player game object in the right side. So let's go to class. You can say class is the template, and over here is the game object, our player game object, and we can use that template or the class to implement our player game object or what player game object actually should do. So we have to define in that class. So let's go, so this is our start function. Let me explain. So this is a start function. Function basically means a set of line of code which does an specific things, something like this start function. This is start function right over here get called when the game start, and it just call right after the game start, and it just call one time. And this update function right over here calls every single frame. In 1 second it can call up to it can call up to 60 frames, 50 frames, 120 frames. It's totally gonna depend. So this update function runs over again and again and again and again, and this function right over here called you by Unity automatically, so you don't need to call. sorry, I'm just having a little bit. Okay, so this start function get call when the game start, and this update function get call when basically every single frame. So if it's really working or not, let's check it. To check, so make sure you just go inside these curly brackets and you have to type whatever you want to say. So this start function get called when the game start. So in the start of the game, we want to see if it's really working or not. So we want to print out a message in the console, something like this is start function. So if we just move over to Unity and then console, right over here we want to print out a message. And if you can find the console tab right over here, so what you need to do, you need to go to window. In the top you can see, then scroll down general, and you can find the console tab right over here. And also you can see the shortcut key of it is control plus shift plus C. So it will bring up your console tab right away. And now if we just go move over to our script, to print out a message we have to type debug dot, we have to type log. This function right over here makes you make this first bracket, and make sure you just close that off with semicolon. Means this function or this line of code just get end here. If you just put a semicolon, so it will end right over here. And in this bracket we have to pass a string. So in a quotation you can pass something like name of the game object or anything you want to see. So I'm gonna say something like this is start function, this is start function, this is start function, sorry, this is start function, and close that off with semicolon. So debug.log function right over here, it just print out a message in the console, in quotation whatever you want to just print out, it will be print out. And we do know that this start function get called right after the game start. So what this start function is doing right over here, it just printing out the message in the console, says this is start function. And to save your code, what you have to do, you need to go to top left in the file, sorry, go to top left in the file, then click on this save assets, or the shortcut key you can see is the control S. So just press down control S on your keyboard, it will be saved, your whatever you have done to you in this class, it will be saved. So now let's move to Unity. We should able to see that message just gonna pop up right away, the game start. And to play our game, we can see three buttons in the top. First one is play, second one is pause, and the third one is skip or the step. So let's hit this play button to play our game, and we should able to see select the console. The message will be pop up in the console right after the game start. As you can see, indeed the message just get up and get pop up in the console, says this is start function. So I'm gonna unplay this now. Make sure you just play out of your play mode if you want to change anything like that. So we can double click on on this message to open that up quickly. So it's working, and you can make this one by double slash comment, and comment right over here, don't interrupt our code. So it's just gonna lying around, and it's not gonna do much anything with our code. Basically it's don't interrupt our code. By double slash you can make anything comment. And now if we just move over to this update function, and also let's check this update function, if it's really working or how many times it's called by Unity. Let's check it. So in order to check, let's print out. So for printing out, we have to type debug.log and make first bracket, and in quotation let's say this is update function, this is update function, and close that up with semicolon. Make sure you just close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity, and if we just hit this play button in the top, we should able to see that message just gonna pop up right away. That message says this is update function. It will pop up every single time. every single time. So if I just clear the console and hit this play button in the top, and let's have a look, we should able to see the message is gonna pop up multiple times, because that update function calls every single time. As you can see, indeed the message just getting pop up in the console. This is update function, and you can see right over here as well. So the message just getting pop up every single time. So I'm gonna unplay this. So instead of printing out message, what we want to move this player game object in the right direction. So in order to move, if we select this player game object and move to right over here and play around with x-axis, we can see player is moving in the right direction. Okay, so let's go to script. So instead of printing out message, we're gonna do inside this update function, and we do know that update function runs every single time. So that's why we're gonna do it right over here in between this curly brackets. So in order to move, we have to use this transform dot translate function, and this over here will take the direction in which direction you want to go. So transform right over here basically means this player transform. So we going over to that, and then dot we using translate function, and this function right over here takes in which direction you want to go. So in our case, we want to go in the right direction. So that's why we're gonna pass in this brackets vector 2, vector 2 dot right, or what else you can do, you can just do new vector 2, vector 2. And why we type vector 2, sorry, new a new vector 2, and make this first bracket. So vector 2 basically has a x axis and y axis, basically the direction. So we only want to move in the x axis, and we don't want to move in the y axis. So that's why we're gonna put in the x axis 1 f, and we don't want to move in the y axis. So that's why we're gonna put 0 f. So this vector 2 has two axes, and we need to define in the x axis. So in the x axis, we will move in the right direction every single time 1 unit, something like this. So that's why, so and we're not moving in the y-axis. And make sure you just multiply this thing with time dot delta time, and close that up with semicolon. So this, if you just put a semicolon right over here, this line of code just gets end right over here. So we just moving in the x-axis every single unit one by one, and we're not moving at all in the y-axis, and we multiply that with time dot delta time. So time dot delta time over here means it just make frame rate independence. Let's suppose if you have a fast system, so this update function right over here, in your case or in your PC or laptop, it will run in 1 second, something like 120 frames, sorry, 120 frames. And I have a little bit slow system, so in my case this update function will run in 1 second, something around 60 frames. So you can see there is a huge difference our frame rates. So multiplying with time dot delta time make frame rate independence. Means now whatever computer you gonna put, or you're gonna use, this update function will run with same frame rate. It will be constant by now. So let's suppose in my computer it will run 60 frames, so even you use a fast system, it will run with same frame rate like 60 frame in 1 second. So time multiplying time dot delta time basically makes our frame rate independence. So and we're doing inside update function. So transform dot translate function right over here will take the direction in which direction you want to go. So every single frame we will move in the x-axis this much of unit, something like this. We will every single frame. So let's check it. So in order to check, so control s, make sure you just press down control s to just save your code. Whatever you have right, it will be saved. Now if we just move over to Unity, and let's have a look what we have done so far. And if we just hit this play button in the top, and let me this new vector 2 is the same thing as vector 2 right. Vector 2 right basically means this. So you can type vector 2 dot right over there. So as you can see, indeed we just going in the right direction, but why 1 unit every single time. As you can see, indeed we going, but the speed is a little bit slow. And if it would be nice if we just control our speed over here. So I'm gonna unplay this. So to make a speed, let's go to script or class. Let's multiply with some unit, something like 10f. You can multiply with 5f, but we need to come to the script and change this value again and again to match up a correct speed. So instead of doing this, we're gonna make variable. So to make a variable, we need to go to top of our class, player class, and we have to make it. So if you just make this one public, so we can see the field right over here. So we can adjust it over here, so we don't need to go to the script and change the value this over again and again. And if you just make this one something like private, it you won't able to see the field right underneath our player script. So that's why we're gonna make it public. And the variable type will be float. Float are basically those number which comes with decimal places like 1.5, 0.5, 0.2, 0.5, 1.5, 1.6, 1.7, and so on. And whole numbers like 1 2 3 4 5. So sorry, I have to explain. If you have to type if at the end of your float. If basically means float, okay. And one two, and we have to name the variable also. An integer numbers like whole numbers 1 2 3 4 is also an float number, and we have to name the variable are just like container. We can put some value, and later on we can change them easily. And we have to name the variable. Let's call something like move speed, and by default you can set any value or you can give any value you like. So I'm gonna give something like 5f, or I'm gonna give instead for f. Let's do it 5f, and let's replace this 5f with our move speed. So let's multiply with our move speed. Control S to save your code. So and we can adjust this move speed variable through in unity editor, through unity editor. So we don't need to come to the script now and change this value over again and again. And we can control this move speed through our inspector. So let's go to that. So make sure you just press down Control S on your keyboard to save your code and go to unity. As you can see, indeed we are able to see this move speed right over here, and by default we have given 5 unit. So now if we hit this play button in the top, we should able to see this player game object will move in the right direction every with this much of speed, which is 5. And we can adjust the value right over here. We can make it slow, something like 1. As you can see, it indeed gets slow. If we just make it 2, it will move twice fast, and so on. So we can control it over here. So I'm gonna unplay this. So we don't need to go to the script and change this value over again and again and again. So I hope you get the basics idea of it. And as you can see, n plus icon just became once we added our player script to this player game object. So what we need, if we just move to project tab, then prefabs, where we just drag it the this player game object. If I just double click that to open up that prefab, as you can see in this prefab, the script has not been attached yet, as you can see, which is our player script. So that's why. So click right over here in hierarchy to go to your scene view. So that's why we need to select this player, and then go over to inspector and click on this overrides and click on apply all. So this script will also gonna be attached in our prefab of this player game object. So make sure that, so just click on this apply all. So it will change in the prefab as well, means copy of that game object. I hope you get the idea of this. And if you want to save your project, whatever you have done so far with your unity project, and you want to save it, so in order to save it, you need to go to top left in the file, then click on this save, or the shortcut key for that you can see, which is Control plus S. You can hit, or you can just click right over here, so it will be saved. Whatever you have done so far, your project will be saved. So I hope you get the idea of this update function and the start function. And variable are just like containers, and we can put, and later on we can change it easily. As you can see, we can make this one as something like 10, we can make it 1, 2, 3, 4, anything. Like when we press down space key, we want our player game object to jump in the y axis. Okay, so if we select this player and select this move tool right over here, we want to jump in the y axis only, not the x. Okay, so what we need, so let's go to script there. Okay, and we're gonna go over to update function, and we do know that update function runs every single frame. So we're gonna go there and we're gonna check. So let's go to bottom, and we will use this if condition. So make first bracket and some curly brackets. Okay, so into this bracket we need to pass a condition which should be totally true, something like 10 is greater than 1. Is it true? Yes, the condition is totally true. So whatever you write in between these curly brackets, now it will be execute. Okay, so what and we do, and if we pass something like 10 is lesser than 5, the condition over here is not true. Okay, 10 is not lesser than 5, 10 is greater than 5, so the condition over here totally false. So that's why whatever you write in between this curly bracket will not be executed. So what are we gonna do? We're gonna gather some input. So let's remove this. Instead we're gonna use this input dot get key function. Okay, and this get key function is gonna take the key code you want to check for. So I'm gonna check for, so let's pass key code. You have to type the key code dot space. Okay, so basically it's mean input dot get key takes the key code you want to check for. So if we it's basically means if we pressing down space key on our keyboard, so whatever we write in between these curly brackets will be executes. So if input dot get key code dot space basically means if we pressing down on our keyboard space key, then whatever we write in between these curly brackets will be execute for. Okay, so let's create a function for jump. Okay, so let's go to down. For function we have to type void, and let's call the, we have to name the function, let's call it jump, and make sure you just make this first bracket and some curly brackets. Okay, so what we do want to do inside this function, if it's really working or not, firstly let's print out a message in the console. Okay, so for printing out we do know we have to type debug.log and make first bracket, and in quotation you can type whatever message you want to see. So I'm gonna call something like clear jump. Okay, so something like, and make sure you just close that off with semicolon. So when we press down space key on our keyboard, okay, so if input dot get key code dot space means if we pressing down space key on our keyboard, then we're gonna call this jump function. And what jump function is doing, it's just printing out the message in the console says clear jump. Okay, so let's call it right over here. So let's call it jump and make first bracket and close that off with semicolon. So when we press down space key on our keyboard, we just calling this jump function. And what jump function is doing, it's just printing out the message in the console says player jump. Okay, so control S to save your code. And now let's move to Unity and make sure you just call that function. You made the function, you also need to call it to execute this line of code, whatever you write in between those line of in between those curly brackets. Okay, make sure that. So if we hit this play button in the top and try to press down space key on our keyboard, we should able to see the message just gonna pop up right away says player jump. Okay, so let's print so as you can see, when we press down space key on my keyboard, the message just getting pop up says player jump, as you can see right over here. So I'm gonna unplay this. So instead of printing out message, what we're gonna do, we're gonna basically jump in the y-axis. So okay, so I'm gonna clear this. So what we need to add a velocity in the y-axis of this player. So when we press down space key, we only want to jump in the y-axis, not in the x-axis. Okay, so what we need a reference of this rigid body, this player rigid body reference, and the rigid body is responsible for velocity, force, and a lot of things. Okay, so that's why we need a reference of this rigid body. So let's go to our script now, and let's go to top of our class, and we're gonna make sure you just making this one public, so we can see the field right underneath our player script right over here, and that is a rigid body. So we have to type rigid body 2D. Okay, make sure that, and we have to name that. So I'm gonna call something like RB, and make sure you just close that up with semicolon. So Control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity. So we're gonna see and fill RB, which is rigid body, gonna pop up, and by default it will be empty. So what we need rigid body drag there. Okay, so as you can see player RB, and it will be says something like this, none basically means empty. So what we need to take this rigid body and drag it right there. Now we have player rigid body. Now we have a reference of this rigid body. So let's go to script now. So instead of printing out message, firstly let's create a parameter. Okay, let's create a vector2, let's call this one velocity, and we do know vector2 has x-axis, y-axis. So this has x-axis and y-axis. Okay, and we will set this velocity equal to rv dot velocity. Okay, so basically we just moving over to this rigid body velocity. Okay, we're setting this velocity equal to this rb rigid body velocity. Okay, and after that what we're gonna do, we're gonna go to that velocity dot, we can access the x. So we don't want to jump in the x axis, so we only want to jump in the y axis. So that's why we only gonna modify this y. So just moving over to this velocity which has x axis and y axis, so just moving over to y axis, and we're gonna set with some value. So let's set equal to something like 10f. Okay, 10f, or instead of hard coding this, let's make a variable for that. Okay, so we don't need to come to the screen and change this value to whichever number just fits. So let's go to top of our class, and let's make sure you just making it public, so we can see underneath our player script and adjust it right over here. Okay, so we don't need to come to the script and change this value over again and again. That will be float. Let's call this one jump height. Okay, and by default I'm gonna set it to 10f. Okay, and let's replace this 10f with that jump height. So jump height is by default is 10. So we're gonna see able to see we will jump in the y-axis with 10 unit. Okay, and after that doing that, we're gonna move over to rigid body one more time, and then velocity. So basically we just moving over to this rigid body, then we're accessing the velocity of this rigid body. Okay, and we will set equal to this velocity. Okay, and close that up with semicolon. So this firstly we created this vector2 velocity which has x-axis and y-axis, and we said rv dot velocity, just moving over to rigid body and setting the velocity, and only just modifying the y-axis of this velocity with this much of unit in the y-axis. Okay, then we just moving over to again this rigid body velocity and setting equal to this velocity, and this velocity in the y-axis will be this much of height. So the after modifying the y-axis of that velocity, we again setting velocity, just moving over to rigid body, then velocity after modifying the y-axis with this much of height. Okay, so Control S to save your code, save your code and move to Unity. So we should able to see that field just gonna pop up underneath our player script says jump height, and by default we just given 10, but we can adjust it over here. So so by default is 10. So you can make it something like 15, 20, it's totally up to you. I'm gonna make it something like 12. Okay, 12. And now if we hit this play button in the top, if we press down space key, then we calling this jump function, and what jump function is doing, it just making our player jump in the y axis with this much of height. Okay, So and when we press down space key, as you can see, the player is jumping, and the problem is that we can jump on the air as well. So we don't want to do that. Once we are on the ground, at that moment we are gonna jump. Okay, so I'm gonna unplay this. So when we are on the ground, then at that moment we will able to jump, and once we are on the air, we don't want to jump at all. So okay, to do so, let's create a bool parameter. Bool parameter, it can be true or false, which will keep track of when should we jump. Okay, so let's go to our script, and in the top we're gonna make a variable. So make sure we're gonna make it public so we can see. You doesn't need to make it public, instead you can make it private. For explanation, I'm just making it public. So public, and that will be bool. Okay, and this one can be true or false. I'm gonna set call it something like is ground. Okay, is ground, and by default I'm gonna set it to true. Okay, set it to true. So this bool parameter, this is ground, can be true or false. Okay, and we're gonna check right over here. So if input dot key code, basically if we pressing down space key, at that same time we're gonna also gonna check for, so and we have to type, and we're gonna check is ground is true. Okay, is ground is true or equals to true, or you can leave it like this, it's also means true. So I'm gonna set equals to true. So if we pressing down if we press down space key, at the same time is ground is true. Okay, so both of these conditions should be true, then whatever you write in between this curly bracket will be executed. So we will able to jump, and any of this statement is false, then whatever you write in between this curly bracket will not be executed. So after jumping, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna set this parameter is ground parameter to false. Okay, so let's set this is ground to false. Okay, is ground parameter to false. So if we just pressing down space key on our keyboard, at that moment is ground is true. So both of these conditions should be true, and we do know in the start of the game by default we set it to true. So that's why we will able to jump, and after jumping we setting is ground parameter to false. Now if we press down say for second time space key on our keyboard, but the problem is this, that is ground parameter is not anymore true at all. Is this one is false. So if any of this condition becomes false, whatever you write it it will not be executed. So we will not gonna able to jump, okay, for next time, because this is ground parameter is false. Okay, and we do know in end condition both of this condition should be true. Okay, so control S to save your code, and let's move to Unity. Okay, control S, make sure you just press down control S and move to Unity. So it will take a few moments for compiling our script, and once it's done we will able to see the change. Okay, and by default we given is ground parameter to true value, as you can see true. And now if we hit this play button in the top, for the first time we will able to jump, because both of this condition right over here will be true, and after jumping we setting is ground parameter is false. So that's why at the second time we'll not gonna able to jump. So as you can see is ground by default is true. Now if I press down space key, as you can see it's jump, but when I press down space key now we are not able to jump. As you can see is ground is unchecked, basically false. Okay, false, that's why we not able to jump. So I'm gonna unplay this, because this condition right over here is now false. So we also need to set this is ground parameter to true. Okay, so if we set it to true, so if we hit this play button, let me show that to you, and by default is true, basically checked means true. Okay, so now if I try to jump, as you can see a second time we are not able to jump. If I set this to true manually, and now as you can see we are able to jump. Okay, so we also need to set this parameter is ground parameter to true. Okay, so both of this condition over here getting true, so that's why this jump function is calling. So we need to set this is ground parameter to true one more time. But when we shoot, when we standing landing on the ground or we colliding with this ground. So for that we have to use a collision for collision. Okay, basically a function, a get call when we collide with something. So let's go to script and let's go to down of our player class, and we have to use this function. Make sure you just typing as I did over here. As you can see, private void collision on collision enter 2D. Okay, so this function right over here get call when we collide with something. So if we collide with this crown, okay, so this function right over gonna call or gonna trigger, and we can extract info what we collided with by going to this collision parameter. Okay, we can extract info like name of the game object we collided with, anything. Okay, so what we want, if it's really working or not, so we're gonna check. So debug.log. Okay, debug.log. So when we collide with something, this function's gonna call, and we're gonna check right over here collision dot game object dot name. Okay, and make sure you just close that off with semicolon. So we do know this function get call when we collide with something, and what we're doing, we're just printing out. So we're going to whatever we collided with, we're going to that game object and then accessing the name of the game object, as you can see. So we should able to see, so we name it this ground as a ground name, so we should able to see that message just gonna pop up when we collide with this ground. So I'm gonna take my player a little bit further away this ground, and make sure you just press down Ctrl S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity. So once we collide with this ground, okay, so the name of the ground should be appear in the console says ground, because we're gonna collide with that game object, and we can we just extracting the name of the game object right over here in the console. Okay, so let's check that out. So let's hit this play button in the top. Okay, so we should able to see that message just gonna pop up underneath in the console when we collide with this ground. So as you can see, when we collide with this ground, the message just getting pop up in the console says ground. Okay, as you can see. So I'm gonna unplay this. So instead of printing out message, what I want to set this is ground parameter to true, and we do know if we set it to for the next time true, we will able to jump. Okay, so instead of doing this, we're gonna check. Okay, we're gonna check if collision. Okay, collision dot game object dot tag. Okay, tag, and if it's equals to basically what we're doing, whatever we colliding with, we going to that game object, then accessing that tag. Basically we just going over to this ground and moving over to this ground tag which says untag. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna assign this ground as a ground tag. So in order to do that, what you need to select the game object first, then move over to inspector and click on this untag. Okay, click on that and click on add tag in the bottom and hit this plus icon and name the tag what you want. So I'm gonna call it something like ground, and then click on save and go back to that game object one more time and go over to inspector, and it says tag untag. So we're gonna assign that. So let's click right over here and assign this to ground. Now we assigned this ground as a ground tag. Okay, so we are checking over here, we going to that game object and accessing that tag, and we're gonna check. So we have to use this equals signs. Okay, so if it's is ground, okay, ground, and make some curly brackets. Okay, so whatever we colliding, we do know this function get called when we collide with something. So whatever we collided with, we going to that game object, then accessing the tag. Okay, and we checking if that tag is equals to our ground, and we do know it's definitely gonna happen. So we're gonna collide with this ground, and we assigned this ground as a ground tag, as you can see. So this we just moving over to this game object, ground game object, then accessing this tag, and we checking if this tag is equals to ground, and we do know we assigned that ground as a ground tag. So basically we just colliding with this ground. Okay, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna set this is ground parameter to true one more time. So let's set is ground to true. Okay, and make sure you just close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code, and let's move to Unity now. Okay, so basically when we collide with this game object, firstly we checking, we going to this game object and accessing the tag, and we checking if this tag is equals to ground. Okay, and we do know it's definitely gonna happen. So we just colliding with this. so we setting this is ground parameter is true. Okay, so let's check that out. So let's hit this play button in the top. So once we collide with this ground, that is ground parameter gonna be true. Okay, so let's check that out. So now if we, as you can see, so if we go to player, as you can see, when we are on the air, this is ground becomes false, but when we collide it with this ground, as you can see, it gets checked, basically it gets true. Okay, so that's why we are able to jump. Okay, so I hope you get the idea how it works. Okay, how collision works in Unity. And you can extract info by going to this collision parameter. You can extract info like name, tag, whatever you can, even if you are looking for an component. Okay, so I hope you get the idea of this. Okay, and make sure you just go to player and go over to inspector, click on overrides, and click on apply all. So whatever changes you made, it will be changed in the prefab as well, means copy of that game object. So let's click on this apply all, and we're gonna go to this ground as well. Let's click on this overrides and click on apply all. Okay, it will change in the prefab as well. So I hope you get the idea of this. Let's make the animation. So I'm gonna go to project tab, then assets, sprites, and then player. I have over here all of the attack, run, all of those. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, we need animation tab for that to make our animation. I have it over here. If you can find, you need to go to window in the top. Okay, scroll down, you can see animation, and the shortcut key is control 6, and also this animator tab. Okay, so I have it over here, so I'm gonna toggle it down right over here. Okay, so before we do that, I'm going to select the run. Make sure you just select the sprite, go over to inspector, click on sprite editor. Okay, and make sure you just cut them off individually. So firstly, if it's sprite mode selected single, so choose multiple and make this pixel per unit to a less number, something like 16, and scroll down to the bottom, says filter mode, choose point no filter if it's selected by default by linear. Okay, after all of these things, click on this apply button in the bottom, and click on this slice in the top left, leave it to automatic, or you can just select grid by cell count and count how many columns and rows it has. And after doing that, click on slice and then click on apply in the top right, and you are good to go. Okay, so I'm going to select the scene tab one more time and click on this arrow in the sprite sheet. So as you can see, we have our sprites cut it off individually. So select the player game object first and then click on create. Okay, so before we do that, we're gonna go to project tab, then assets. We're gonna make a animation folder to basically to make our project tab or assets a little more clean. Okay, to place all of the animation in there. So right click on assets. Okay, then create folder, and let's call this folder as something like animations or animation. Okay, and what we're gonna do now, let's select this player. Okay, make sure you just click on this player and then select the player, click on this create button in animation tab, and we're gonna go to assets, and in there we created an animation folder, as you can see right over here. So let's double click that to open out up, and we're gonna create a also subfolder to make to basically separate all of our logic. Okay, so right click and then new. Okay, folder, let's call this folder something like player, sorry. So I'm gonna call this, let's rename this to player animations. Okay, animations or player animation. Let's open up the subfolder by double clicking on it, and we have to name the animation. So this one will be run, so I'm gonna call it something like player, sorry, player underscore or player space run. Okay, and then click on save button and click on this record button to capture, basically record your animation. So make sure select the player, click on this record button. Let's select all of the sprite. Okay, off run by holding down shift, and just move it over into this animation tab, and we can hit this play button to play our animation. As you can see, indeed it's playing, but it's pretty much fast. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna make spaces between these frames. So we're gonna move it over to something like 1, I guess. 1 is pretty slow, so let's move it over to 30. Okay, 30 seems pretty quite good. Once you are done, click on this record button one more time to capture, or you can leave it like that, or it's also gonna capture. Okay, and now let's create a second animation clip, which will be the jump and also the attack one. Okay, to create, so let's select this. I'm gonna select the first jump one. Okay, so let's select that, and we're gonna click on this sprite editor, and let's choose pixel per unit to something like 16. And if it's sprite mode single, make sure you just do multiple, because we have more than one sprite. Okay, so that's why we need to cut them off individually. After doing that, scroll down, select filter mode to point no filter, and then click on apply in the bottom. And now if we go to scene tab, and click on this arrow in this sprites sheet. Okay, we can see. So let's select this player, click right over here in animation tab, and click on create a new clip. Okay, and we're gonna call this something like player space jump. Okay, player space jump, and click on this save button to save your basically create our animation. And make sure you just click on this record button to record your animation. And now let's select both of this sprite by holding down shape and move it over to animation tab. And if we hit this play button, as you can see, so I'm gonna move this frame one something like over here. So let's move it somewhere around here. Okay, so this is pretty good. So once you've done, click on this record button. Okay, to capture your animation, let's create the other one, which will be attack. So I'm gonna go to this attack one. Okay, so I'm gonna select this attack 2 instead. Okay, so attack 2, so I'm gonna select that, click on sprite editor, and we're gonna choose pixel per unit to 16, and let's scroll down, let's click on this apply. Okay, let's go to scene tab, let's select this player, click right over here, can click new, create new clip, and let's name this clip to something like player space attack. Okay, player space attack. Sorry, I'm just having the tea. Then click on save. And what are we gonna do, make sure you just click on this record button to record your animation. Let's click in this arrow in sprite sheet, let's select all of the sprite by holding down shift and move it over to animation tab. And if we hit this play button, as you can see, it's pretty much fast. So we're gonna move this frame somewhere around something like 30. And now if we hit this play button, as you can see, it's pretty fine. So once you find, let's click on this record button to capture our animation. So we created all of the animation, so we don't need animation tab now. So let's select this, and I'm gonna move it somewhere around here where it was before. So I'm gonna select this player and move over to animator tab. As you can see, all of the animation has been created. We have player run, player jump, and player attack. You can make any of them default state. So by right clicking on it and set as layer default state, but I'm gonna leave with player run. So now if we hit this play button in the top, we should able to see this player run animation clip will be played right after the game start. As you can see, right after the game start, the this selected orange, basically this one is a default state. Okay, so as you can see, indeed the running animation is playing over again and again and again. So when we press down space key, we need to play this jump animation clip, and once we click left mouse button or attack, we're gonna play this attack animation clip. Okay, so I hope you get the idea. So I'm gonna unplay this now, hit this play button to unplay. Basically if it's in play mode. And to save your whatever you have done so far, make sure you just go to the top left file and then click on save, or you can just press down Ctrl S on your keyboard to save whatever you have done with your project. Okay, so I'm gonna hit Ctrl S to save my project. Okay, Now what we need to do, we need to make transition between these animation states. Okay, to make transition, what we need, select the player, go over to animator tab, then over here we can see we just playing the running animation clip again and again. So we also need to make from to this transition to jump. Okay, why? Because when we press down space key on our keyboard, we need to play this player jump animation clip. So we need to make transition from this run to player jump. To make transition, right click on run and make transition to jump. Okay, and select this arrow, go over to inspector, and we're gonna untick this hex exit time, because as soon as possible, basically as soon as we press down space key on our keyboard, we need to play this jump animation clip. So that's why we untick this has exit time, and we're gonna set transition duration to 0 and scroll down, and we need to choose a condition in which condition we want to go. So we need to set a certain some certain parameters. Okay, to set, what you need to do, you need to go to animator, and in the left side you can see parameters. So just click on that and click on this plus icon. Okay, and choose this bool. So this bool, can we have to name the bool, let's call it something like jump. So let's call it jump. And what we want to set this parameter to true. So this bool parameter can be true or false, basically checked or unchecked. So what we want this parameter to be selected. Once we set this parameter to true, we want to play this jump animation clip. So we're gonna we're gonna select this parameter. Okay, to select this, go over to inspector, hit this plus icon, and we're gonna choose jump, and we will leave it to true. So if we set this one jump parameter to true, it will play the jump animation clip right away without any delay. And we also need to make back to player run, or we will start player jump animation clip forever. So we also need to make transition back to player run. So right click on jump and make transition back to player run, and we're gonna choose this arrow. So just click on that, and we're gonna take this has exit time. As soon as player just collide with this ground, the player should play run animation clip instead of jump. And we're gonna set the transition duration to 0. We don't want any delay. And we scroll down. If we scroll down, we need to choose a condition in which condition we want to play this run. So we will set this parameter jump parameter to false, and if we set this to false, then we will play this run animation clip. So I'm gonna set this so just hit this plus icon, and we're gonna set this jump parameter to false. Okay, so once we set this jump parameter to false, it will play the run animation clip instead of jump. So if we hit this play button in the top now, try to set this jump parameter manually, basically check uncheck or true or false, we should able to see those animation clip will be played. Okay, basically the jump, run, or all of those animation. So if I check this one jump, as you can see, indeed the jump animation clip playing over again and again and again. And if I set this jump parameter to false, basically uncheck, we can see indeed player playing running animation clip. And once I set this jump parameter to basically check, we can see it's playing, and false, it's playing running. So I'm gonna unplay this. So what we need to set this parameter through our code. So when we press down on our keyboard space key, I want to set this jump parameter to true. Okay, to true. And if we set this to true, and we know if we set this to true, it will play the jump animation clip, because if we select this arrow, we have chosen that condition in inspector, we can see a jump parameter is true. Okay, so instead of setting this manually, we will set this to through our code. And also what we have to do, we need to make this player run to attack. Okay, we also need to play this attack animation clip. So we need to make transition from this run to attack. So while we are jumping, we're not gonna play this attack animation clip. Wait, I'm just having the tea. Okay, so what we want, when we click left mouse button, we want to play this player attack animation clip. So while we are jumping, we're not gonna play this attack animation clip, but once we are running, we want to play this attack animation clip. So that's why we're gonna make transition from this run to attack, not from this jump to attack. Okay, so right click on player run and make transition to player attack, and let's select this arrow, go over to inspector, and we're gonna untick this has exit time. As soon as we click left mouse button, we want basically we want to play this attack animation clip. So that's why we set has exit time to untick, and we're gonna set transition duration to 0 because we don't want any delay. And if we scroll down, we need to choose a condition, in which condition we want to play this attack animation clip. So basically we have to set a some certain parameter for that as well. So we're gonna set a trigger. To set that, let's go to parameter in animator, click on this plus and select this now for now this trigger. Okay, and we have to name the trigger. Let's call this one something like attack, and we're gonna choose this trigger. So let's select that and scroll down and hit this plus icon, and we're gonna set a trigger attack to true. Or basically once we click on this basically trigger this attack parameter, it will play the attack animation clip. But we also need to make transition from this attack to back to run. Okay, so right click on player attack and make transition back to run. Okay, I'm really apologize for the background noises coming out. Okay, so we're gonna select this arrow, and what we want, we just want to leave this has exit time. Okay, and we're gonna choose exit time to 1. Basically after playing the whole animation clip, 1 basically means right over here 100%. So after 100% playing attack animation clip, we will back to run animation clip. Okay, if you choose 0.9, so it will be 90%, and we're gonna set transition duration to 0. We don't want any delay. And if we scroll down and we don't want to choose we don't want any condition to choose, basically now it will go automatically. We're not choosing any condition, so after playing this attack animation clip 100%, it will back to run animation clip. Okay, because we leave it as exit time, and we just put 1 basically means 100%. And if we put something like 0.1, it will be sorry, 0.9, it will be 90%. So we need to play the whole attack animation clip, then we need to make a transition back to run. So that's why. Okay, that's why we put 1, and we have not chosen any condition, so it will go automatically this to run animation clip. So now if we hit this play button in the top and try to trigger this attack parameter through basically manually, we should able to see attack animation will be played. Okay, so if I click trigger this parameter, as you can see indeed attack animation is playing. If I try trigger one more time, as you can see after playing 100% attack animation clip, it's just going back to run animation clip. So I hope you get the idea. So I'm gonna unplay this now. So we need to set these parameters through our code instead of doing manually. Okay, so what we gonna do now, if we select this player game object, an animator component has been added while we created all of this animation clip, run, jump and attack. So we have a animator component right over here, as you can see, and this component is responsible for playing our animation clip and switching, basically switching our animation clip. Okay, so what we need a reference of this animator component, then we can switch up this animator animation, or basically then we can set this parameter according to what player is doing. So let's open up our player script by double clicking on it, and let's go to top of our class, and let's make a public. So make sure you just making it public so we can see the field underneath our player script. Okay, player script, and that is a animator component, so we have to type animator, make sure, and we have to name the component. Let's call it something like animator, and close that up with semicolon, control S to save your code. And now let's move to Unity. So we should able to see an empty field animator just gonna pop up underneath our player script. So what we need to do there, we just have to drag this animator right there. By default it will be empty. So firstly we need a reference of this animator, then we can set these parameters. Okay, so now play underneath our player script we can see animator and it says none, basically empty. So what we have to do, we're gonna select this animator and drag it right there. Now we have player animator reference, as you can see. Now we can set these parameters through our code. So let's go to script now and let's go to bottom. So over here, as you can see, when we press down space key, at that moment if we are standing on the ground, we just calling this jump function, and jump function just basically making our player jump in the y-axis. So basically we jumping. So what we need to do at that moment, we also need to play that jump animation clip. So we're gonna go over to that animator, and dot we have to use this set bool function. Why? And make this first bracket, because this is a bool parameter, this jump. So that's why we have to. So basically we just moving over to this animator, and then we using this set bool function, and this bool function as a first argument it will take the parameter name. So make sure you just go to Unity and make sure you spell it correct. Okay, so in our case this jump, and we have to type the same as we did over here, so which is jump, and we have to do it inside quotation. So and we have to spell it correct, so which is jump, and this comma we have to set the value. So when we press down space key, so we jumping, so we need to set this jump parameter to true, basically check. So if we set it to true, we do know that it's playing jump animation clip, so that's why. So we're gonna set it to true, and let's close that up with semicolon. And once we collide with this ground, as you can see right over here, basically we standing on this ground or with colliding with this ground. So in that moment we have to set this jump parameter to false, and we do know if we set this one to false, it will play run animation clip, because if we select this arrow, we have chosen that condition, as you can see, jump to false. So we also need to show false. So when we colliding with that ground, we're gonna go to animator, then set bool, and in first bracket it will take the parameter name, so which is in our case jump, and the second thing we have to set the value, so we're gonna set it to false, and close that off with semicolon. So we do know once we set this jump parameter to false, it will play this run animation clip. Okay, so control S to save your code, and now let's move to Unity. So we should able to see once we are jumping, we will play this jump animation clip, and once we collide with this ground, we just gonna play this basically this run animation clip, collide with this ground. So let's hit this play button in the top and let's check that out. I'm just having the tea. So now if we press down space key, as you can see, indeed jump animation is playing, but as soon as we collide with this ground, run animation is playing, because we set this parameter to false, jump, and we don't know if it's set, we set that to false, it will play run animation clip. But when we click left mouse button, what we want to play attack animation clip. Let me show that to you. We doing nothing at all right now, but we need to do something. So once we click left mouse button, I want to play this attack animation clip. Basically we want to trigger this attack parameter, and we do know if we trigger, as you can see, indeed attack animation clip is playing. So I'm gonna unplay this. Now let's go to script one more time, and over here we will go to top of our class. In update function we're gonna move over, because this update function runs every single frame, and then we need to check every single frame. So we're gonna go there and we will check if so make this first bracket and some curly brackets. Okay, so what we want, so we have to pass a condition in between these brackets which should be totally true. So we're gonna gather some input. So we're gonna go to input class, input dot get mouse button down. Okay, we have to use this, and in brackets in brackets. If you pass 0, 0 basically means the left mouse button. If we pass over instead of 0 1, then it's mean right mouse button. So I'm gonna check for left, so I'm gonna pass 0. So what does this means? So if input dot get mouse button down 0 means if we clicking the left mouse button, so what we gonna do, we're gonna attack. Okay, so let's make a function for that, our attack. So let's go to down of our class and let's make a function. So let's make for function, we have to type void. Let's call this function something like attack, make first bracket and some curly brackets. So what we want to do inside this function, we want to play the animation clip, which is the attack one. So we're gonna move over to that animator component, and for this we have to use this set trigger function. Okay, because this is a trigger parameter. Okay, trigger parameter, so that's why. And in quotation we have to pass the same name as we did over here, so make sure that. So let's go to Unity, and in quotation we have to do it. So let's call attack, and make sure you just spelling it correct, else it will not work. And make sure you just close that off with semicolon as well. So when we press down click basically once we click left mouse button, we're gonna call this attack function. And what attack function will do, it will go to that animator, basically this animator component of this player, and then we just triggering this attack parameter. And we do know if we trigger this, it will play the attack animation clip, and after playing 100% attack animation clip, it will go to this run animation clip automatically, because we not chosen any condition right over here. Okay, and we put exit time 1 basically means 100%. Okay, so let's go to script now, and we have to call the function. So let's call it right over here, so which is attack, and make first bracket, close that up with semicolon. So if we click left mouse button, we calling this attack function, and what attack function is doing, it's just triggering that attack parameter. Okay, and control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity. So we should able to see once we click left mouse button on our once we click left mouse button, that attack parameter will be triggered, and we do know if it's get triggered, it will play the attack animation clip. So let's check that out. So let's hit this play button in the top and let's check it. So just wait. And now if we click left mouse button, as you can see, indeed attack animation is playing, and after playing 100%, it's just going back to run automatically, because we have not chosen any condition to go back to run. Okay, so that's why it's going automatically. So I hope you get the idea. So I'm gonna unplay this now. I hope you get the idea of how you can make transition between these animation states, and how you can control them through script with some certain situation. Okay, let's create a script which will follow our player. Basically we want our main camera to follow our player game object. Okay, so in order to do that, let's create a script. So go to project tab, then asset, right click on assets, then create C# script, name it to something like follow. I already have created right over here, so I'm gonna select this main camera. Okay, sorry, not main camera. Oh, okay, so select this main camera. It's totally up to you in which game object you want to attach this script. So I'm gonna select this main camera and drag this follow script to add component section. Or what else you can do, click on add component, then new script, name the script what you want, something like follow, and then click on create and add, and double click that to open up in Visual Studio quickly. So we have start and update function. So we will remove this start function, and also these two namespaces in the top, we don't need it for now. What we need, we need a player transform, means player position. As you can see, if we select this player and go move over to inspector, it has transform component which has position, rotation and scale. So that's why we need player transform, so we can follow our player game object. So let's go to script, and in the top of our class we're gonna make public, sorry, public, let's, that is a transform. Okay, let's call it something like player position or player, close that up with semicolon, make sure that Control S to save your code, and let's move to Unity. So firstly, what we need to drag the reference in there. Okay, so we will select the main camera. So just wait for to compile. When it's done, drag the reference right there. So let's select this main camera. As you can see in underneath our follow script player, and it says none transform, basically empty. So what we have to do, we're going to select this player and drag it right there. Now we have player transform, basically position. Now let's go to script one more time, and we will move over to this update function. Okay, so we do know that update function runs every single frame, so that's why we need to get the position of our player every single frame. Okay, to do so, we're gonna set transform. Firstly, let's create a vector 3. Okay, vector 3, let's call it target position. Okay, target position, something like that, target position, and we will set equal to new vector 3, vector 3, and close that off with semicolon. So we created a vector 3 target position, and we do know that vector 3 has x-axis, y-axis, and the z-axis, which is the depth one. If I click on this 2D in the top, as you can see, x-axis, y-axis, and the z-axis, which is the depth one. If we click on this 2D in the top, it will get to 2D. Okay, so what we have to do, we're gonna set this target position which has x-axis, y-axis, and that's z-axis, and we will set equal to a new vector 3 which will have x-axis, y-axis, and the z-axis. So we don't want to follow our player game object in the y-axis. Okay, in the y-axis we don't want to follow our player. So if the player goes in the right, basically x-axis to the right, then we just want to follow our player in the x-axis only. Once we are jumping, we're not gonna follow the player, so that's why we're gonna put in the y 0f, as well as in the we're gonna put 0f in the z, but we will replace this x with player. Okay, player dot position dot x, sorry, not x. So we just replacing this x axis, basically this one, with our player player position in the x axis. Firstly moving over to this transform, then position, then accessing this x position of our player. So this vector 3 target position will be in the x player position in the x axis. Okay, after doing that, what we will do, we will set the position. So we will move over to transform dot position. Transform dot position basically means current position of our main camera. So basically we just moving over to this transform, then accessing this position, and we will set this one equal to target position. Okay, target position, and close that up with semicolon. So this target position in the x will be player position in the x. So we just not following in the y axis, as you can see, as well as we doing the same thing with z axis. Okay, so control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity. So we should able to see if the player goes in the x axis to the right, so we just setting this in the y we not following at all. So let's check that out. So let's hit this play button in the top, and we should able to see that's gonna happen right away. Let's check that out, and let's hope it's gonna work. Okay, so we did some mistake. The mistake is that if I click on this pause button in the y, okay, so main camera position in the z, as you can see, it's became 0. So if we click on this 2D, so the main camera just snaps to the player top of our player. So that's why we not capturing. Basically we need to take our main camera, we need to drag it all the way behind. As you can see, if we drag it, so we can see, so the main camera position in the z axis we setting it to 0, and 0 is just top of our player. So that's why we not able to see. So we need to just drag this camera away from our player game object like this. Okay, something like -10 or something like -10, something like that, so we can see the player. So that's why, so I'm gonna unplay this, and let's go to script. So in the x-axis, what we're doing, we just setting it to 0f. So instead of doing that, we're gonna go to transform, then dot position dot z. Basically transform dot position dot z means current position in the z axis of our camera. So basically we just moving over to this transform, then position, and accessing this x position, and current position or in the x axis of our main camera, sorry, z axis is -10, as you can see. So that's why this one right over here gonna be -10. It's basically referencing current position of our main camera in the z axis. And we're gonna do the same thing for y. We're not gonna set it to 0, so we will move over to transform, then dot position dot y. Okay, and control s, transform dot position dot y means current position of our main camera in the y axis. So we just only replacing this x axis with our player x axis. Okay, and we set equal to target position. So transform dot position, we do know it has x axis, y axis, and the z axis. So instead of doing so basically we setting which is a three-dimensional data. Okay, so that's why we have to set a three-dimensional data. That's why we just created a three-dimensional data, basically means vector 3, and which has x-axis, y-axis, and the z-axis. We just only replace this x with our player position in the x-axis. So the x position of our main camera will be our player position in the x-axis, and we just not doing anything or not interrupting our y-axis and the z-axis. We leaving as it is. Okay, so control s to save your code. Now let's move to Unity, and if we click on this 2D right over here and select this player F to focus on it, and now if we hit this play button at the top, it's gonna work out okay and fine. Okay, so let's check it. For now we should be able to see. Okay, so this is pretty great, but we getting a little bit chunky movement. Okay, if you take a closer look, something like we getting a chunky movement. So what we're gonna do, I'm gonna unplay this. Let's go to script. Instead of doing this one in update function, we're gonna do it inside fixed update. So let's go to down, let's type void fixed update. Okay, so let me explain about a little bit fixed update. Okay, we don't have it. So fixed update, so this fixed update right over here is a fixed frame rate. Okay, so this update function, we do know that in 1 second can run 60 frame, 52, 64. So it's gonna depend. Okay, in 1 second it's not gonna call in constant frame rate. It can depend. In 1 second it can run 60 frame, in the next second it can run 62. So it's not fixed at all. So that's why we're using this fixed update. And fixed update is a constant frame rate, means in 1 second if it's run 60 frame, then it will run in second frame as well 60 frame. So it's totally fixed. So that's why it's called fixed update. So we're gonna take this whole line of code. So control X for cut, and we're gonna paste it over in fixed update by control V. I'm gonna remove this update function for now. Let's remove that, and make sure to press down control S to save your code. And now if we move over to Unity, we should able to see we're gonna leave our chunky movement. We're not gonna able to see that. Okay, so let's check it. Let's hit this play button in the top and take a closer look of our player movement. We should able to see it's gonna fine right now. Will be fine right now. So still we getting chunky movement, or is the player sprite? I guess it's the player sprite problem, but you can just play around with that and hit play. Okay, you can play around with this fixed update, and you can just go to player script, and you can take this move speed parameter, basically which direction we moving. We're gonna take this and just take it over to fixed update. Okay, so you can do the thing as well over here. If we get in future junky movement, I guess it's not, it's player animation, something like that. Okay, so one thing we're gonna do right over here, we're gonna make our player movement a little bit smooth. Okay, a little bit smooth, what we're gonna do, we're gonna move over to follow script. Okay, I'm really sorry for just noises. Okay, so what we're gonna do, instead of setting target pose, we're gonna use this vector3 to vector3 dot slurp or lurp. Okay, and make this first brackets. So what this function does, okay, vector3 dot slurp, basically it's gonna take as a first argument the current position, and the second thing it will take where you want to go, and the third thing it will take the time or smoothness, you can say. Okay, so we have to pass basically we have to pass our current position. So we're gonna pass right over here transform dot position. Transform dot position means current position of our main camera, comma, second thing it will take the target position where we want to go. So we want to go this, we will pass this target position. Okay, target position as a second argument, basically where we want to go, and the third argument it will take the time or smoothness, I guess. Okay, so let's go to top of our class. We're gonna control through script, sorry, underneath our follow script. So that's why we don't need to come to this script and change this value over again and again. So let's go to top and let's make a public float. Let's call this one smoothness. Okay, smoothness, and by default I'm gonna set it to 2f. Okay, and what we're gonna do, we're gonna pass right over here smoothness, and also make sure you just multiply with time dot delta time or fixed delta time to make frame rate independence. Okay, now control S to save your code, and let's move to Unity. So we should able to see that a smooth basically our movement will be little bit smooth now. Okay, it's totally up to you. So firstly let me explain one more time. So transform dot position right over here means current position, and we setting equal to current position vector3 dot slab. This function takes as a first argument the current position, second thing it will take the target position where you want to go. As a target position we pass this target position. Okay, so it will follow our player x axis only, and the third thing it will take the smoothness or t. Okay, it's to you just play around, you're gonna get hang of it. Okay, and now if we hit this play button in the top, we should able to see our smoothness. If it's not, we need to create the environment first, and after that we need to take a look. Okay, the movement will be pretty smooth right now, and indeed it does. So we're gonna make the, we can play around with this value, something like this. Okay, so we can play. So I'm gonna unplay this. So we gonna create our environment right now, or the tile map you can say, to make our game cool. Okay, let's create the environment. So I'm gonna go to assets, then sprites. Okay, and we have environment right over here. So let's go there, then final, and then social. Okay, before we do that we need to create tile map. Basically we're gonna create grids. Okay, so in order to do that, go to hierarchy, hit this plus icon or right click, then go to 2D object, then tile map, and then select this rectangular in the bottom. Okay, so now as you can see a grid just created. Okay, so what we have to do, we need to drag tile map right over here. So before we do that, we're gonna go to our environment, then social, sorry, final. So we have it over here. If we click on this tile and go over to inspector and click on sprite editor, as you can see we have our tiles. So what we need to cut them off individually. So in order to cut them off individually, firstly we're gonna select sprite mode to single to multiple, because we need to cut them off individually, and choose pixel per unit to 16. Okay, and scroll down to the bottom, and if you take a closer look it's gonna seems blurry. So that's why we're gonna choose filter mode to point of filter, because this is an pixel art. Okay, and after doing all of these things, click on this apply button in the top bottom. Okay, and then go over to sprite editor, click on this slice button in the top left, and select automatic to grid by cell size, and put right over here 16 in the x, 16 in the y. So let's put 16 in the X and 16 in the Y. And after doing that, click on this slice button in the bottom, and then click on this apply button in the top right in sprite editor. Okay, so click on this, and it will just cut them off individually. As you can see, indeed it does. So we're gonna go to scene tab one more time, and what we want, if we click on this arrow now, as you can see, it cut them off individually. So let's go to grid, then tile map, select this tile map and click on this open tile palette in scene view in the bottom right, you can find it. So just click on that, and then here you can see no valid tile. So click on it and click on create new palette. Okay, and then name the palette what you want. So I'm going to call it something like tile, and then after doing that, click on create in the bottom. Okay, and we need to choose a folder in which folder we want to place all of the tiles or the tile map. So we're going to go to assets, and in there, basically in these assets, firstly project tab, then assets, we're going to create a folder for our tile map in assets folder. So right click, then new, okay, folder, let's call right click, new folder, let's call this folder tile map. Okay, and now let's double click that folder to open it up quickly, and then click on select folder. Okay, and what we're gonna do now, we're gonna select these tiles, select that and drag it to in this tile. Okay, and we have to choose one more time a folder. So we're gonna go to assets, then this tile map folder. So let's select folder, and it's done. It's gonna import all of the tiles over here in tile palette. Okay, so just wait. So as you can see, all of the tile just gets add up in tile palette, and now we are ready to use our tiles. Okay, so we can select click on this, and you can select this paint brush. Okay, brush tool to just place around the tiles like this. And if you just get a wrong tile, you just can select this eraser tool right over here in tile palette. Okay, and you can erase the tile wherever you have put the wrong one. Okay, so I hope you get the idea. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna create a tile, okay, or ground you can say. So we're gonna select this, I'm gonna erase first. Okay, and let's remove this ground for now. So I'm gonna delete this, let's select the ground and delete it. Okay, and then after doing that, I'm gonna select this tile. You can select like this, and you can place your tiles like this. Okay, and let's select this left one, and let's move it over here, and this one will be right over here. Okay, and let's suppose you want to move this tile anywhere you want. Okay, so in order to move this tile, hold this tile, so just click on this. Okay, click on this select area tool, I guess this one. Okay, and select this like, and select this move tool as right after it, and you can move it anywhere in this in view you can. Okay, you can, so I'm gonna move it down somewhere around here, and let's place our tile, and I'm gonna select like this, and let's paste it. And if you want to make this copy, okay, something, if you just want to make this one copy, then you can select this tool right over here, pre or mark tool. Okay, select that, and if copy which one you want. So I'm gonna copy this one, and I can place it wherever I want. So I'm gonna place it somewhere around here like this. Okay, and I'm gonna select this, and let's move it over here. So I'm just giving an idea how you can do that. Okay, how you can do that. Let's select this, and let's paste it over here. And once you are done, so I'm gonna select the bottom one right now. Let's select this bottom one, and let's place it over here, something like that. And let's select this one, place it over here. uh, as you can see, we created the tile now. So if I take my player game object and select this move tool, I'm gonna move it somewhere around here. Now if we hit this play button, we will able to see that this player game object gonna pass through this ground, because we haven't added or this grid or tile map and collider yet, so that's why it's gonna pass through it. So as you can see, indeed it get passed through it. So okay, so what we have to do, I'm gonna unplay this. We need to add colliders to this tile map or this ground. Okay, so in order to do that, select the tile map first, or this one, and go over to inspector. Okay, and then go over to bottom, click on this add component. Okay, click on add component, and then what we're gonna do, we're gonna find right over there tile map collider. Okay, tile map collider, as you can see, an individual collider just added up to our each tile. So I'm gonna make the player speed a little bit slow for testing purposes. So I'm gonna make this move speed something like 1 for now. And if we hit this play button, we should able to see our player game object just gonna land top of our tile map or the ground, you can say. We're gonna name it something like ground. Okay, so as you can see, it's get landed, but once I press down space key, we not able to jump anymore. Okay, so what we have to do, I'm gonna unplay this, because we haven't uh, tagged this ground or this grid as a ground tag. So in order to do that, firstly we're gonna select this tile map. Let's rename this to ground, something like that. So I'm gonna name it something like ground, and after doing that, click on this untag which tag which says untag, and let's assign it this one ground. Now we assign it this ground as a ground tag, or this ground grid as a ground tag. Now if we hit this play button in the top, we should able to jump on top of it. Okay, so just wait for to compile, and we're gonna able to see. So indeed, as you can see, we are able to jump right now. As you can see, we are able to jump. Okay, so I'm gonna unplay this. So if you want to just combine this collider at once, what you need to do, you need to add composite collider. So in order to do it, select the ground or the tile grid. Okay, then click on this add component in inspector. Let's click on this add component, and let's find over there composite collider 2D. Okay, and it just added up a rigid body 2D automatically. So we're gonna go over to that, and we will set body type to kinematic, so it's not gonna fall down due to our gravity. And we're gonna choose collision detection to continuous, and after doing that, just move over to this tile map collider and scroll down, and you can see used by composite. Just check that box. As you can see, now the collider just get compiled at once, so it seems pretty great now. Okay, so I hope you get the idea of this. And what we want a back one. Okay, basically we want to add another grid that will be behind of our player game object. As you can see, in order to do it, what we're gonna do, right click on this grid and go to 2D object, then tile map, and then select this rectangular one more time, and we will call this background, sorry, the behind ground or something like that. We're gonna call it instead back. Let's call this one back, and click on this open tile, and for now we're gonna choose this one. Okay, choose this one, and we will place it right over here, something like that. uh, and I guess it's fine. Let's select this, just place around, and you're gonna get, so this will be our back. So in order to take it behind, we're gonna select this first, this ground, and this one will be all the way to up. This one also gonna be all the way behind. Okay, this ground as well, a layer. So in order to do it, select the ground, then move over to inspector, then tile map renderer, and additional setting, and click on sorting layer, and it says default. Just click on that and click on add sorting layer. So we're gonna make two firstly for this ground and for this back one. Okay, back ground or back grid, for the back grid. So in order to do it, so let's create for our ground. Let's hit this plus icon, and we're gonna create for back grid. Let's call it back grid instead. and we're gonna take this back grid all the way behind than our ground. Okay, and let's go to this ground one more type, this ground grid, and we will assign this ground grid as a ground, and let's select this back, let's call it back grid instead. Okay, instead of back, so we're gonna call it back grid. And now let's select this back grid and let's assign it to back grid sorting layer. So now it's fine. So if we hit this play button in the top, and we're not gonna add any colliders to this back grid, okay, it will seems this is also in ground, something like that. It seems pretty cool, as you can see right over here. And the player seems it just walking top of our ground, so that's why we just done that. So I'm gonna unplay this now. So I hope you get the idea of this, and I'm gonna call this ground grid to something like ground one or something like that. So in order to do it, what we're gonna do, uh, firstly, you can just play around, and let's do it instead. I'm gonna call this grid to something like first grid, or let's call it first grid or grid one instead. I'm gonna call it grid one or grid ground one, something like that you can call it. Okay, and what we're gonna do, we're gonna create an empty game object. Basically we just want to create this for unlimited. Basically we will create this ground unlimited, so this is our endless runner game, so that's why we're gonna create unlimited. So wherever the player goes in the right direction, player definitely gonna go in the right direction. So that's why we're gonna spawn this ground or grid one unlimited or forever, so it's gonna seems like it's never gonna end our game. Okay, so that's why. So in order to do it, to spawn or to get the logic, basically we will create endpoint something right over here. Okay, so just go to hierarchy, right click, and let's create an empty game object. Let's call it ground parent or something like that. So I'm gonna call this one ground one, something like that. And let's go to transform and right click and reset the transform. Okay, so we have, let's select this move tool right over here. So this is our ground one, and let's select an icon for that. So I'm gonna select this one, this yellow, and I'm gonna move it or something right over here. Okay, something right over here. And then what we will do, we will select this whole grid or whole this ground, and just gonna place it top of this ground one. Okay, so now if I just select this ground one, sorry, this ground one, okay, we did some mistake. So if I select this ground one, and we're gonna place it top of this ground one game object, basically this grid. Now if we select this ground, this one, I don't know, okay, we did some mistake. So let's select this ground one. So I'm gonna take this out. Let's select this ground one, and let's move it somewhere around here. Now let's take this and just place it top of this ground. We did some mistake, I guess. So I'm gonna reset the transform. Let's select this. Okay, we did some mistake, we're gonna fix it now. Let's go hierarchy. Okay, and let's create a empty game object. So let's go to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon. Let's create an empty game object, and I'm gonna move this game object something right over here, and let's select an icon for that. So select the game object, go over to inspector, click right over here in the box, and I'm going to select this one. And now I'm going to select this grid, this whole grid or the tile map, and just gonna place it top of this game object. Okay, now if I try to move this game object, as you can see, indeed our tile map is just going, but the problem is that this is the center position of this game object. The center position of this game object becomes right over here, and we want to make it something right over here, so we can move that. Okay, so in order to do that, as you can see, if we go to scene view, okay, and in the top left we can see center. So just click on this pivot. Okay, select that pivot, and now I'm going to select this grid. Let's go to inspector, then transform, right click on transform and reset the position, as you can see. So I'm gonna set the position somewhere around here, something like that. Okay, and now if I select this game object, I can move, as you can see. Indeed, it's pretty cool now. And what we want, we're gonna make this one first round. Okay, so let's call this game object something like round 1. So right click, then rename, or what else you can do, select the game object, go over to inspector, and over here you can name this. So I'm gonna call it something like round 1. Okay, and and don't forget to make it a prefab. Okay, basically select the game object and drag it to prefab folder or into this assets folder. So I'm gonna drag it to prefab, so it's now turned blue. And if I try to delete from the scene view or hierarchy, as you can see, it's gone. But we made a prefab, so we can select that game object and can drag it to this ground on hierarchy or into the scene view, as you can see, with all of the shape option. Okay, so let's make our ground 2. So I'm gonna delete this and let's make a ground 2. So let's go to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon, then 2D object, then tile map, and then click on rectangular. Okay, so I'm gonna call this one. Before we call it, let's we are gonna place our tiles. So let's click on this open tile palette right over here, and let's make this, and I'm gonna do this one. Okay, select this and you can copy it. Okay, so just play around, and we're gonna select this. I guess this one is pretty good. Just play around. Okay, and for bottom, select this. Let's paste it right over here. Sorry. And if you are let's suppose if you are really new to tile map, something like that, okay, I will suggest you a video. I will have a link in the description. You can go and check that out. If you really new to tile map, it's also gonna help you a lot. Okay, I will have a link in the description. You can go and check that out. So I'm gonna remove this one, and let's copy this and let's paste it. So just make as many ground as much you can, and let's select this side right over here. Sorry, let's select this one. Just play around and you're gonna get hang of it. Let's do, okay, and now it's pretty fine. And for back sides, so I lost the hierarchy, so don't panic. What you have to do, you need to go window in the top. If you lost any tab, then scroll down general, and then I'm gonna select this hierarchy, and I'm gonna move it somewhere around here, where it was before. I'm gonna drag it right there, so we have grid. Let's create the back one. So let's right click on this grid, then go to 2D object, then tile map, and then select this rectangular, and I'm gonna call this one something like back tiles or back stuffs. I'm gonna call it instead back stuffs, sorry, back stuffs. And let's call this one something like ground. Okay, ground. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna add collider to this ground so the player can land top of it. So let's select this ground, go over to inspector, then click on add component. Let's find tile map collider 2D, and to compile it at once we do know we need to add composite collider 2D. So let's do that. So let's click on add component and let's find composite collider 2D, and automatically it attach rigid body. So we're gonna select dynamic to kinematic so it will not fall down due to our gravity. And collision detection we're gonna choose continuous. And after doing this, just go to tile map collider and scroll down. You can see used by composite, so just click on that box. As you can see, now it's get compiled at once. And go over to rigid body one more time, rigid body 2D, and then interpolate to select interpolate. Okay, make sure you do that. So this will be our back stuff, so this will be our ground. So let's select this back stuff, and we don't want to add any collider to this back stuff, so we're gonna leave it like this. And let's select. Now we are ready to place our tiles, so we're gonna do this one. And basically fine right there. Okay, so I'm gonna select this. Let's paste it somewhere around here. And just play around with that and you are good to go. And let's select this. Okay, it seems pretty fine. For this one I'm gonna make select this and let's paste it. Sorry. So for this back stuff what we want, so let's go to tile map renderer. Okay, over there we're gonna select for this, so this will be the back stub or back layer. So we're gonna go to tile map renderer, additional settings, sorting layer. Let's select this back grid. And for this ground, so let's select this ground and we're gonna go to tile map renderer and sorting layer and we're gonna choose ground. Okay, so now we assign it. So we are now, let's create an empty game object. So let's go to hierarchy, right click, then create empty game object. And I'm gonna call this game object something like ground 2. Okay, ground 2. Let's select this move tool and I'm gonna move it somewhere around here. Okay, somewhere around here. And what we will do, we will go to inspector and click on this box. Okay, and I'm gonna select this icon, choose any icon you like. And let's select this whole ground or this whole tile map, just select that and just place it top of this ground 2. So now if I try to move our ground 2 game object, as you can see, indeed our whole tile map or this ground just moving with it. Okay, so basically you have to do with all of this ground. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna make prefab of this game object, means copy. So let's select this game object right over here and let's drag it to that prefab folder. So as you can see, now it's turned blue. Okay, uh, and I hope you get the idea how you can create tile maps in your project. Okay, tile maps and grounds with your tile maps. Okay, so I hope you get the idea of it. I have multiple grounds. Okay, so just make that. Basically what you have to do, firstly select any of them, then make a prefab, and then go to that prefab, control D to duplicate. Okay, control D to duplicate and open that up by double clicking on it and change right over here some make some changes so it will be different. So I'm gonna remove this ground 9 or ground 8, I guess. So ground 7, ground 3, ground 6, 7 and 8. So I'm going to remove this 8, I don't need it. Sorry, I didn't remove it, so I'm gonna delete this and let's go there. Okay, so we have 7 ground. I just created 7 ground. So what we're gonna do, let me explain. So what we will do, basically we're gonna create a box right over here. Basically we will create a box collider, okay, and we will make a size something like this. And once the player collide with that box collider or that collider, okay, basically we're gonna make, then we will spawn the next ground something right over here, okay. So what we're gonna do, so to do so we're gonna select the ground. Let's go to inspector, click on add component, okay, and we're gonna find box collider 2D, and let's click on this edit collider, okay, and edit the collider as the size of our ground, okay. Make sure that, so just play around, and I guess so this one will be fine, and we're gonna do it right over here. And make sure you just go to is trigger, okay, is trigger, and check this one trigger, or the player will just gonna collide with this box collider and it will restrict. So that's why we're gonna check this is trigger, so this box collider not gonna register our player, okay. So that's the thing. And after doing that, as you can see, and plus icon just added to box collider. So what we have to do, we need to go to inspector, then overrides, click on overrides and click on apply all. So this box collider are gonna also gonna add it to our this ground one, okay. So basically so let's select that, click on overrides and apply all. So this box collider also gonna add it in that prefab of this ground one, okay. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna create a script for that, okay. So go to project tab, then assets, right click on assets, then create C# script, name it to something like round spawner or spawner. I already have created, I have it over here. So I'm gonna go to hierarchy, and you can attach this script to any game object of your hierarchy. Instead what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create a separate game object for that. So let's go to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon. Let's create an empty game object. Let's call it something like round spawner as the name of our script. Let's go to transform, reset the transform. I'm gonna select an icon, so click right over here. I'm gonna select this yellow, something like that, as you can see now. So let's select this ground spawner game object and select this script and drag it to add component section, and double click that to open up in Visual Studio quickly. So we have start and update function by default. I'm gonna remove these two namespaces in the top, we don't need it for now, okay. And what we need, we're gonna go to right over here, we will create a function for spawning our this ground, okay, for spawning our this ground. So let's go to script, and we're gonna go to bottom of our script. So let's create a public, okay. Why we making it public, because we want to call this function from another class, so that's why we making it public. And for function we have to type void, and let's call this one spawn ground, or spawn next ground, something like that. So I'm gonna call it something spawn ground, and make first bracket and some curly brackets. So to spawn ground, firstly what we need, so we're gonna use this instantiate function, okay. This instantiate function right over here, as a first argument it will take the game object you want to spawn. So in our case we want to spawn this ground, okay. And the second thing, it will take the position from where you want to spawn. And the third thing, it will take the rotation. So rotation, so we're gonna make it comment by double slash. Basically comment don't interrupt our course. Firstly what we need, position and the game object we want to spawn, and the last thing, the rotation, we don't need any rotation. So let's go to top of our class. So first thing we need, so make sure you just making it public so we can see the field underneath our ground spawner script, okay. That is a game object, whole game object, and that is, let's call something like ground prefab, okay, something like that. And second thing, we need a position, so we're gonna make it private. It doesn't need to be public. That will be vector 2, which will gonna have the basically x-axis and the y-axis. Okay, basically position, and let's call this one spawn position, spawn pose or spawn position, and control s to save your code and move to Unity. So one thing we have left to do is that we need to do some changes. Okay, so just wait for to compile, and once it's done, we're gonna do that thing. Okay, and if we select this ground spawner game object, as you can see it says ground prefab and it says none, basically empty. So we're gonna go to project tab, then prefab, and I'm gonna select this first one and let's drag it right there. So now we have the ground prefab or the ground game object, basically which one we want to spawn. So we're gonna go to all of this ground, and we're gonna make a child game object. Okay, so basically make sure you just right click on ground one, so basically go each of them, just right click on it, then create an empty game object, and we're gonna call this something like next spawn post or next spawn post, something like that. And select this move tool right over here, and we're gonna drag it somewhere around here, and make sure you just go to inspector, and we're gonna select an icon for that. So basically why we created this point, because we want to spawn the next ground from this point, so that's why we created it. Just make sure you just right click. So 0 is the first child. Okay, 0 is the discrete one, and the next spawn post is the second child. As you can see, we just created a child game object. Okay, and we drag it somewhere around here. So this is our second child. So the ground second child will be this one, and the first child will be this one. Okay, so we just created a second child. So let's do the same thing for all of this ground. So let's open that up. So make sure you just right click, create empty game object. Let's call this one next spawn post. We're gonna do the same thing. Okay, so let's drag it somewhere around here, somewhere around here. Okay, just do the thing as I'm doing right over here. Right click, I'm gonna drag it somewhere around here. Basically what you have to do, you need to go to project tab, then assets and prefab folder, wherever you just stored that prefab, and double click that to open up by double clicking on that to open that up prefab quickly. Okay, and do the thing as I am doing right over here. Just make a second child, so right click and create on empty game object, and I'm gonna move it somewhere around here. Basically this is the logic where we want to spawn, and go to inspector and select an icon for that to get a visible. So we just, so right click, create empty game object, next spawn pose, and we're gonna drag this one right over here. Okay, next spawn pose, and we're gonna drag it somewhere around here. Okay, we have done with all of these things. So let's go to, just click right there, and we're gonna go to scene view. So now we have, so we ground one, so let's double click that to open up in Visual Studio that script. Okay, so let's remove these two slashes from this instantiate function, And what we're gonna do, we're gonna as a first argument, we know that it will take the game object you want to spawn, so we're gonna pass ground prefab. Okay, ground prefab. And the second thing, it will take the position from where we want to spawn. So we're gonna go to Unity and let's go to hierarchy, right click on hierarchy, let's create an empty game object and let's move it somewhere around here. So select that game object and go to transform. Okay, and check the position. So in the X, which is we're gonna put 11. Okay, let's put instead 12. So this will be 12, and in the Y we're gonna put something -2. So -2, and the Z we're gonna put 0. So note the position, which is X in the 12 and -2 in the Y. Okay, so as is basically as a second argument, we're gonna pass this position. So let's make instead of making this private, we're gonna make it public. Okay, because so we can adjust this vector to position in the X in the Y underneath our right over here underneath our ground spawner script. So we don't need to go to this script. So as a second argument, we're gonna pass this spawn post. So let's pass our spawn post. And the third thing, it will take the rotation. We're gonna pass quaternion dot identity. It's basically means no rotation, and make sure you just close that off with semicolon. And we also need to call this function, and what this function will do, it will instantiate or spawn this ground prefab at this position with no rotation. So let's call this function. We're gonna call it right over here in this start function, and we do know that start function get called when the game start. Okay, start function get call when the game starts. So right over here we're gonna call this spawn ground function. So make first bracket, close that up with semicolon, control S to save your code and move to Unity. Okay, so we just spawning this ground prefab at this position with no rotation, and we just calling this function in the start function. Okay, and we do know that a start function get called when the game start. So right after the game start, this ground prefab or the first ground will be spawned somewhere around here, because so we're gonna put in the X. So a spawn post, basically position, which is vector to variable as using. So we're gonna put 12, so it will be somewhere around here, and in the Y we're gonna put -2. So the position will be right over here, and let's check that out. So let's hit this play button in the top. So we should able to see that this ground will be spawned from there. Okay, so as you can see, indeed I'm gonna hit the just click on this pause button in the top to check. So if I select this ground one clone, as you can see, -12 in the X and -2 in the Y. Okay, so I hope you get the idea. So we spawn it. So what we want now, so I'm gonna unplay this. So once we collide with this basically that box collider, so we need to assign with some certain tags, something like that. Okay, so we're gonna go to project tab, then prefab, and let's open that up ground, basically each ground. So let's double click that to open up and go over to inspector, click on a tag which says untag. So just click on it and click on add tag. So and hit this plus icon, and you can name the tag whatever you want. Something I'm gonna call spawn ground, or spawn next ground, something like that, or spawn I'm gonna call it instead box. It will be more sensible. And click on save. Okay, and go to that project, then assets and prefab, and open that prefab by double clicking on it. And make sure you just go to inspector and click on tag which says untag and with box. So just do the thing with all of the ground. Okay, so we're gonna do all of this ground. So we're gonna assign all of this ground as a box tag to make sure. So let's select all of them. Okay, select all of them, select all of them, and now we assign it all of this ground, or okay. Basically this, if I select this ground, so we assign it this box collider or this game object as a box stack, as you can see right over here. Okay, so once we just collide with this, then we're gonna spawn the next one. We don't want right after the game start. Instead, what we're gonna do, so we also have to change this position. Okay, we want to spawn the second ground something right over here. Okay, if I select this ground one and some move it somewhere around here, so we want to spawn the next ground from this point and not over here multiple times. So we want to spawn something over here. So basically what we have to do, we need to change this spawn position with this child position, okay, of this ground. So to do so, I'm gonna go to script, okay, script, and so we instantiated this ground prefab at this position with no rotation. So let's store this game object, whatever we instantiated or basically spawned this ground, let's store this ground into another game object variable. So basically we just spawning this ground at this position with no rotation. So this will be our ground, and after instantiating or spawning that, we let's store this ground into another game object. So let's create a game object and let's call it something like temp prefab, temporary prefab you can call, temp prefab. Let's call temp prefab and equal to, sorry, I'm really sorry what I'm doing, prefab, and let's set equal to this. Okay, so firstly we instantiating this ground prefab at this position with no rotation, and after in basically spawning that, we storing this whole ground into this temp prefab. Okay, now what we're gonna do, we're gonna go to next line, and we have to change this position. Now we want to change this position as the ground in second child position. Okay, so we instantiate it. So we're gonna set this position, or we will change this spawn pose equal to, so firstly we're gonna go to temp prefab, then transform, okay, then dot get child, and the child we're looking for is 1, and then dot transform, then dot position. Okay, now what we're doing over here, let me explain. So we instantiated this ground. Basically, let's suppose we instantiated this ground, so we're going to this ground transform component. Okay, as you can see, temp prefab, whatever we instantiated, we definitely gonna instantiate this ground. Okay, so basically we're going over to this ground game object transform component, and by this transform we just is accessing the second child. Okay, I'm really apologize, the dog is barking, I don't exactly know, just hold on a minute. Okay. Okay, so what we have to do, so basically we going to this game object transform, and by this transform we getting the second child. So one basically 0 is the first child, okay, which is this grid one. So we don't need, instead we just looking for this point or this position. So that's why we just accessing this second child. So index 1 is basically means this position or this second child of this ground, as you can see right over here. So we're going to that transform, then getting the second child, and then going over to this second child transform component, then accessing the position of it. Okay, as you can see right over here. So basically that's the thing. Okay, so now we're gonna go to script, and make sure you just press down Ctrl S to save your code, and we're gonna go to start function one more time. So before we spawn, we're gonna use this for loop. Okay, so just tap twice on your keyboard, so it will fill out automatically. And let me explain what is a for loop. So this for loop will run, and it's a start from 0. As you can see, I is equals to 0, and I is lesser than with some length, something like I'm gonna put something 3. Okay, sorry, this will be I, and over here I'm gonna put 3, 3. So this for loop will run until it hits 0. So for the first time I is right over here, as you can see 0, basically it's a start from 0. And the second condition, I is 0, we do know, and 0 is lesser than 3, which basically the condition over here is true. So whatever you write in between this curly bracket will be execute or will be done. Okay, and then after checking that, so I plus plus, basically in this start this I will be 0. So 0 plus 1, basically plus plus means plus equal 1. So 0 plus 1 will be 1. So the next time, so this I over here is now 1, and we do know that 1 is still lesser than 3. So that's the condition over here getting true. So that's why whatever you write in between this curly bracket will be still executed. Okay, and then I is 1, so I plus plus, so basically 1 plus 1, which will be true. So the third time, so so the third time this I over here is now 2. Okay, so 2, so and we do know that 2 still lesser than 3. So that's why the whatever you write in between this curly bracket will be executed. Okay, and so I plus plus, so basically 2 plus 1, now it's 3. So in the fourth time this will not be run. Why? So this I over here is now 3, and we do know that I over here is 3. So 3 is not lesser than 3, basically 3 is equal to 3. So that's the condition, basically condition just getting break down over here. So we do know that 3 is not lesser than 3. So that's why whatever you're gonna write and now in between this curly bracket will not be execute. So this for loop will run until it hits 3. Okay, basically it will call 3 times. So what we want, we're gonna put this line of code, basically we're gonna remove this spawn ground, and we're gonna call it inside this curly brackets. So let's call it spawn ground and make first brackets and close that. So this spawn ground will call 3 times. Why? This for because this for loop will run 3 times until it this I hits 0. Okay, so that's why, so this spawn ground will call 3 times, and if it's called get called 3 times, so 3 basically 3 ground will be spawned right each right basically next to them each okay. So basically control now press down control S to save your code, and let's move to Unity, and we calling that function in the start of the game. So right, if we hit this play button, so right after the game start, 3 ground will be spawned each other right after each right. I'm really sorry if I'm just misspelling. So I'm gonna remove this ground. Okay, this ground now, and if I go to ground spawner script, as you can see, for the first ground position will be, which is x in the bar, x in the 12 and y in the -2, somewhere around here, and the second ground will be spawned as first point from this point. Okay, let me explain. So let's hit this play button in the top. Okay, let's hit this play button in the top. As you can see, indeed 3 ground gets spawned. Okay, I'm gonna hit this pause button in the top to pause the game. So each ground just gets spawned as first point, first ground, second child from second child, as you can see. Okay, if I select the this ground and click right over here, we can see next spawn pose is right over here. So that's why the second ground just getting spawned from this position of first ground as second child position. Okay, so I hope you get the idea. So we just spawn it 3, and if I basically hit that pause button to play the game one more time, as you can see, we don't have any more ground at all. So what we want, so I'm gonna unplay this. We created a box collider, as you can see. If I select this ground and if to focus on it, we created. So what we want, if we just trigger with this box or this collider of this ground, we want to spawn the next ground. Okay, so for that we're gonna go to player, and let's open up our player script. For that we're gonna use a on trigger enter function. So let's go to bottom of our player script and let's go to down, and for that we have to use this on trigger enter 2d. Okay, 2d function, and make sure you just type as I did over here. Okay, so this function right over here on trigger enter get call when we trigger with something. So we do know that we say just add a box collider to this ground, and we just going that is trigger, and we check this one basically. Okay, so we definitely gonna trigger with this box. Okay, and we assign it this ground one, or this collider, this box collider as a box, as you can see right over here. So we're gonna definitely gonna trigger with this. So what we want, so we want to spawn the next ground. So, and we can extract info by going to this collision parameter. We can extract info like the name of the game object we triggered it with, or any component we looking for. So we're gonna check right over here if collision, okay, if collision dot game object dot tag, if it's equals to box in quotation, make sure you just do that and make some curly brackets. So basically what we're doing right over here, firstly checking if we triggering with something or not, and we definitely know that this function gonna get call or gonna trigger when we trigger with something, and we checking right over here whatever we trigger it. Okay, which, so basically we just going to this collision parameter and accessing the game object, then accessing the tag. So basically whatever we colliding with triggering with, we going to that game object and then accessing the tag, and we checking if that tags equal to tag equals to box. And we do know that we assigned this ground one or this box collider as a box tag, so we definitely gonna trigger with that. So in that situation what we're gonna do, we're gonna spawn the next ground after from the first point, from the first point, second child position. Okay, so we want to spawn it something right over here. So it will be spawn something, basically we just spawning three grounds right after the game start. So the fourth ground will be spawn from third ground, next from next spawn post. Okay, so basically we need to call the function. So if we go to ground spawner script, we do know that this function right over here, if we call this function, it will instantiate or gonna spawn the ground prefab at this position with no rotation, and after that we storing this ground whatever we instantiated or spawn it into this same prefab ground, and then we just changing the position. Okay, changing the position. So basically we need to call this spawn ground function, and spawn ground function just spawning our ground. So basically we have to call this function. So let's go to player now, and for to call for that function, we're gonna use this find object of type for that. Okay, and make sure make this arrows right over here. So we have to use this name, it's called find object of type, and the object of type we're looking for is this script, which is the ground spawner. So that's why in arrows we're gonna pass this ground spawner. Okay, ground spawner, and make sure you make this first bracket and dot. We created spawn ground function right there in this ground spawner script as you seen. So let's call it. So dot, make sure you just type so spawn ground, and make sure just make first bracket and close that off with semicolon, and control S to save your code. Basically what we doing, find an object of type. Basically firstly we just going over to this ground spawner script or this class, and then just calling this spawn ground function. And we do know that what spawn ground function is doing, it just is spawning the ground at this point with no rotation. So let's go to player script one more time. So basically once we trigger with that box, we just calling spawn ground function. Okay, control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity, and if we hit this play button in the top, I'm gonna go to ground spawner, and let's hit this play button in the top. So we should able to see the ground will be spawned from the first ground second child. Okay, from second child. So if we trigger, as you can see, indeed we spawning right over here. If you take a closer look, it's just getting spawn and spawn Okay, once we just trigger with this box, if I hit this pause button and select this one, so select this one. Okay, basically this ground, as you can see, we just triggered it with this box, so that's why the this ground just is spawning from this ground second position. So second position is right over here, so that's why this ground just getting spawned from this position. Okay, and then if we trigger with this one, this box collider, we're gonna able to see the ground will be spawns over here. So let me show that to you. So if we trigger or just gonna collide with this box, you can say. So I'm gonna unpause. So as you can see, indeed it's gets spawn. Okay, so I hope you get the idea how you can spawn. So instead of spawning, so I'm gonna unplay this now. Instead of spawning the one specific one, so let's select this player in the hierarchy and F2 focus on it. We created multiple grounds as you seen. So if we go to project tab, then assets and prefab, we have multiple ground. So instead of spawning a specific one, we just want to spawn a random ground. So we have multiple ground. If I just double clicking on that, as you can see, we can see our different grounds. So I'm gonna go to just click right over here in hierarchy to go back to scene view, and let's open up our ground spawner script by double clicking on it. So as you can see, we just spawning this one. Okay, so what we have to do, we're gonna make this array. Okay, sorry, array, not array, basically this bracket, square brackets. So why? So square brackets basically means this is a container now. So as you seen, if we just remove, so this ground prefab just gonna hold one game object, and we just made this square bracket. So this is now an array. An array basically can hold up multiple values. It can be name, it can be tag, it can be a position, and even it can be game objects or the ground. So in our case, the ground or the this or all of this ground, if we go to project tab, then prefabs, all of these grounds. Okay, so that's why we just make it prefab, and we're gonna go to spawn ground function. Okay, so before we spawn, what we're gonna do, we're gonna use this random dot range function. Okay, a random dot range function, and make first bracket and close that off with semicolon. Basically we made this to just pick up a random ground. We're not just gonna spawn this first ground over again and again. Instead we're gonna choose a random one, and we're gonna spawn that. So let's go to script now. So we're gonna pass right over here 0. So 0, so it will pick up 0, and the second argument we're gonna pass ground prefab. Okay, ground prefab dot length. Okay, and for now I'm gonna make a comment of this whole line of code. It's just giving us error, so that's why I'm gonna make these arrows, and let's do the same thing for this arrows. So we just making it comment for now, and make Control S to save your code, and let's go to Unity. Okay, so we're gonna see an empty field of array game objects ground prefab array just gonna pop up. So what we have to do, we need to select all of this ground. Okay, and we have to drag it right there. So as you can see, ground prefab, and it says none. Okay, and it says none, sorry, not says none, it says 0. So what we have to do, we need to select all of this ground, and we have to drag it right over here. So instead of selecting one and drag it one by one, what we gonna do, we're gonna go to inspector, and the right side you can see lock button. So click on that to lock it, and now we're gonna select all of this ground. Firstly go to project tab, then assets, where you have all of the prefabs. So basically select all of them by holding down shift and drag it right there into this ground prefab array. So as you can see, now we have all of the ground. So 0 basically the first ground, and index 1 is the second ground, index of 2 is the third ground, and so on. So I'm gonna unlock it now, so click on that. So if we go to ground spawner script, so we have all of the grounds now. So how many grounds we have? We have 8 grounds, I guess. So a 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Okay, 7 grounds we have. So if we go to script, so this ground prefab dot length means how many ground we have. So in our case we have 7 grounds, so that's why this one right over here gonna become 7. Okay, so this random dot range function over here gonna pick up a random number between 0 and ground prefab dot length, basically 7. So and this random dot range function not gonna pick up 7. Okay, it will pick up 0 instead. 0, it can be 0 1 2 3 4 5 6, but it's not gonna pick up 7. Okay, so it will pick up 0, but it's not gonna pick up 7, but it can pick up 6. It can be random. Okay, so 0 1 2 3 4 5 6. So whatever we random dot range function just picks up, we're gonna store into a another variable. Okay, and that will be integer. Why? Because 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 is a whole number, so that's why. And we're gonna call it something like random prefab. Okay, something like that, and let's set equal to this. So this random prefab right over here can be 0 1 2 3 4 5 6, because why? The this random dot range function is gonna pick up 0 and between 0 and 7, so it can be 0 1 2 3 4 5 6. So that's why this random prefab can be 0 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, but it can be random. So now we're gonna remove basically we're gonna remove these two slashes from this line of code and instantiate. As you can see, we just getting an error. So what we have to do, we pass right over here ground prefab, and now we do know that ground prefab is not a single variable at all. It's basically an array, so that's why we have to make this square brackets. Okay, make sure you just make square brackets, and we're gonna put right over here. So if we put right over here 0, so basically 0 is the first ground, so all the way up the first ground will be spawned again and again and all the time. So instead of choosing specific one, so what we're gonna do, we created a random prefab function over here, as you can see, and we do know that this can be random. It can be 0 1 2 3 4 5 6, but it can be random. So that's why we're gonna replace this 0. Instead of specific one, we're gonna pass this random prefab. Okay, so let's suppose this random prefab right over here becomes 3. Okay, so this one right over here will be 3. 3. Okay, 3. So 3 is the this ground 3. Okay, so ground 3. So if I open up ground 3, so this ground will be spawned, but we do know that this random prefab can be a random one, so it can pick up any of this ground and gonna spawn that. So I'm gonna go to scene view one more time, and make sure you just I'm gonna replace this. Okay, so control S to save your code now, and let's go to Unity. So we should able to see that a random ground will be spawned from the first point next from next post position. Okay, something right over here. So let's check that out, and make sure you just drag it all of the grounds in ground prefab array, or okay, or the container. So let's hit this play button in the top, and let's check it what we're doing, or basically what we're doing. So let's check that out. So let's see that. So as you can see, and random just get pop up. Okay, sorry, a random one just get pop up right over here. So I hope you get the idea. Okay, because the random dot range functions picking up a random prefab, and just it's spawning right there. Sorry, I don't know, but we get an error. So from this, so if we select this ground, this one. Okay, so in ground 4 we haven't attached the box collider yet, so we're gonna what we're gonna do, we're gonna click on, so go to inspector, click on add component, then box collider, and let's click on this edit collider and edit the collider as the size of our ground. So that's why it's not spawning, and we're gonna drag it down. So as we did for all of the ground, just do the same thing. Okay, and make sure you just go to is trigger and check this, or it will register our player to get inside okay, inside. So we're gonna check this one and make sure you just assign it as a box. So go over to inspector, then tag which says untagged, just assign it to box. Now we have done so far. So I'm gonna go to console. Let's hit this play button in the top. Now we should be able to see the ground will be spawned now wherever we go. Okay, so just wait, and indeed it's get spawned. Okay, but the problem is that once we are far from the ground which left behind, we need to destroy them. Okay, if I hit this plus button in the top, so as you can see, we not and we are not anymore on in these grounds. Okay, so what we have to do, we need to destroy them, or else the game will be heavy. At some point it will gonna lag. Okay, so that's why we need to delete, because the game will hold too many game objects. So that's why there will be shrink down our frame rates. Okay, frame rate will be shrink down so drastically. So that's why we need to destroy after some time this ground which we left behind. Okay, so we need to destroy them. So I'm gonna unplay this now. So in order to destroy, we're gonna use another function, it called on trigger exit. Okay, so if I select this ground and select this player game object. Okay, so when we are right over here, as you can see, we're gonna trigger out of this box. Okay, trigger out. Firstly we trigger in, and then after some time, well, once we are out of this ground, so the trigger exit function, okay, will work. Basically we're gonna out of this box collider. Okay, so that's why we're gonna use on trigger exit function. So I'm gonna select this player. So basically on trigger exit function get called when we trigger out of this box or out of that box collider. Okay, so let's go to script now one more time, and let's go to player script, and let's go to bottom of our player class, and for that we're gonna use this on trigger exit 2D function, and this function right over here get call when we trigger out. Okay, and we're gonna check right over here, and we can check by going this collision parameter. We can check anything we can. So we're gonna check right over here if collision, okay, dot game object dot tag, basically whatever we colliding with, we're going to that game object tag, basically accessing the tag, and we're gonna check if this is box, and we don't do know that, we're gonna, so, and make sure you just make some curly brackets. Okay, and we do know once we trigger out of this ground, so we're gonna write over here. So what we have to do, we need to delete this ground after some time right now. Okay, to destroy, we do know that we have to use this destroy function. Okay, sorry, destroy function, and make first bracket. So this destroy function will take the game object you want to destroy as a first argument. So we want to destroy this ground. Okay, so we're gonna go to collision dot game object, and basically whatever we triggering out, so we definitely gonna trigger out with this ground. So collision dot game object basically means whatever we trigger it with that game object, that whole game object. Okay, basically in our case this will be this ground. Okay, and the second thing, you can pass the time and when you should destroy, or the time you can specify, and after that amount of time the game object will be destroyed. So I'm gonna put something like 10f means 10 seconds. Okay, and close that up with semicolon, control s to save your code. Now let's move to Unity. So after some time, basically after 10 seconds, this ground gonna destroy, okay, right away. So just wait for to compile and hit this play button in the top to check it. So what I'm gonna do, so let's do that, let's check it. So let's hit this play button in the top and let's check it. Okay, so it will work out. Okay, so after 10 seconds this ground also gonna destroy. Okay, basically we trigger out, and we do know if we trigger out this box and we assign it this ground game object as a box, so that's why it's gonna destroy. We should able to see Okay, so after, as you seen, after 10 seconds, the basically it's getting destroyed, so each of them will be. So just wait, we should able to see. Okay, so it's getting destroyed, and we did some mistake. Basically what we have to do, I'm gonna unplay this, and if we go to project tab, then prefab, and make sure you just open that up and you added a collider. So as you can see, we haven't attached a box collider to this ground yet. To do so, I'm gonna select that. Let's click on add component box collider, and let's click on edit collider. So that's why we getting the error. Make sure do the same thing with all of the ground. Okay, so I'm gonna drag it down here, let's drag it up, and make sure you just check this one and assign it this box, and let's open this up. So we not seeing any collider, box collider. So let's click on add component box collider, let's click on edit collider, and let's edit the collider. Basically we do the thing with all of the game objects or ground. Okay, and make sure you just check this is trigger, make sure that you do that. Okay, and we have it over, so we don't. So let's click on that. I'm really apologize that I haven't done it yet. So basically do the thing. Okay, you need to do the thing, and make sure you just check this one is trigger, or this ground will register our player to get inside, so to get inside of it. So make sure you just do that. So I haven't done with all of the ground, so that's why I'm just getting an error. So let's click on edit collider, and let's move it over here. Sorry, and I'm gonna move it somewhere around here, and make sure you just check this one. Okay, and we're gonna do the ground 7 as well. Let's click on edit collider, and let's edit the collider as the size of our ground. And check this one. Okay, so now we have done with all of the ground. So let's hit this play button in the top. So we should able to see that the error will be gone by now. Basically we just have done with all of the grounds, and we've seen we haven't done it yet, we saw that. So that's why. So after 10 seconds, this all of this ground which is left behind will be destroyed after 10 seconds. Okay, so let's check that out. As you can see, it's destroying, so this one should be as well after 10 seconds. Okay, as you can see, indeed it's getting destroyed after 10 seconds. Which we left behind, which ground is left behind, it just destroying after 10 seconds. Okay, so I'm gonna unplay this now. So make sure you just do that thing, or the game will be laggy. So I hope you get the idea how you can spawn a ground for unlimited time, okay, forever. So I hope you get the idea about it. Let's do the parallax effect. Okay, so let's go to project tab, then asset sprite. I have over here environment, then I'm gonna go right here. So I have the background, so I'm gonna select that and drag it to scene view or hierarchy, something like this, and if to focus on it. So as you can see, this is our background, and if I take it's in front of our ground, and it seems pretty small. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna select that background. Okay, go over to inspector and select pixel per unit to a list number, something like I'm gonna select 32, and after that go down, select filter mode to point no filter, because this is an pixel art, so that's why. And after doing that, click on apply in the bottom. Okay, so as you can see now, the background is so much large, but the problem is that background is all the way up. Okay, so I'm gonna call this one to something like uh, bg or background. Okay, bg, let's call it bg instead. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take this background all the way behind. In order to take this all the way behind, what we need to go over to sprite renderer, then sorting layer, just click on that and click on add sorting layer. Let's create one sorting layer for this background. Okay, so let's hit this plus icon and let's call this one bg or background, and let's take this and let's take it all the way behind. Okay, and now let's go to one more time to this bg and let's assign it sorting layer to bg. So as you can see now that uh, our ground is visible. Okay, so let's do the thing. So let's go to environment one more time and let's take this one now and let's take it right over here. So let's do the same thing as we did. So I'm gonna call this something like bg2. Okay, and let's go to sprite, select that, go over to inspector, let's choose pixel per unit to 32. Okay, and filter mode to point, no filter. And after doing that, click on apply and let's create a sorting layer for this bg2 as well. So let's go to sorting layer, let's hit this plus icon, let's call this one bg2. Okay, and let's take this all the way behind, and we're gonna take this in front of our this bg. Okay, this bg will be behind one which is all the way behind, then this one bg2. So let's select this bg2 and let's assign it as bg2 sprite layer. Okay, and now let's go to select both of them by holding down shift. Okay, and go to transform, right click and reset the transform. Now I think it's fine as you can see. Okay, and what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna duplicate this one because we just want to create a parallax effect. Okay, so that's why to in order to duplicate, let's select both of them and control D to duplicate and select this move tool right over here and let's move it in the right section, something like this, and make sure you just match that up. So I'm gonna select the select কথাটা আওয়াজটা কম করে গো। So BG1. So I really apologize guys for background noises coming out. So just you have to match. Okay, so we're gonna do something like 24.02 or 05. Is much. Okay, so let's do 24. Okay, so let's do the same thing for this one bg. Let's go over to transform, then x position, and we're gonna put 24. Sorry, not this one, the duplicate one. Okay, bg1. Okay, so select the duplicate one and go over here, transform, and choose 24. Okay, so now as you can see it's pretty defined. And make sure what you have to do, select the duplicate one and just place it top of the first one. Okay, basically make a child. Now if I just select this bg or the parent, I can see that the child is also going with it. So basically that's the thing. So we're gonna put 0. So basically make the duplicate one child of the first one. Okay, so let's take this and just place it top of the first one, and now it will be child. Okay, as you can see. So I hope you get the idea. Now we are ready to create our parallax. Before we do that, let's hit this play button in the top and let's check it what we have done so far. This basically gonna stop at some point. Okay, we're not gonna have this uh, background at some point. So as you can see, we can jump and the background gets and right over here, and we cannot see the background anymore. So that's why we just gonna create a loop in front of our player, a background, so it will seems the background will never gonna end. So basically firstly we're gonna create our parallax and then we're gonna do that thing. Okay, Abudam. So just go to project tab, then assets, right click on assets, then create C# script, name it to something like parallax. So I already have created right over I have. So I'm gonna go to hierarchy, so select both of this. Make sure you just select the parent one, not the child one. Okay, and then I have created the script right over here, so I'm going to select that and drag it to add component section. Okay, and now double click that to open up in Visual Studio. I'm going to remove these two namespaces in the top, we don't need it, and let's go to inside of this Parallax class. So first thing we need, how much Parallax we want. So let's make a public float. Let's call this one parallax effect. Okay, parallax effect. And the second and third thing, we need a starting position of our background. Okay, and the size of the background, okay, in the x axis. So we do need two things. So let's make it public. It doesn't need to be public, instead you can make it private. Okay, that will be float as well. Let's call this one start post. Okay, start post. And second thing, we need private. We're gonna do private float. Okay, private float, the size of the background, basically size of the background in the x axis. So we're gonna put size something like that, or you can call it something like length. Instead, let's call it length. And the third and the fourth thing, we need the main camera. Okay, so we can create the illusion. We're gonna take our main camera and we will little bit gonna shift in the x axis, so it will create our loop. Sorry, we will take our background and we're gonna move it something like in the right side for both of this camera. So sorry, both of this background, so it will be create an illusion. Okay, it will create an illusion. So let's go to our script and let's go to top of our script. So we need our main camera as well. So let's make a public game object. That camera is also an game object, so that's why we have to type it. Let's call it something like cam or camera. Control S to save your code. And now let's go to Unity. So we should able to see an empty field of cam will be appear. So what we have to do, we need to take this main camera and drag it right here. Okay, so just wait for to compile, and once it's done, do the thing. So as you can see, cam, and it says none game object. So we're gonna take our main camera and let's just drag it right there. Okay, and let's go to script now, and we're gonna move over to this start function. Okay, start function, we do know this function get called when the game start, right after the game start, and it just call one time. So in the start of the game, what we're gonna do, we're gonna take our start pose. Basically, we're gonna grab the start pose and the length of this background. So basically, firstly start pose or start position of this background, and the second thing, the size of this background in the x axis. Okay, so that's the thing. So let's go start function. So we will set this start pose. Okay, start pose equal to, or you can just do this. Okay, this dot get component, and the component we're looking for is a transform. Okay, or you can just type this dot transform instead, this dot transform dot position dot x. Okay, and this one we're gonna set equal to start pose equal to this. So this dot transform dot position dot x, basically we just moving over to this background, then this transform, then dot position, and accessing this x, and we storing the we storing this position, okay, into this start pose, so which will be 0. Okay, for the first glance. Oh, basically this will be 0, as you can see right over here. So that's why this is start pose in the x axis will be 0. And the second thing, we need the size. So to get the size, we're gonna go to this dot get component. In the component, we will pass sprite renderer. Okay, sprite renderer, then dot size dot x. Okay, and we're gonna store this size. So basically what we're doing, let me explain. Before I explain, let's set equal to length equal to this. Okay, basically we just getting the component, we just moving over to this. Are deck not sprite renderer. Sorry guys for that. It's we just moving over to this sprite renderer. Then the size of this background in the x axis. Okay, now we have the size of our basically we have length of this background as well as the start position of this background. Now we are ready to create our illusion. Okay, so let's go to update function in order to create that. Firstly, what we're gonna do, we're gonna take our, basically we're gonna create a vector 2, vector 3, and let's call this one distance. So this will be our illusion. So firstly we're gonna go to this main camera. In the main camera, then gonna access the x-axis, and we will multiply this main camera in the x-axis with some units. So main camera will be right over here, something like that. Gonna shift in the right direction a little bit, so it will create the illusion. Okay, so we're gonna go to that cam dot transform, then dot position dot x. So basically we just moving over to this main camera, then accessing this transform, then position dot x, and we will multiply this x with some unit. So let's multiply, and we do know we have parallax effect, so let's multiply with that. Okay, now we have the sorry, this will be float, not a vector 3, so I'm really apologize. So let's call this one distance. Okay, basically the result will be distance. So we just taking the main camera in the x position, and we just multiplying with some unit to create the illusion. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna go to transform. Okay, transform dot position. Basically transform dot position over here means current position of both of this background. So we're gonna set equal to a new vector 3. Okay, sorry, new vector 3. So we do have we have vector 3 have x-axis, y-axis, and the z-axis. Okay, sorry, z-axis. So just moving over to current position of this background. So in the x-axis, what we're gonna do, we have start position, we do know. So start position, and top of that what we're gonna do, we're gonna add this distance, which is the illusion one. Okay, so let's so we do have start pose, basically current position of our player in the start of the game. Okay, in the x-axis, and top of that we're gonna add this distance, which is the illusion. Okay, and in the y we don't want any parallax effect, so we're gonna put 0f, and the z-axis we're gonna do the same thing. Okay, so control s now to save your code, and let's move to Unity. Okay, let's move to Unity. So it will take a few moments for compiling our script, and you can choose the parallax effect right over here. So this will be bg1. Sorry, it's this one is all the way behind, so I'm gonna choose a little bit slow number, something like 0.1, and this one I'm gonna choose something like 0.25. Say this is the all the way up one, basically the middle one, which is close to player, so that's why I'm gonna make the speed a little bit faster. So which one is too much far from our player game object, we're gonna move that slowly. So that's why we just took this big all the way behind one, and just multiply it with a smaller number, as you can see right over here. So let's take it now. So let's hit this play button in the top. So I'm gonna select any of them. So let's hit this play button in the top, and let's check it if it's working fine or not. If it's working basically in different direction, then what you have to do, okay, so it's working but it's doing in different direction, so we're gonna put -1 in front of that, so it will now be okay. So we're gonna do something like -2.25. Okay, so now let's hit this play button, just play around, you're gonna get hang of it. Okay, okay, it seems fine, but it's looking this middle one just moving so much fast, so we're gonna put something like minus point 0.08, and for this minus 0 0.1 something like that. And now let's hit this play button, just play around with some values. You will get a perfect number and perfect parallax effect. Okay, it's totally up to you. So now let's do okay. So it's okay and fine. Okay, so it's fine now, but the problem is that the background gets in there. So what we have to do, we need to loop this background all the way in right in front of our player game object, so it will seems like our just we're gonna take this one and we're gonna add top of right over here, so it will seems that background will never gonna end. It will infinitely gonna come in front of our player game object. Okay, so let's do that. So let's go to script now. So first thing what we have to do, we need a we need to subtract this illusion which is distance, and you can see on top of our player position we just sorry, top of our current position of the background in the x-axis, we just adding this the illusion or this distance. So we're gonna get rid of that. Okay, so firstly we're gonna create a float temp, so we will get the current position. So let's go. So let's go to transform. Firstly going to camera, then transform, then position, then x, and we will multiply that 1 minus parallax effect. Okay, whatever we have multiplied, we're gonna subtract that. So 1 minus parallax effect. Okay, so and make sure you just close that up with semicolon. So basically we just moving over to this main camera, this transform, then accessing this x position, and we multiplying with that what 1 minus parallax effect. Okay, so basically whatever we multiplied, we just now subtracting that or removing that. So this is now a current position. Basically this is a normal position of the main camera. We just getting rid of our illusion. Okay, and now we're gonna check in the bottom if start pose. Okay, start pose is greater than sorry, if time, okay, if time is greater than start pose plus length. Okay, sorry, start pose plus length. Okay, if that is the case, if that is the case, so we just taking time, we do know that this is the current position. Okay, or this we just getting rid of illusion, so this will be the current or the actual one, and we checking if that is greater than start pose plus length. Start pose we do know means current basically background position in the x axis, and top of that we just adding the length. Okay, the size. Okay, and if that is greater than a 10, and we do know that 10 will be actual size or length, or the we just uh, removing our illusion. Okay, so if it's greater than start pose plus length, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna add start pose. Okay, and if it's not clear to you, I will have a video in the description, okay, about parallax effect. You can go and check that out, and if you want to understand parallax effect in more detail, you can request me to do that in the comment section. Okay, you are free to ask anything, any question. So I hope you getting the idea for now, but if you still have doubts, then you can check out my parallax video. Okay, in the description you can find that, or else you can request me to create about it in future. Okay, so for now we just gonna add start pose plus equal length. Okay, plus equal length. So control s, so but just taking the current position of background in the x, and top of that we just adding the length one more time if the time is greater than start pose plus length. Okay, so control s to save your code. Now let's move to Unity. We should able to see, and if it's not clear, you can just request me to create a video about parallax effect as well. Okay, so now let's hit this play button in the top and let's check it if it's working fine or not. So let's check that out. Okay, So we getting a weird, okay, weird behavior, something like that. So what we basically have to do, we're gonna go to bg1. Okay, so let's take this one and let's take it somewhere. You just have to match this up. Okay, so which is 24.0502, not 02. Just you have to play around with this. Or we did some mistake. Okay, so we're gonna put something like a lower number, 0.5, the plus 0.5, and we're gonna do this 0.01. Okay, so now if we take our bg1, so this one seems pretty okay. So we got the problem. So we're gonna do something like okay, you have to match up. Okay, okay, 24 seems pretty great. And what we're gonna do now, so I guess it's predefined. So let's hit this play button in the top one more time and let's check it. Just play around with it and you're gonna get hang of it. Okay, and if you are still have a doubt, so what you can do, I will have a video in the description, you can go and check that out. Okay, so we getting some, sorry, so we getting some error, so still we have to fix it. To fix the parallax effect, what we have to do, we need to go to the script. Instead of using this over here size then dot x, okay, dot x, we need to use this bounds, bounds dot size dot x. Okay, now it will fix, and make sure you just close that off with semicolon. So make sure you just go to sprite renderer component and use this dot bounds then dot size then dot x. Okay, and we stored the size in the x axis of that sprite in this length. Okay, and now control S to save your code and move to Unity, and let's hit this play button in the top, and you can put minus parallax effect value to move this background in the left side. Okay, so it will seems a little bit cool. Now we should able to see background will be looped seamlessly. Okay, as you can see, now we not seeing any weird behavior. So I hope you get the idea of this. So I'm gonna unplay. So before we do that, I'm gonna hit this pause button in the top and go to bg and bg2. You can put minus value, so as you can see I did over here, so that's why this background just going left. You can set to positive value, something like 0.05 or minus 0.05 to move it in the left direction. So I'm gonna unplay this now. So I hope you get the idea of this. Okay, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna drag the enemies. So I'm gonna go to project tab, then as sprites and enemy. I have over here, I have three enemies. So this is the first one. So we have all of the sprite sheet, as you can see, attack, fire, heart, ideal, jump, all of the. So I'm gonna select the ideal one. So let's select that, go over to inspector, click on sprite editor. Okay, as you can see, so we have multiple sprites, so we need to cut them off individually. Okay, so in order to cut them off, so let's select sprite mode to single to multiple, because we have more than one. And let's choose pixel per unit to a less number, something like 32, and then filter mode, choose point no filter, because this is an pixel art. Okay, after all doing all of these things, click on apply. Now we need to cut them, we have to cut them off individually. So in the top left you can see in sprite editor slice, so just click on that and click on slice, as you can see. And after doing this slice, or what else you can do, you can select automatic to grid by cell count and count how many columns and rows it has. So it has 3 6 7 columns, so we're gonna put 7 columns and 1 row. Okay, after doing that, click on slice and then click on apply right over here in the right, and let's go to scene. Now click on this arrow in that spreadsheet. As you can see, now it's cut it off individually. So I'm gonna select the first one. Okay, so let's select the first one and drag it right over here. So this is still seems pretty much small. So what we're gonna do, select the sprite sheet and make pixel per unit even more less. So we're gonna choose 16, and after doing that, click on apply. And now I guess it seems pretty good, so I'm gonna select that, and it seems pretty much big, so let's select that, and we're gonna choose something like 20 just to match up height with our player game object. So let's click on this apply, and now so still seems pretty big. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna drag it down. So I guess it's now pretty cool, and I'm gonna call this one, so I'm gonna drag it top of my hierarchy so I can see all the time, and let's call it something like enemy 1 or e1. So I'm gonna call it instead enemy 1. Okay, so let's call that. And what we're gonna do, what we're gonna do now, let's flip this character in the direction player is looking. So let's flip it. So in order to flip that, so go to sprite renderer, then flip. You can flip in the horizontally, which is x-axis, and vertically. So we're gonna check this x1, basically horizontally we want. So I'm gonna drag it. So now the enemy is looking in the direction player is going. Okay, and let's add some component. Firstly, obvious one, we're gonna add a rigid body for gravity, and the second thing, we're gonna add a box collider. So let's click on add component, select the game object first. Let's find over there rigid body 2D, and let's make the gravity scale something like, just click right over here. So let's make it something like 3, and collision detection, let's choose continuous, and we need to freeze the Z rotation of this enemy. If we don't do this, if we just go to transform rotation and play around with Z axis, it's gonna flip like this. So this seems pretty weird, so that's why. So let's set back to 0, and let's go to constraint and freeze the rotation about Z axis. Okay, so now it's fine, and let's add up one more component, which is box collider for collision detection. Okay, so let's click on this add component, and let's find box collider, and let's click on this edit collider and edit the collider as the size of our player enemy sprite. So we're gonna make the size something like this. Sorry, something like this. Now it seems pretty fine. Okay, so once you are done, we're gonna hit this play button in the top. Before we do that, I'm gonna make the player speed a little bit small, something like 1. Okay, something like 1. I'm going to drag it somewhere around here, something like point 1 is pretty fine. So now let's hit this play button in the top. We should able to see this enemy game object gonna fall down on top of this ground because of rigid body gravity, and it will land on this ground because of box collider. Okay, for collision detection. So let's check it. As you can see, indeed, but it's just staying basically it's just staying. So let's create our animation now. Okay, animation now. So I'm gonna go to console. Let's clear the console first. Sorry. And in order to create the animation, we do know that we need animation tab. So if you can find the animation tab, what you have to do, you need to go to window in the top, then animation you can find in the bottom, or the shortcut key you can see in the right section, which is control 6, and as well as this animator tab. So I have it over here, so I'm gonna drag it right over here. You can toggle it down anywhere you want, and make sure you just select the enemy 1 or the enemy game object, and then go to animation tab and click on this create button. Okay, So we're gonna go to assets, and in assets, as you can see, we have created an animation folder, as you can see right there. So let's open up by double clicking on it, and let's create a subfolder. So right click, okay, then a new folder, and let's call it animation. Okay, animation, and let's open up that subfolder as well by double clicking on it, and let's create another subfolder for our this first enemy or enemy one. So right click, new folder, let's call it something like e1 animation or enemy one animation, you can think of. So just hit enter to just create the folder. Let's double click that to open up that subfolder as well, and let's call this animation. So this will be our ideal one, so we're gonna call it something like enemy space ideal. Okay, ideal, and now it's created. So what we have to do, we need to drag all of the sprite in this animation tab. So make sure you just hit this record button and select the player game object to record our animation. So let's select all of this sprite by holding down shift and just move it over to this animation tab. Okay, and now if we hit this play button over here to play the animation, so it seems pretty quite fast. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna move it over to this frame sprite something like 30. Now if we hit this play button, it seems pretty quite good now. Okay, and once you done, so just click on this record button to capture the animation. Now we have our ideal animation. So if we select the enemy game object and move over to this animator tab, we can see enemy ideal animation just we created. And let's create other one, which is attack one. Okay, so it will attack our player game object. So let's find over here attack. So I have it over here. As you can see, we have to attack animation clip. So we're gonna choose both of these. Okay, so both of these attack and enemy will attack on our player game object, both of these. Okay, but it can be random. Okay, so let's select the first one, and let's go to inspector, click on sprite editor, and make sure you just select sprite mode to multiple for multiple sprite, and we're gonna choose pixel per unit to 20 as we did for our ideal. So do the same thing for the attack. Okay, so we're gonna choose 20 and filter mode to choose point of filter, and then click on apply, and then go to slice in the top left in sprite editor. Okay, and select automatic to grid by cell count and count how many columns and rows it has. So it has 4 columns and 1 row. Let's click on this slice and click on this apply all in over here. Let's now go to this scene and let's create. So let's select this enemy game object and go to animation tab and click right over here and click on create a new clip. Okay, and we will name this clip something like enemy space attack one. Okay, attack one or attack one, and let's click on this save, and now click on this arrow. Okay, and click on this record button or this and select the enemy game object, and then click on this red button to record our animation, and we need to drag the sprites right over here. So let's select all of the sprite by holding down shift, and let's move it over to animation tab and hit this play button to play our animation. So it seems pretty quite fast, so we're gonna move it over to 20. Now if we hit this play button, as you can see, it's now fine. Okay, it's fine, and click on this record to capture, and let's do create the attack too. So let's select this and just do the same thing as we did for all of the sprites of our enemy game object. Okay, so just do the thing, and let's cut them off for and click on apply and click on apply all, and now select the enemy game object and go to animation tab, click right over here, click on create new clip, and let's call this clip something like enemy space attack 2. Okay, attack 2 and attack 1. Let's click on save and click right over here in this sprite, and make sure you just click on this record button to record our animation. Let's select all of them, let's move it over here, let's move it to 20, and let's hit this play button. So now it seems pretty quite good. So let's click on this record button. Now we captured all of the animation that we need. Okay, now if we select this anime 1 and move over to animator tab, as you can see we have idle, attack 1 and attack 2. Okay, so I'm gonna move this animation tab in the bottom. Now we have created all of the animation that we need for our anime game object, and if we select this anime 1 game object and move to animator tab, this ideal animation clip will be played right after the game start, because as you can see it's selected by default, and if we hit this play button in the top, we should able to see this anime will play the ideal animation clip just right after the game start. Okay, so let's take it. As you can see, indeed anime just playing ideal animation clip over again and again and again. Okay, so as you can see, so I hope you get the idea. So I'm gonna unplay this now. So once the player is right over here, so this anime should play both of this attack animation clip, but it can be random. We're gonna this anime will play the random attack animation clip. Okay, and we our player game object needs to take damage. Okay, so I hope you get the idea of this or the logic. Okay, what we need to do now, we need to make transition between this state. As you can see, we have idle, attack and attack 2. Okay, so we need to make transition between this enemy state. So select the enemy first and move over to animator tab, and what we have to do, we're going to right click on idle and make transition to attack 1. Okay, basically make transition between these enemy states. Okay, and let's select this arrow, and we need to choose a condition in which condition we want to play this attack animation clip. Okay, attack 1. So select that and go over to inspector, and we're gonna untick this as exit time, because as soon as player is close enough, this enemy should play attack animation clip. Okay, and we're gonna choose transition duration to 0. Let's scroll down. Okay, as you can see condition and it says list is empty. So what we need to choose a condition. Okay, and that if that condition we're gonna trigger. Okay, so what we have to do, we're gonna go to animator tab. In the left side you can see parameters, so just click on that. Just go to that and click on this plus icon, and we're gonna choose this bool parameter, which can be true or false. Okay, let's call this one something like attack 1. Okay, attack 1, or attack 1, or instead of choosing this, we're gonna choose a trigger. So we're gonna remove this. So let's select that, right click and delete, and hit this plus icon, and let's select this trigger. Let's call this one attack 1. Okay, attack 1. Now let's select this arrow. Okay, from this idle to attack 1. So let's select that and go over to inspector, scroll down, and we're gonna choose that condition. So hit this plus icon, so we're gonna choose attack 1. So now if we hit this play button and if we try to trigger this attack 1 parameter, so this attack 1 animation clip will be played right away once we trigger this attack 1 parameter. So if I trigger, as you can see, attack animation just play attack 1, and it just playing over again and again, and we never going back to this ideal animation clip. Okay, so I'm gonna play this now. So we also need to go back to this ideal animation clip, and also we need to play this attack to animation clip as well. So right click on attack 1 and make transition, and make transition back to idle, and we're gonna hit this basically select this arrow, and we're gonna move over to inspector, and over there what we're gonna do, sorry, uh really sorry. Okay, I'm really sorry for that. So what we have to do, we're gonna choose this exit time to 1. 1 basically means 100%. Okay, so after playing attack 1 animation clip 100%, it will gonna go to this ideal animation clip, but we need to choose condition, and we're gonna set transition duration to 0, and scroll down. We're not gonna choose any condition for that, so it will go automatically after playing 100% animation clip of attack 1, and it will go back to this ideal. Okay, and what we're gonna do, we're gonna go to project tab. then animation assets, okay, and animation folder. Over there we created animation, so let's go there and let's select this anime one, and I'm gonna choose this attack one and go over to inspector. Over there you can see loop time, so we're gonna uncheck this. So make sure you just don't loop attack animation clip. So let's select this attack 2 as well, and I'm gonna uncheck this loop time. And now let's go to anime and let's go to animator tab. Now if we hit this play button in the top, we should able to see attack 1 animation clip will be played if we trigger this attack 1 parameter. Okay, it will play this attack 1 animation clip. So let's trigger. As you can see, it's played, and after playing 100% it's get automatically back to idle. Okay, so I'm gonna unplay this now. So we also need to make transition from this attack 1 to attack 2, as well as from idle to this attack. Basically we're gonna play a random attack animation clip once the player is close enough to our enemy game object. Okay, so let's do that. So let's right click on idle and make transition to attack 2. So let's select this arrow and let's untick has exit time. As soon as possible we're gonna play the attack animation clip, so that's why we just untick this has exit time, and we're gonna choose transition duration to 0. Let's scroll down and we need to choose a condition. So let's set a second condition for this attack 2 parameter or this attack 2 animation clip. So let's go to animator, let's hit this plus icon, let's select this trigger, and let's call this one attack 2. Okay, attack 2, and now select this and let's we're gonna choose that condition. So let's hit this plus icon. Instead of attack 1 we're gonna choose attack 2. Now we also need to go back to this idle animation clip after playing. So right click on attack 2 and make transition back to idle, and let's choose, and we're gonna put 100% of playing. Let's set this transition duration to 0, and we're not gonna choose any condition for going back to idle. So it's gonna go after playing 100% this attack to animation clip, it will go automatically to this idle animation clip. And also what we need to do, we need to make transition from this attack 1 to attack 2, as well as from this attack to attack 1. Basically we just want to play a random animation clip, so that's why we also need to make transition between these two animation states. So right click on attack 2 and we will select just gonna attach to this attack 1, and also right click on attack 1 and make transition to attack 2. So let's hit this arrow, and we're gonna go immediately. Okay, so we're gonna untick this as exit time. Sorry, we're gonna leave it because after playing attack 2 animation clip we want to play this attack 2. So we're gonna put exit time to 1. Okay, basically means 100%, and let's set transition duration to 0, and we need to choose a condition. So we're gonna choose attack 1. So we do know that if we trigger this attack 1 it will play this attack 1 animation clip, so that's why we're gonna choose this condition. So it'll hit this plus icon, we're gonna choose attack 1 and we're gonna do the same thing. So let's set this, basically select this arrow, we're gonna put exit time to 1, so it will play 100% animation clip of this attack 1, then it will go back to this attack 2. Okay, and we're gonna set transition duration to 0 and we will choose attack 2 parameter. Now if I clear the console and choose this animator and then select this anime game object, hit this plus hit this play button in the top, and let's take it. Basically let's try to manually trigger this parameter attack 1 and attack 2. We should able to see those animation clip will be played. So if I try the attack 1, as you can see attack 1 animation clip played, and if I trigger this attack 2, as you can see attack 2 animation just played. And after playing 100%, I'm gonna unplay this now. So after playing 100% of this animation clip attack 1 and attack 2, it's just going back to this idle automatically, because we have not chosen any condition for that. So that's why it's going back to idle automatically after playing 100% animation clip. So what we have to do now, we just gonna control or this parameter through our code. Okay, through our code we're gonna trigger this attack 1 and attack 2 parameters. Okay, to do so let's open up our play. Basically we need to create a script first, and then we're gonna do. So I already have created, so I'm gonna go to project tab, then assets, and I have it over here. To create a script, or what you have to do, select the enemy game object, then go to inspector, click on add component, and then new script. Name the script what you want, something like name it to enemy 1 or something like that, and then click on create and add. Okay, or what else you can do, you can go to project tab, then assets, right click on assets, then create C# script, name it to something like enemy 1 or something like that. So I already have it over here, so I'm gonna select this play enemy game object. Let's select that script and drag it to add component section, and double click that to open up in Visual Studio quickly. Just wait a minute, a little bit. So as you can see, by default we have start and update function. Okay, so what we need to make transition, we need a reference of this animator component. As you can see, once we created all of those animation, clip, attack, idle, this animator component added by default. Okay, so we need a reference of this animator component, then we can set this parameter going this animator, and we can trigger this parameter. So we need a reference of this animator component. Okay, so let's double click that. And what also we need a player. Basically we need player position, so we can keep track of where a player currently is, and if player is close enough, then we're gonna attack on this player game object. Okay, sorry, where is player game object, and if player a game object get close enough to this enemy game object, then enemy should play those animation clip. Okay, so we need player position. Basically if we select this player transform, we need player transform, which is responsible for position, rotation, and scale, as you can see right over here. So that's why we need player transform as well as this animator component. So let's double click that script to open up in Visual Studio, and let's remove these two namespaces in the top, we don't need it for now. And let's go to top of let's go inside our enemy class. So first thing, we need our player position, so let's make a public transform. Okay, transform means position, let's call it something like player position or player. And the second thing, we need animator, so let's make a public animator, let's call it animator. Okay, and close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity. So we need to assign those variable first. Okay, so in underneath our enemy script, we should able to see those field right away. So first thing, we're gonna see that our player transform, which will be by default empty, so just wait. So as you can see, player transform, it says none transform, basically empty. So what we have to do, so let's select this player and drag it right there. Now we have player transform in player position. And the second thing, we need animator, so let's select this animator and drag it right there. Now we have player position as well as animator component. Okay, now we can switch up those animations. So before we do that, let's basically check. Okay, so let's go to double click that to open up in Visual Studio. Let's go to update function. Okay, and we're gonna use a function, it's called physics 2D. Okay, physics 2D, physics 2D, or what else we can do, instead of doing this, we're gonna create a basically we're gonna use this if condition. Okay, so if, and we will use this if and make some curly brackets, first bracket and some curly brackets. So in this bit in this brackets we're gonna check. Okay, so we're gonna use this vector2 dot distance function, and this function right over here gonna take two position, and it's gonna compare between them. So firstly, we're gonna pass our player position, so let's pass player dot position, and the second position we're gonna pass our own position. So basically transform dot position means current position of the enemy, basically a current position of the enemy. Basically we just moving over to this transform, then accessing this position. Okay, and if the distance between them, okay, if vector2 dot distance, if the distance between them is lesser than or equal to some kind of range, something like attack range, so let's go to top of our class and let's make a variable for that. So let's make a public float. Make sure you just making it public so you can adjust it underneath your enemy script, so you don't need to go to the script and change the value again and again right over here. So let's call it something like attack range, and by default I'm gonna set it to something like 5f. Okay, and let's pass attack range right over here. So if the distance between our player position, okay, and enemy own position, if the distance, sorry, really sorry for that, so if the distance between our player position and enemy position, if the distance between them, if it's lesser than or equal to attack range, which by default we set 5. So if the distance between our and this enemy and this player is something like 5, lesser than or equal to 5, then this enemy should attack. Okay, so we're gonna create a attack function for that. So let's go to bottom of our class and let's make a attack function. So for function we're gonna type void, and we have to type the name the function and make first bracket and some curly brackets. Okay, make sure. So what we want to do inside this function, we want to attack. For now, let's print out a message in the console if it's working fine or not. Okay, so let's print out. So debug.log, and in quotation let's say something like enemy attack, and close that up with semicolon. So we also need to call this attack function. Okay, so over here we're checking if player position, enemy position, if it's lesser than or equal to this much of distance, then what we want, we're gonna call this attack function. And what attack function doing for now, it's just printing out the message in the console says enemy attack. Okay, so let's call it right over here. So let's call this attack and make first bracket, close that up with semicolon, control S to save your code. And now let's move to Unity. So just wait for to compile and we gonna able to see. So just wait for to compile, and when it's done, do the thing. Okay, so just wait for to compile now, and as you can see attack range, and we can make adjust it over here. We can set it to 10, we can set it to 1. I'm gonna leave with 5. But the problem is that if we are able to see, it would be nice. Okay, so to draw the attack range or the range, okay, so we're gonna use another function for that. So let's go to script once again, and let's go to bottom of our class, and we're gonna use this on draw gizmo selected. And you can put this function anywhere you want. You can write it over here. You don't need to arrange as I did myself. Okay, you don't need to follow along like this. You can move it anywhere you want. Okay, so this function void on draw gizmo selected, make sure you just type as I did over here, else it will not gonna work. And this is Unity inbuilt function. Basically you don't need to call it, it's called by Unity automatically, and it's just draw the thing we want to draw. So basically what we want to draw, we just want to draw a circle around this enemy position. And if the player just comes in with much of a radius, as we define it attack range, so we're gonna create a circle with this much of radius or this much of attack range. You can call it something like attack radius. So we're gonna crawl, and once the player inside of that, then that message just gonna pop up, because this player and the enemy position will be, the distance between will be lesser than or equal to this much of attack range or attack radius. So let's go to script now. To draw, we have to use this gizmos dot draw where sphere function. Okay, so draw where sphere function, and this function as a first argument, it will take the position from where you want to draw. So we're gonna pass center position of our enemy game object. So let's pass transform dot position means center position of our enemy, and the second thing it will take, so comma, second thing it will take the radius. So as a attack radius or radius, we're gonna pass this attack range, okay, as we define it, and make sure you just close that off with semicolon. But this will give us sorry, it's not gonna give us an error. So also you can change, you can just choose an color. So before we draw the circle, I just want to change the color, or I want a specific color. To change or to draw in a specific color, we have to use this gizmos dot color, and we will set equal to, you can set it to any color you like. So I'm gonna set color dot yellow, okay, color dot yellow, or you can set something like color dot red, it's totally up to you. So I'm gonna set something like color dot red, okay, close that up with semicolon, control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity. So we should able to see a circle will be drawn from our center position, enemy from center position of our enemy game object, with red color, with this much of radius or this much of attack range. So as you can see, it's drawn with this much of attack range, and we can adjust it over here. We can shrink it down, we can shrink it up, we can expand and shrink down. So I'm gonna set something like this much, I guess, and let's do it something like 3.5. 3.5. So 3.5 seems pretty good number, okay. And let's select the console in the bottom, and let's hit this play button in the top. So once the player game object gets inside of this attack range, or you can say the distance between our player and enemy, if it's get lesser than or equal to this much of attack range or attack radius, you can say that message should pop up in the console says attack, okay. So we should, as you can see, indeed that message just popping out. So I'm gonna unplay this now. Oh, okay, unplay this now. So instead of printing out message, what we want to play those attack animation clip. As you seen, if we select this enemy game object and move over to animator tab, we just made, as you can see, made this animation clip. So basically we need to make transition between them. So we do know that we have a reference of this animator component. So basically we need to trigger this attack 1 and attack 2 parameter through our code, and when we should basically play this animation clip. So let's go to script now, and let's go to attack. So instead of printing out message, we're gonna remove that. We're gonna go over to animator, or animator dot set trigger, and in quotation you have to pass the parameter name. So we're gonna pass something like attack 1. So instead of passing a specific one or triggering a specific one, we're gonna choose a random one, okay. To choose, we're gonna use this random dot range function, we do know, and this function is gonna take a two numbers, okay. So we're gonna pass as the first argument 0, and the second argument we're gonna pass 2, okay. And make sure you just close that up with semicolon. So this random dot range function is gonna pick up between 0 and 2. So it can pick up 0 and 1, but it will not pick up 2. So it can be random. So it's gonna pick up 0 and 1, but it can be random. So let's, whatever this random dot range function picks up, we're gonna store into a int variable. So let's store it. Let's call it int random attack, okay, random attack. Let's set equal to this. So this random attack right over here gonna be a random number, so it can be 0 and 1, because this random range function is gonna pick up a random one. And after that we're gonna check if random attack, a random attack, if it's equals to 0, so we're gonna do one thing, and if it's not equal to 0, else if it's something else, something it's pick up 1, so in that else condition we're gonna do some other thing. Basically we're gonna play another animation clip. So if random attack, if it's equals to 0, basically let's suppose this a random attack right over here, this random dot range function pick up 0, so this one right over here random attack over here will be 0, and over here we're checking. So if random attack is equals to 0, and we do know if this pick up 0, so this one right over here will be 0, so the condition over here getting true. So whatever we're gonna write in between these curly brackets, if condition, it will be execute. So if it's pick up 0, we're gonna play the first animation. So we're gonna go to animator, then dot see trigger function we have to use, and in brackets in quotation we have to pass the parameter name, and make sure you just go to Unity and make sure you just spell it correct, which is attack 1 right over here we can see, and make sure you just typing as we did in animator tab, and attack 2. So basically we just we're gonna pass attack 1. Okay, attack 1. But if this random attack over here becomes 1, so in that situation we're gonna play the second animation. So we're gonna go to that animator component once more time, and we will use this set trigger function, and this function it will take the ID or the parameter name in quotation. So let's pass attack 2. Okay, attack 2, and close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity. So we should able to see the random attack animation will be played. Okay, why? Because we just use random dot range function. So if it's this random attack, if it's becomes 0, then first animation just moving over to this animator component, and then we just triggering this first parameter. Okay, and we do know if we trigger this, it will play this attack animation clip, and if we trigger this attack to animation, so it will play this attack to animation clip. Okay, so let's check that out. So let's hit this play button in the top, and we should able to see a random attack animation will be played. It can be attack 2 or attack 1. Okay, but it can be a random. So let's check it. So let's get inside or get in attack range. We should able to see. So as you can see, random attack animation is just playing. Okay, random attack animation is playing, and it's playing over again and again, and it gets a stop at some point. So we need to basically what we have to do, we need to take damage. Okay, before we take damage, we need to give some health to our player game object, then we can take damage. Okay, so we need to make a attack function as well for it. Now let's create a attack function. Okay, attack function for taking damage. Okay, we will take a look on later of this player health. Before we do that, let's create a attack function in our enemy game object. Basically we already created a attack function, we're gonna create a damage function, something like that. So let's go to script now, and let's go to bottom of our class. Before this on draw gizmo selected, okay, you can move this function anywhere you want. It doesn't need to be in order. You can move it anywhere you want. So I'm and make sure you just make this one public. Why? I'm gonna explain. So make sure you just make this function public, because I want to call this function if we just move to Unity, okay, and select this enemy game object, then animator animation tab. Okay, and then click on the select this attack 1. Okay, so you can select right over here and move it something right over here. So this will be the perfect time to call, and in that function we're gonna define basically it's a player gonna take damage. So we're gonna call that function right over here. So what we have to do to call, so that's why we just making that public. Okay, so we're gonna call this function over here. To call it, we just have to click on this add event in animation tab right over here. You can see, just click, you have to click, and you have to call the function right over here. So that's why. So I'm gonna delete this for now, and let's go to script. Okay, and for function we have to type void. Let's call this one something like attack info. Okay, or I'm gonna call this one right over here. Instead of attack, I'm gonna call random attack animation, something like that. Okay, random attack animation, and let's just replace this attack to random attack animation, and close that up with semicolon. So it will play our animation clip. And we just made a function public void attack, and make sure you just make first bracket and some curly brackets. I just rename this function and name it something else, okay, to play animation. And we created a attack function right over here. Okay, so what we want to do inside this function, basically we're gonna draw a circle around this sword, okay, around this sword. And if that circle collides with this player game object, then player should take damage. Okay, so that's the thing. To create a circle, so let's go to script. To create a circle, we have to use this physics, okay, physics 2d dot overlap circle function, overlap circle. And this function over here, as a first argument, it will take the position from where you want to create the circle. And the second thing, it will take the radius of that circle. And the third thing, it will take the layer mask, basically which game object you want to target. So in our case, we want to target our player game object, so we need to assign this variable first. So let's make a comment by double slash, so it will not interrupt our code. And let's go to top of our class, okay, and let's go right over here. And let's first thing we need, so make sure you just make this public transform min position. And let's call this one something like attack point or attack position. Let's call it attack point instead. And the second thing, we need the radius of that circle, okay. So let's make a public float, so we can adjust in inspector. So that's why we made it this field public. And let's call this one attack radius, okay. And by default, I'm gonna set it to something like 0.5f, and close that up with semicolon. And the third thing, we need layer mask, basically which game object we want to target. And make sure you just making it make it public, so you can adjust through inspector. That will be layer mask. And let's call it something like target layer or attack layer. So I'm gonna call it attack layer. And let's close that up with semicolon, control S to save your code. We need to assign those variable first, so let's go to Unity now. So we should able to see those fields just gonna pop up underneath our enemy script. So first thing, we need a position from where we want to create the circle. So just wait, it will take a few moments. So this is our enemy. As you can see, the field just appears right over here. Sorry. So first thing, we can see attack point, it says none, basically empty. So let's create a attack point. So I'm gonna select this enemy game object first, and let's select a attack 1 or attack 2, and let's move it. So let's create a point right over here. So right click on this enemy 1 game object or this enemy, and let's create an empty child game object. And let's call this one attack point, okay. Let's call it one attack point. And let's select this move tool right over here, and let's move it somewhere around here. And you can select an icon for that. So let's go to inspector, click over here in this box, and let's select this icon. So from this attack point, we want to create the circle, okay. So that's why. So now let's select this enemy game object. Let's drag this attack point to attack point field, because we want to draw the circle, create the circle from this attack point, okay. And we have the radius, and we can adjust. And as a attack layer, we're gonna choose player, but we don't see any player. So what we have to do, we need to assign our player game object as a player layer. So select the player game object first, and okay, and go over to inspector. In the top right, you can see layer, and it says default. So just click on there and click on add layer, and hit and just name the layer what you want. So I'm gonna call it something like player. And so, and make sure you just go to this player game object one more time and assign this player as a player layer. So go to inspector, and layer, it says default. So let's just click on that, and let's assign it to player. Now we assigned this player game object as a player layer. And make sure you just go to overrides and then click on apply all. So this change will be also be saved in prefab, okay. So let's click on apply all. So now let's go to our enemy game object, and as you can see, attack layer, and it says nothing. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna choose our player. Now the circle will only gonna check for this player game object, or gonna damage this player game object. Okay, so now let's go to script and let's go to that function and let's remove these two slashes now. So as a first argument, we're gonna pass our attack point dot position. Make sure you just attack point and then dot position. Basically what we're doing, we just moving over to this attack point, then accessing this position. Okay, attack point dot position. And the second thing, it will take the radius, so let's pass our attack radius. Okay, attack radius. And the third thing, it will take the layer mark, so let's pass attack layer. And we do know as a attack layer we have chosen player, so this circle will only gonna check for player. Okay, and close that up with semicolon, so the sound comma. So we're gonna store this. Okay, so this circle will give us a true or false value depending upon if the circle is really colliding with this player game object or not. Basically if this circle collide with this player game object, so this function is gonna give us a true value or else it will give us a false value. Okay, so let's store into a collider 2D variable. So basically this is a collider. Okay, so basically this player game object gonna collide with this circle, so that's why we're gonna store into a collider 2D variable. So let's store this, let's call it collider 2D, and let's call it something like call info, or call, you can call it something like that, and let's set equal to this. So this call info can be right over here true or false depending upon if the circle is really basically colliding with this player game object or not. If it's, then this right over here will be true. Okay, else it will be false. So in the next line we're gonna check if call info is true. Okay, if it's equals to true, or you can leave it like this, it also means true, and make some curly brackets. So basically the circle is really colliding with this player game object, so in that situation this player should take damage. For now let's print out a message in the console, something like a player taking damage, something like that. So let's go to script now, and call info is true basically means the circle is really colliding with that player game object. Okay, so let's print out a message in the console. So debug.log, let's say in brackets, and make sure you just type quotation, and you can type whatever you want to say, something like I'm gonna say player enemy attacking on player. Okay, or player takes damage, something like that, damage, and close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity. Okay, let's move to Unity, and we should able to see. So just wait for to compile, and when it's done, do the thing. So if we select this player sorry, enemy game object, so it would be nice if we are able to see our this circle as well. Okay, so to draw the circle we do know that we have to use the same function. So let's go to script now, and make sure you just type right over here on draw gizmo selected. So let's go to down inside this function, and we want to draw a circle from this position. Okay, to draw the circle we do know that we have to use this gizmos dot draw where sphere function. Okay, and this function will take the position from where we want to draw. So we're gonna pass attack point. Okay, attack point dot position from where we want to draw the circle. And the second thing, we will pass our attack radius with how much radius we want to draw the circle, and close that up with semicolon. But this right over here gonna give us an error value. Okay, why? So if we move to Unity, and if you just haven't dragged this attack point to this attack point field, so we do know that this one over here will be empty, and over here what we doing, we just drawing the circle from that position attack point, and we do know that if you haven't dragged that right over here, this one will be empty. But this function is still trying to finding that attack point position and drawing the circle with this much of radius. But we do know that if you haven't dragged it yet there, so that's why this function give us an error, because it's not gonna able to find this attack position. Okay, because it will be empty, so that's why it will give us an error. Okay, so before we draw the circle, we're gonna check if we just drag it this attack point to this attack point field or not. We need to check that. So we will check if okay, if attack point is equals to null. Okay, if that is the case, so make some curly brackets. So what we want to do in so in that situation, what we want to do, we want to return, we should not draw. Basically, if attack point is equals to null, means this right over here is empty, basically says none. So in that situation, we have to stop drawing the circle from this position, because we don't have the position, or we haven't dragged this position to this right over here. So that's why. So we're gonna type right over here return. Okay, return, basically after return, and make sure you just close that up with semicolon. So after return, whatever line of code you write, it will not be execute. Okay, so this right over here, this line of code will be stop drawing or will stop running. So the circle will be stop drawing, and we can choose the color as well for that circle. We do know to change the color, we just have to go to gizmos dot color, and we can set any color we like. So I'm gonna set equal to color dot something like yellow, and let's close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code, and now let's move to Unity. So we should able to see a circle will be drawn from this attack point with this much of attack radius, and we can adjust the attack radius right over here. So that's why we made a variable, so we don't need to go to that script and change this value again and again. So I'm gonna increase the attack radius something like that. So before we do that, so let's select this animation tab, and let's choose this attack one, and just match up this with this much of radius. Just we have to match up with attack range. Okay, so basically we gonna adjust something, I guess this is fine. And what we have to do, we also need to call this attack function. We just made this right over here, we not calling anywhere. Okay, so where we want to call this attack function, we do know we're gonna call it through animation event. To call it through animation event, we're gonna move over to Unity, and select this enemy game object, and select this attack 1 or attack 2, select both of them. So we're gonna move something right over here, so this will be the perfect time. So just click over here in the left, it says add event, just click on that and select that, and go over to inspector, and it says no function selected. So just click on that, and we just created that function inside this enemy script. So we're gonna go to that enemy script, then methods basically mean function, and over there we created the attack function, as we can see right over here, and we made it public. So that's why we are able to see it right here. And make sure you just made that field or make that function public, so you can see right over here. So let's choose it. Okay, and we're gonna select the attack 2 function as well. So sorry, attack 2 animation clip, and we're gonna move it somewhere around here, so this will be the perfect time. So let's click on this add event right over here, and it says no function. So let's select go to enemy, methods means functions, and let's choose attack. Now we are ready to go. So let's select this console right over here, and let's hit this play button in the top. Now we should able to see that message just gonna pop up right away, says player takes damage, because we calling that attack function, and we do know that what attack function is doing. Firstly, it just creating a circle, and it's checking if that circle colliding with this enemy player, then player should take them. As you can see, indeed the message just getting pop up. So I'm gonna unplay this now. So as you can see, the message just gets pop up, says player takes damage. So instead of saying this message, we this player game object should take damage. So before it takes damage, we need to give some health to this our player game object. Okay, so I hope you get the idea of this. Let's do the same thing for our player game object. So player will attack on this enemy game object. So let's do that thing. Okay, so let's open up player script, or what else you can do, you can create a separate script for attack, okay, into your player game object. But I'm gonna go with player script. So let's double click that to open up in Visual Studio. So let's create a attack function. So I have created a attack function right over here. Okay, so let's call it something like another something like attack animation. Let's call this function as something else. Okay, so let's call it, and make sure you just change it or calling the same function. Okay, I just renamed this function attack animation it's just playing our attack animation clip. It's not attacking at all to our basically on enemy game object. So let's create a attack function now. So let's go to down over here. You can do it anywhere in your script, it's totally up to you. So make sure you just making it public as we did for our enemy. So we're gonna implement the same thing in here as well. So let's call this one attack. Oh, okay, and make some curly brackets. So we do know that physics 2D function we're gonna use, and this physics 2D dot overlap circle, just do the same thing as we did in our enemy attack game object. So make first bracket. Okay, so let's close that up with semicolon. Let's make a comment for now. Let's go to top of our class. So first thing, we need a position from where we want to create the circle. Okay, so let's create a public transform means position. Let's call, sorry, not transparency, it will be transform. Let's call this one attack point. And the second thing, we need a radius. So let's create a public float. Let's call this one attack radius. Okay, attack radius, and by default I'm gonna set it to 1f or 1 unit. And the third thing, it will take the layer mask, basically which game object we want to target. So let's create a public layer mask. Let's call this one attack layer. Okay, attack layer. And now let's go to our over here. Let's remove these two slashes. So as a first argument, we're gonna pass our attack point dot position, and the second thing, we will pass our attack radius, and the third thing, we will pass our attack layer. So this right over here, this can be true or false depending upon the circle is really colliding with that enemy game object or not. We're gonna choose as a attack layer our enemy game object. So we need to assign our enemy as a enemy layer. Okay, before we do that, let's store into a collider 2D variable this thing, and let's call it something like hit info or hit. Let's set equal to this, and if hit is true, okay, sorry, if hit is equals to true, if that is the case, so make some curly brackets, means the circle is really colliding with our play enemy game object. So in that situation, enemy should take damage. For now, let's print out a message. So let's type debug.log, make first bracket and quotation. Let's say enemy should take damage. Okay, take damage, sorry, damage, and close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code. And now let's move to Unity. We make sure you have to create Control S and just go to Unity. Make sure you just create a attack point. So we're gonna create a attack point in our player game object. So from that point, we will create a circle around our attack range of our player game object, and if that circle collide with this enemy, then enemy should take damage. Okay, so if I now select this player game object, so let's right click on player game object. Let's create an empty child game object. Let's call this one attack point, and let's select an icon for that. So let's go to inspector, click right over here. Let's select an icon. So I'm going to select this. Let's select move tool right over here. Let's move it some around here. Okay, now let's select this player game object. Let's go to animation tab, and then let's select this attack, and let's match up. So I guess attack point should be right over here. So from that point, we're gonna create the circle, and if that circle collide with this enemy, then enemy should take damage. Okay, so we're gonna take our this attack point. Let's move it somewhere around here. Okay, so this is pretty fine. From here, we want to create the circle. So now let's go to player game object. Let's drag this attack point to attack point field, and as a attack radius, we have chosen by default 1, and attack layer, it says nothing, so we're gonna choose enemy layer. Okay, basically we want to target these enemy game objects. So in order to do it, let's assign this enemy game object as a enemy layer. So let's select this enemy, go over to inspector. In the top right, you can see layer, and it says default. Just click on that and click on add layer, and name the layer what you want. Let's call it something like enemy, and save it. Let's go to that enemy game object one more time, and let's assign this enemy as an enemy layer. Okay, and now So I am just gonna do it no this game object only, basically this enemy game object, not the child one we doing inside. Okay, so now we assigned this enemy as a enemy layer. So now let's go to player game object, and attack layer it says nothing, so let's choose enemy. So this circle will only gonna check for this enemy, but the problem is that we not able to see the circle we created. So in order to see if we do know, we're gonna use another function for it. So let's go to our player script by double clicking on it, and let's go to bottom of our player class or script, and let's use this on draw gizmo selected function. And we do know that this function right over here will draw the circle. Okay, it will draw the circle, whatever we want to draw it will draw. So in order to draw, we're gonna use this gizmos dot draw where sphere function. Okay, and we do know that this function as a first argument will take the position from where we want to draw. So let's pass our attack point dot position, and the second thing radius, so let's pass attack radius. Okay, and right over here it will give us an error. We do know that if you haven't dragged this attack point to this attack point field, so this one right over here will be empty, basically says none, means empty. So over here we this function will try to find this attack position, but it's not gonna able to find it if you just haven't dragged that to attack point, it will be empty. But this function will still try to find that position, so that's why it will give us an error, it's not gonna able to find that. So before we draw the circle, we're gonna check. So if attack point, okay, attack point if it's equals to null, basically means empty. If that is the case, so make some curly brackets. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna type return, and we do know that after return, whatever line of code you write, it will not be run. So this right over here will stop drawing our circle. Okay, and we can choose our color for so let's choose gizmos. So we're gonna set gizmos dot color equal to color dot something like let's choose red or yellow. I'm gonna choose yellow. Okay, and close that up with semicolon, control S to save your code. And now let's move to Unity. Okay, make just so it will take a few moments for compiling our script. And uh, once it's done, we're gonna able to see our circle. Okay, so just wait for to compile, and it's gonna take a few moments. So now we should, as you can see, we are able to see. So I'm gonna go to let's select this player attack animation clip right over here in animation tip, and let's move it right over here. So as you can see, so we need to match the radius as the attack range of our player. Okay, so let's increase the radius something to match up this sort. So I guess it's fine now. And once it's done, we also need to call that attack function. As you can see, if we go to script over here, we just created and we're not calling anywhere. Okay, so we're gonna call this through animation event as we did for our anime game object. So let's go to animation Unity, and let's something right over here. So let's click on this add event. In the left side you're gonna find in animation tab, so click on that and go over to inspector, and it says no function selected, so just click on it. And we created the function inside our player script, so let's go to that, and methods means function, and let's choose this attack function. Basically we just calling this attack function. And what attack function is doing, firstly it's just creating the circle. Okay, and if that circle already colliding with this enemy game object, this enemy, then what we're doing, we just printing out the message in the console says the enemy should take damage. Okay, so that's the thing. And make sure you just go to player game object, go over to inspector and click on overrides and click on apply all. So all of the changes we did in our player game object will also gonna be saved in a prefab of our player game object. Okay, so that's the thing. So let's click on this apply all. It will change in the prefab as well as the properties we set in inspector right over here. Okay, so now it's fine. So I'm gonna go and what we have to do, we're gonna make a prefab of this enemy as well. So if we lost from this scene view or from this hierarchy, we won't able to restore it. We need to work from scratch. So that's why we're gonna select this enemy. Basically select this enemy, go to project tab, then assets, and create a prefab folder. So I have it over here. So I'm gonna select this enemy and let's drag it right there. Now it's turned blue. Now if I delete from the scene view, as you can see, it's gone. Okay, now but I can just drag that game object from that folder. So let's select that and drag it to scene view or hierarchy, and you make sure you just drag it the transform. As you can see, player, and it says none, basically empty. So we're gonna select this player and drag it right there. Okay, and we have animator and all of the things is okay. I'm gonna open up the play anime script for now. Okay, so let's go to anime script. So over here we're just printing out message says player takes damage. Okay, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna make a comment for now and control S. We don't want to print out any message, basically this right over here, player taking damage. So we just made it comment. So control S to save your code, and now let's move to Unity. Okay, so it will take a few moments for compiling our script, and once it's done, when we just attack on this enemy game object, that message just gonna pop up what we typed right there. So if I go as we just type enemy should take damage. So let's go to script now. Let's select the console in the bottom. Let's hit this play button in the top. We should able to see that message just gonna pop up right away once we attack on this enemy game object. Okay, enemy game object, and as you can see, so as you can see, once we attack enemy should take damage. So I'm gonna hit this pause button in the top. That message just getting pop up. So instead of popping up message, what we want to do, we want to basically want to destroy this enemy game object. So before we destroy, we're gonna give some health to this enemy game object. So I'm gonna unplay this now, and let's open up our enemy script by double clicking on it, or you can create a separate script for that. So let's go to top of our class. Okay, and let's create a public int, and let's call this one something like max health. Okay, max health, and by default I'm gonna give something like 2 unit, and make sure you just close that off with some colon. And we made it public so we can adjust it over here, so we don't need to go to the script and just set the max health. Okay, and by default we gave it 2, and we're gonna create a function for taking damage. So let's go to bottom of our class somewhere around here, and make sure you just making it public, because we want to call this function from another class or script. So that's why we made it public, and for function we have to type void. Let's call this one take damage. Okay, take damage, and it's gonna take an argument. So we're gonna pass int damage, and let's close that off with basically make some curly brackets. So what we want to do inside this function, and let me explain about this parameter we pass. Okay, so we're gonna subtract from this max health. Okay, max health minus equal this damage parameter. Okay, let's suppose as a damage parameter we pass 1. Okay, and max health, and if we call this function for the first time, we do know that by default we have given max health is 2, and as a damage parameter let's assume we pass 1. So right over here max health is 2, so 2 minus 1 will be 1. And if we call this function, this take damage function, for the second time or next time, so max health is now 1, and 1 minus 1 right over here will be 0. So somehow our max health of our enemy game object will hit 0. So in that situation we're gonna destroy our enemy game object right away. Okay, so before we do that, and let's suppose max health is already 0, and if we call this function right over here, so 0 minus 1 right over here will be minus 1. Okay, so it will go to negative value. So before we subtract, we need to check if the max health is already 0 or not. So we're gonna check. So before we subtract, we will check if max health, okay, max health is lesser than or equal to 0. In that situation we need to stop subtracting. So we're gonna let's make some curly brackets. Okay, so we're gonna type return, sorry, we have to do it over here. So we're gonna type return, and make sure you just close that off with semicolon. And we do know that after return, whatever line of code you write, it will not be executed. So the max health will stack at 0. Once the max health it hits 0, so this will be stop calling. So that's why max health gonna stack at 0. But when we call this function, this function will do the thing. It will subtract from our max health by this much damage unit. But as a damage parameter, you can pass any number you want. So I'm gonna pass 1. Let's suppose you pass 2, and we do know, and if we call this function for the first time, and if you as a damage parameter you pass 2, we just assuming, then max health we already have 2. So 2 minus 2 will be 0. So right away, once one attack, enemy just losing all of his health. But as a damage parameter, you can pass any number you want. So let's create a div function as well. So let's go to bottom of our class, and let's make a div function. And it doesn't need to call, basically we're not gonna call this function from another class. So that's why we're gonna make it private, private something like this. Or you can just type void and the name of the function you want. So I'm gonna call it something like die, make first bracket and some curly brackets. So we're not assigning something like private and public. By default it will be assigned as private. Okay, and in die function, what we're gonna do for now, let's print out a message. Something says like enemy dies. Okay, so let's print out message. So debug.log, in quotation let's say enemy dies, sorry, enemy enemy dies. Okay, enemy dies, and let's close that up with some colon. And we're gonna call this function, but when where we gonna call, we're gonna go to top of our update function. Okay, and we do know that update function runs every single frame, so this will be perfect time to call. So every single frame we need to check our max health is already 0 or not. So we're gonna check it right over here. So if max health, okay, max health is lesser than or equal to 0, means enemy just loses all of his health. So make some curly brackets. So basically enemy don't have any health right now. So let's call this die function, and make first bracket, close that up with semicolon. And what die function is doing, once the enemy loses all of his health, basically max health is now 0 or equal to 0. So we just calling this die function. And what die function is doing, it just printing out the message in the console says enemy dies. Okay, and I hope you get the idea now. So Control S to save your code. And now let's move to Unity. But we also need to call that take damage function. And if we call this take damage function from our this enemy class, then enemy will take damage. Okay, we're not calling anywhere, so this enemy not gonna take any damage at all. Okay, and as you can see, max health by default we have given 2. You can give any value you like, it's totally up to you. So I'm gonna leave with 2, and I'm gonna open up the player script. So let's double click that, open up our player script. So over here, as you can see, we just printing out as says enemy should take damage. Okay, so if it is true, basically if this circle of our player game object colliding with this enemy while the player is attacking, then we need to call that take damage function in our enemy script. And we do know what take damage function is doing. It's just subtracting from this our enemy game object max health. Okay, subtracting from max health of this enemy game object. So let's call it right there. So instead of printing out message, we're gonna call that take damage function inside of that enemy script or enemy class. So in order to call it, we're gonna use this find object of type function. Okay, sorry, not function, find object, sorry, it's not find object of or what else you can do, we're gonna call it something like hit. Okay, hit dot get component, and the component we're looking for is enemy. Okay, and make some this first bracket, and let's dot call that take damage function. And as a damage parameter you can pass to 1, so I'm gonna pass 1, so it will subtract 1 unit. And if you pass right over here to write one attack right away, enemy game object will be destroyed, because we do know enemy health by default we set 2, or we have given 2. Okay, but I'm gonna do it 1, so it will subtract by 1 unit. And make sure you just close that off with semicolon. So what we doing over here, let me explain one more time. We're just going to hit. Okay, hit basically whatever we collided with, we're going to hit, then getting the component we're looking for is this enemy. So if this circle right over here colliding with this enemy game object, then we just going to this enemy game object, and we just trying to get this enemy script. And we do know that we attach this enemy script to this enemy game object, so we just getting this enemy script component. And in there we created, if I double clicking on it, we created this take damage function, as you can see. So we just calling this take damage function. Okay, and what take damage function is doing, it's just subtracting 1 unit every single frame. But as a damage parameter you can pass 2, so if you just pass 2, so max health is 2, so 2 minus 2 will be 0. So right away enemy game object will lose all of his health. But as we pass 1, so it will subtract 1, so 2 minus 1 will be 1 for the first time. And if we just attack second time, so this max health is now 1, so 1 minus 1 will be 0, so it will lose all of his health. So now let's go to our player script, and make sure you just press down Ctrl S to save your code. And now let's move to Unity. So we should able to see that once we attack 2 times on this enemy game object, that die function will call. Okay, basically once we loses all of our health, we just calling that die function, and die function just printing out the message in the console says enemy dies. Okay, so let's check it. So let's hit this play button in the top, and let's check it. So just wait for to compile, and once it's done, let's check that. So we should able to see, uh, and if I shoot and 1 and 2, as you can see the message just getting pop up in the console says enemy dies. So I'm gonna unplay this. So instead of printing out message, what we're gonna do, we're gonna destroy this enemy game object right away. And after destroying, we're gonna show some particle effect or some like explosion effect. Okay, so if I go to project tab, a project tab, then sprite I have over here. I'm gonna leave a link in the description of this explosion sprite. You also can check that out. So I'm gonna select this one. Okay, and go over to inspector and click on sprite editor. As you can see, I will have a link in the description, you can go and check that out. Okay, so we need to cut them off individually. So we need to select this sprite mode right over here to multiple, because we have more than one sprite. And we're gonna choose pixel per unit to something like 16. And let's go to filter mode, and we're gonna choose point of filter, because this is an pixel art. And after doing all of these things, click on this apply button. Okay, so it will apply. And let's go to top left of our sprite editor, click on this slice, and you just select automatic to grid by cell count, and count how many columns and rows it has. It has 4 8 and 12 13, so 13 columns. Let's put 13 column, sorry, not 13, I guess 12. Okay, so 12 columns and 1 row. So just leave, and let's click on this slice and click on apply over here. So now it's split it up individually. So let's select this in tab one more time, and let's click right over here in this arrow. Now as you can see, it's split it up. So I'm gonna drag the first one. So it seems pretty big. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select the sprite sheet and let's make it something like 25. Okay, 25, and let's now click on this apply all, just match up. Now I guess fine. So I'm gonna take this and let's drag it in the top of my hierarchy, and let's call it something like explosion. Okay, explosion, explosion effect or explosion, it's totally up to you. So select all of the sprite by holding down shift. Okay, all of this individual sprite, and just drag it to top of this game object. Okay, top of this game object, and we're gonna go to assets, and in assets we created this animation folder. So let's go to that and let's create a subfolder. So right click, new folder, let's call it something like staff animation, something like that, staff animation. Let's open that up quickly, that subfolder, and let's call this animation to something like explosion effect. Okay, explosion effect, and just click on this save. Now it will create the animation right away, so we don't need to select this animation tab and drag individually one by one. So this is the pretty quick and fast way to do animation. So if I select this explosion now and go to animation tab and hit this play button, as you can see, indeed animation is playing. Okay, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna go to project tab, then assets, then animation, and we created a staff animation. So let's go there, and we have the explosion animation right over here. So let's click on that, and let's go over to inspector, and it says loop time. So we don't want to loop this animation clip, okay, this explosion. So that's why we're gonna uncheck, and make sure you just select this explosion and make a prefab. Okay, so wherever we want, we can instantiate or spawn. So I'm gonna go to assets, then prefabs, and let's select this explosion and drag it right there. And I'm gonna delete in from this scene view now. I don't want it. Once the enemy just destroy right after, I'm gonna instantiate or spawn this explosion, and explosion effect will do the thing, which is exploding, basically playing the explosion effect animation. Okay, so I'm gonna delete this now, and let's open up our anime script by double clicking on it, and let's go to type function. Over here we just printing out the message. So instead of printing out message, what we're gonna do, we're gonna destroy the game object. So to destroy, we have to use this destroy function, and this function will take the game object we want to destroy. So we're gonna pass this dot game object, basically means a enemy game object itself, and make sure you just close that off with semicolon. And before we basically destroy, we're gonna show that animation effect or the explosion effect as you seen. Okay, to spawn or instantiate, we have to use this instantiate function, and instantiate function will take the game object you want to instantiate. So in our case, or spawn that explosion effect, so we need a reference. So let's go to top of our class, and let's make a right over here underneath help, let's make a public, that is the game object itself. So we have to type, and let's call it something like explosion prefab. Okay, prefab, and close that up with semicolon. Now let's go there instance. So we're gonna pass as a first argument explosion prefab, and the second thing, it will take the position. So we're gonna pass transform dot position, means current position of our enemy, and the third thing, it will take the rotation. Okay, so we're gonna pass quaternion dot identity, basically means no rotation, and make sure you just close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity. So we should able to see an empty field will pop up underneath our max health, and it will be explosion prefab. By default it will be empty. So what we need to drag the explosion we created recently, and we just turn it into a prefab. So as you can see, explosion prefab, and it says none. So we're gonna select this explosion, and let's drag it into that. Okay, so now I'm gonna clear the console for now. Let's hit this play button. Once the enemy loses all of his health, this explosion effect will be spawned, or that will be pop up right away, and it will play the explosion effect of okay, as we seen. So let's check that out. So let's just attack two times, one and two. As you seen, that effect just pop up, but the problem is that if I hit this pause button in the top, still that explosion clone is staying on our scene view or in hierarchy. So after some time, after playing the whole animation clip of this explosion effect, we need to delete this explosion effect as well, so the game or the hierarchy will be clean, and our game will not gonna hold too many game objects, so it will be clean and crystal clear. Okay, so that's why, so we're gonna delete. So I'm gonna unplay this, and if I open up the explosion by double clicking on it into that prefab folder, okay, and go over to animation, and over here we can see after point 10, basically after something like 0.50 seconds, 0.50 second, it's just playing the whole animation clip. So after 0.50 seconds, so this overwrite over here means 1 second, so 0.50 second we're gonna destroy this after playing whole animation clip of explosion. Okay, so let's go to script. So over here, as we can see, we just instantiated or spawn it. So let's store into another game object. Basically this explosion effect we spawn it or instantiate, let's store that into another game object. So let's call this one game object, let's call it something like tame explosion effect. Okay, tame explosion effect, something like that, equal to this. So firstly we instantiated this explosion prefab at this point with no rotation, as you can see, and then whatever we instantiated, basically we instantiated this explosion prefab, then we storing this explosion prefab into this tame explosion effect game object. Okay, so basically in container we just put this explosion. Okay, now we also need to delete this container or wherever we store it. To destroy, we do know that we have to use this destroy function, so it will take the game object we want to destroy. So we're gonna pass tame explosion effect. Okay, and the second thing we're gonna pass the time. So 0.5 basically means 50 0.50 second, it's just completing the whole animation clip, so that's why we just type 0.5. So this after this much of time, this game object will be destroyed. Okay, so I'm gonna pass something like 0.501, okay, something like that, and make sure you just close that off with semicolon, control S to save your code and move to Unity. So after that much of time, that explosion whatever we instantiated that explosion prefab, so after that amount of time it will be destroyed right away. So let's check it, let's check that out. So let's so now let's hit this play button in the top and let's check it. We should able to see it's gonna destroy after that much of time. Okay, so just wait and let's see. So 1 and 2, okay, explosion. As you can see, if I hit this pause button, we cannot able to see the explosion prefab whatever we instantiate in hierarchy, as well as in this scene view we are not able to see. So after that much of time, it's just getting destroyed as well. Okay, so I hope you get the idea. So I'm gonna unplay this now. As you can see, I have enemy 3 right over here. Just do the thing as we did for our first enemy. Add some components, rigid body, animator, sorry, box collider, and the enemy script. Okay, I have done, I just created 3 enemies. If I go to project tab, okay, then prefabs, I have over here enemy 1, enemy 2, and enemy 3. So just do the thing as we did for the first enemy. Okay, do the things with all of them. So I'm gonna delete the first enemy. Okay, and if I open up the player script, I just created a take damage function. Okay, firstly I have given a value or health, some health to our player game object, as you can see right over here, and I just created a take damage function which does as the same our enemy, and we created a take damage function inside of our enemy script as you seen. Okay, and we do know that what take damage function is doing, it just subtracting from our max health by this amount of damage. As a damage parameter I just pass one. If I just go to enemy script, okay, or class, over here as you can see, or basically if this circle, if I select this enemy game object, so if this circle collide with this player game object, then we just calling right over here this take damage function of our player game object. Okay, and once the player loses all of his health, and the player game object should destroy. Okay, so if we go to player script now, we created I just created a die function. In that I just printing out the message in the console says player died. Okay, so let's check it. So I'm gonna select the console in the bottom, so let's hit this play button in the top and let's check it. Okay, once the player loses all of his health, that message just gonna pop up right away says player died. Okay, if I select this player game object, and you can give any value you like, so I have given 3. So let's 3 times if our enemy attacks. So as you can see, if I hit this pause button in the top, and the player diet message just get pop up. Okay, so instead of saying player diet, what we want to destroy this player game object right away. Okay, right away we want to destroy our player game object. So what are we gonna do? We're gonna open up the player script. So instead of printing them out message, so I'm gonna leave this. After printing out message, I just want to destroy our player game object. Okay, so for destroy, we do know that we're gonna use this destroy function, and destroy function will take the game object in you want to destroy. So we're gonna pass this dot game object, basically a player game object itself. Okay, and make sure you just close that up with semicolon. And what we're gonna do before we destroy, we're gonna show that effect. Okay, that explosion effect as you seen and as we did in our enemy game object. So we're gonna do the same thing. So let's go over here. So before we destroy, we're gonna instantiate or spawn. So first thing, it will take the explosion effect, sorry, the game object you want to spawn. So in our case, the explosion effect. So let's make a comment for now, and let's go to top of our class. Okay, so first thing we need the game object or the explosion effect. So let's make a public game object. Let's call something like explosion effect or explosion prefab. It's effect prefab, something like that, and close that up with semicolon. And now let's go to over here. Okay, so let's remove these 2 slashes. So first, as a first argument, we're gonna pass explosion effect prefab. Okay, and the second thing, it will take the position. So we're gonna pass transform dot position, means current position of our player or center position of our player. And the third thing, it will take the rotation. So we're gonna pass quaternion dot identity, basically means no rotation, and close that up with semicolon. And we also need to destroy this explosion effect. Okay, so we just spawned that explosion, and we also need to destroy that explosion after some period of time, basically after playing whole explosion effect animation. Okay, so destroy, firstly let's put it into another game object or container. So this will be a game object. Okay, sorry, game object. Let's call it something like tame effect, and let's set equal to this. Firstly, we instantiated this explosion effect prefab at this point, means center position of our player with no rotation. And after instantiating or spawned that explosion, we storing that explosion whatever we instantiated into this tame effect. Basically you can say this is a container. So basically we just putting that into this container. So we also need to delete this container wherever we store it. Okay, after some period of time. So we're gonna destroy. So to destroy, we have to use this destroy function, and we know it will take the game object you want to destroy. So we're gonna pass tame effect or the container. And the second thing, you can specify the time. So comma, So we do know after 0.501 second it's just destroying or completing the whole explosion effect animation. So after that amount time we need to destroy, so we're gonna pass 0.501 f or zero point 0.5 if you can say like zero point 0.5. It's close to our 1 second, and make sure you just close that up with semicolon, control s to save your code, and go to Unity, and make sure you just drag it the explosion right over here, explosion effect prefab, and by default it will be empty. So what we have to do, we need to drag the explosion effect we created, okay, we need to drag right there. So just wait for to compile, and it will take a moment. As you can see, explosion effect prefab, and it says none, basically empty. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna go to project tab, then prefab, where we just made it prefab. So explosion over here we have. So let's select the player game object one more time, and let's select this one and drag it right there. Now if we hit this play button in the top now, that player game object will be destroyed right after taking 3 damages from enemy game object, and that explosion effect will be spawned, or that will be basically just gonna pop up, or the explosion effect will go, we will able to see. Okay, so as you can see indeed, but the problem is that if I go to console now, we just getting an error message just popping out again and again, and just going on. Problem is that, so if I unplay this, basically if I just out of play mode, over here if we double click on this error, and it will redirect to our script. So as you can see right over here, target position, basically our main camera. So this is our follow script, and over here we just finding our player position in the x-axis. But we do know once we destroy this player game object completely in our scene view or hierarchy, it will not be anymore in our level. So but over here we still trying to finding player position in the x-axis, and we do know that player has been destroyed by now, but we still trying to find that position. So that's why we getting error, because it's not able to find the player position in the x-axis. Okay, so that's why we're gonna create a script, and that script just gonna make sure if the player is still alive in the scene view, or if basically if the player still have some health, then it will keep track of the game is really active or not. Basically once the enemy get once the player game object gets totally destroyed or loses all of his health, then we need to end our game. Okay, so for that we're gonna create a script. So let's clear the console. Now let's go to project tab, then assets, right click on assets, then create a C# script, name it to something like game manager, something like that. I already created right over I have, and you can attach this script to any game object of your hierarchy, but I'm gonna create a separate game object for that. Before we do, let's make a clean, or let's clean our hierarchy a little bit. So let's create an empty game object. So right click, create empty game object. Let's call this one something like bg holder, or you can say background holder. Okay, and we're gonna go to transform, right click and reset the transform, and make sure you just select both of this background and just place top of this bg holder, basically make a child. Now if I we can collapse it at once by clicking right over here. As you can see now it's lot more cleaner. Okay, and what we're gonna do now, we're gonna create an empty game object. So let's go to hierarchy one more time, hit this plus icon or right click, then create empty game object. Let's call this one a game manager as the script name. Okay, as the script name, let's go to transform, right click and reset the transform, and I'm gonna select an icon for that, something like this yellow or this red, something like that. Okay, and now select this script and drag it to add component section, basically attach that. Okay, and double click that to open up in Visual Studio. So let's remove this start function, and also these two namespaces in the top, we don't need it for now. Okay, instead what we're gonna do, we're gonna create a bool parameter. Okay, so it can be true or false. Basically it will check if our player game object is still alive or not. If the player loses all of his health, then we need to set it, we're gonna set it to false, else we will set it to true. So let's make a public Okay, make sure you just make it public so we can see or inspect this parameter through another class or script. Okay, and that will be bool, or bool can be true or false, and we have to name the parameter. Let's call it something like is game active, and by default I'm gonna set it to true. Okay, set it to true, and I'm gonna remove this update function as well, we don't need it. Okay, so this is game active parameter, this we're gonna set it to false once the player loses all of his health. Okay, so we created a bool parameter is game active, so this can be set it to true or false, and by default we have set it to true. Okay, and once the player loses all of his health, we're gonna set this is game active parameter to false. Okay, so make sure Control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity and let's open up our player script. Or what else you can do, you can go to directly player script right over here, and over here as you can see we destroying player game object. Basically player loses all of his health. As you can see, if we go to top of our update function, if the max health of our player game object, if it's lesser than or equal to 0, means player don't have any health, then we calling this die function, and die function doing rest of the thing. It's firstly it's just it's just printing out a message. Okay, over here as you can see player tag, and it just showing explosion effect, and after that we destroying the game object right away. So before we destroy our player game object, we're gonna use this find object of type. Okay, find object of type and make these arrows, and into arrows we're gonna pass the script name. So in our case we're gonna pass this game manager. Okay, and make sure you just make this first bracket. Okay, and dot, and over there we created a parameter called is game active. So let's access that, and we will set this value to something false. Okay, so player loses all of his health, so we calling this type function. So firstly what we doing, we just finding a object. Basically in our case this is a script object, so basically we just moving over to this game manager script. Okay, then accessing this is game active parameter, and then we setting this is game active parameter to false. Okay, right over here as you can see, when we set it once the player loses all of his health, then we calling the die function, and then we doing this thing. Basically we just going over to that game manager script. Okay, and then accessing that parameter which is game active, and we're setting it to false as you can see right over here. Okay, so now Control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity. So make sure you just press down Control S to save your code and go to Unity, and it will take a few moments. Okay, and by default as you can see right over here, this is game active parameter is checked, basically true. And now what we're gonna do, if we hit this play button, and once the player loses all of his health, you're gonna able to see this game is game active parameter will be unchecked, basically false. Okay, so let's see that. So just wait. Play if a player have 3 health, 1 2 and 3, as you can see player get destroyed, and this is game active parameter basically get unchecked. Okay, but if we go to console tab, the message is still getting pop up multiple times. So I'm gonna unplay this. So in that situation what we gonna do, let's double click that. So over here we finding the player position, and we do know once we destroy our player game object, it will not able to in our scene view, so the player game object get destroyed. So before we find the X position, player X position, we need to check. Okay, so before we do that, we're gonna check if firstly we're gonna go to find object of type we have gonna use, and into arrows we're gonna pass the script which is game manager, and make this first bracket, and dot, we're gonna access this is game active parameter, and we will check if it's equals to false. Okay, and make some curly brackets. So in that situation what we need to do, so over here what we doing, firstly we just going over to this game manager script. Okay, and we checking this is game active parameter. Okay, if we go to game manager, player game object, if we just move over to player game sorry, not player, follow script actually. So firstly we going to that game manager script, and then accessing this is game active parameter, and we checking this one, is this is game active parameter is equals to false, means player loses all of his health. So that's why we setting this is game active parameter is false, and we checking right over here if it's false. So what we have to do now, we need to stop doing these things. Basically player main camera should stop following our player in the x-axis. Basically we should not run this line of code. So what we're gonna do inside this curly bracket, we're gonna type return, okay, and make sure you just close that up with some colon, okay. So after return, we do know that whatever line of code you're gonna write, it will be stop running or executing. So this player position in the x-axis will be stop finding, okay, after once the isGame active parameter became false, and once when it's became false, once the player loses all of his health, we just setting this isGame active parameter to false, and if it's false, then we typing return, means this line of code or camera will stop following our player game object in the x-axis once the player is gone, okay. So control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity. We should able to see this message will stop popping out in the console, says as you can see, the object of type transform has been destroyed, basically position, but you are still trying to access it. So that's why we're getting the problem, okay. So I'm gonna clear the console, and now if we hit this play button in the top, basically we created that game manager script to check the player is still alive or not. Once it's not alive, we just doing that thing, okay. So just wait for to compile, and once we are take 3 damage, 1 2 3, and then as you can see, the still we getting an message error. So let's double click that to open up in Visual Studio. So over here, as you can see, we over here also we checking on, okay, basically we just trying to getting this player position. So we need to check. So before we do all of this thing, we're gonna check if the player is still alive or not. Basically is that is game active parameter is false or not. So what we have to do, we do know that we're gonna use this if condition. So if firstly we're gonna find object of type, and into arrows we're gonna pass the script name, which is game manager, and then we will access the is game active parameter, and we will check if it's equals to false, means player is no more in this in view. So we need to stop all doing all of these things, okay. So make some curly brackets, and what we're gonna do, we're gonna type return, return, and we do know that after return, whatever line of code you write, it will not be executed. So this if condition right over here will stop trying to finding this player position, okay, because player is destroyed in this in view or hierarchy. So that's why, okay. So before we doing all of this kind of things, basically finding player position, we just checking right over here. If this is game active parameter is false, then we just typing return, and we do know that after return, whatever line of code you write, it will not be executed. So player position will stop finding right there, okay. So control S to save your code. So now let's move to Unity. We should able to see this message also gonna just gonna go away once the player is totally destroyed, okay. Just right after that, it will be stop popping out this message, this error message we're not gonna able to see anymore. So let's clear the console, and let's hit this play button in the top, and let's check it. So we should able to see that message not gonna pop up in the console. So just wait. Once we take 3 1 2 3, and as you can see, the message is not getting any more pop-up in the console, okay. So that's the cool thing. So I'm gonna unplay this now. So I hope you get the idea. Basically if we go to project tab, then assets, then script, we created this game manager script to take a control or take a look if the player is still alive in the game or not. If it's not, then we have to stop doing those kind of things what we're doing, okay. We have to stop basically. So let's create a script folder to make it our assets folder a little more clean. To do so, right click on assets, then create folder. Let's call this folder something like scripts, okay. scripts, and let's select all of this script by holding down shift and just move it over to, or drag it to this script folder, and it will take a few moments for compiling or just moving to another folder, okay, our script. So it will take a few moments for doing this thing. And once it's done, make sure you just go to top left in the file in Unity editor, and then click on save to save whatever you have done so far in Unity, okay, with your project. So just go to file in the top left and click on this save, or you can just do Control plus S to save whatever you have done so far, okay, it will be saved. So make sure you do that, okay. So what we have to do, we need to show this max health. If I select this player game object, we need to show this max health in the UI, okay, so player can see, or player won't able to see how many health player have currently, okay. So in order to do that, we need to create a canvas first, okay, and into that canvas we need to place all of the UI elements, example for icons, buttons, text, anything like that. We need to do it inside canvas. To create a canvas, we just go to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon, then go to UI and select this canvas in the bottom you can find, okay. And now select the canvas. I'm gonna drag it top of my hierarchy so I can see all the time. Select the canvas and F2 focus on it. So this is our canvas, and over here we need to place all of the UI elements, okay. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna go to basically we have to go inspector, then go to canvas scaler, and it says UI scale mode to constant pixel size. So just click on that and click on scale with screen size, okay, and put in the X something like 1920, and in the Y do 1080, okay. And what we're gonna do, right click on this canvas, okay, then go to UI, and we're gonna go to legacy in the bottom and select this text, and let's scale this. So select the rect tool right over here and hold down alt on your keyboard, select this, hold down alt on your keyboard and hold to resize from center, as you can see. So we're not able to see our text. To see, let's go to inspector and let's make font size something like 100, and let's change the color. So let's go to color field in the bottom, click on that, you can choose any color you like, and let's go to font style, let's select it to bold, and we're gonna align this both of the center. So just click on that, and then we're gonna call this one something like health. And what we're gonna do, I'm gonna just go to rect transform, okay, in the top you can see, and click right over here and hold down alt on your keyboard and select this top left one, okay, top left one, and I'm gonna scale down something like this, and I guess it's pretty fine, we can drag it down, okay, something like that. I hope you are able to see, guys, okay. So this is our health, and what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna rename this text to something like health text, or something like that. So right click or rename that, or what else you can do, you can just go to inspector and you can rename it over here. So I'm gonna call it something like health text, okay, health text, and then you can choose any font you like. So in order to do so, we're gonna go to text, and over here we can see font, and it says legacy runtime. So just click on that, and if you do have any font, select the text first, from over here I have, so I'm gonna select that and drag it right there, okay. So as you can see now, it just change it immediately, instantly, okay. And you can, I will also gonna have a link of this font in the description, you can go and check that out, okay. And you can choose any font you like. So I'm gonna select this monogram text extra, you can choose any font you like, okay. So I'm gonna choose this one, okay, and let's make the text a little bit larger. So let's make font size 125, okay. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna duplicate this one, to duplicate. And now if I try to scale down my screen or try to expand my screen, we can see the hill text just staying in this top left corner all the time, and it just resizing itself according to our screen size, as you can see. So that is the reason of choosing this one top left one by holding down shift, okay, sorry, holding down alt. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna duplicate this text. So select that, control D to duplicate, and I'm gonna move it somewhere around here, and I'm gonna call this something like health. So right click, rename, or you can just do it over here. So I'm gonna call health, health. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna by default I'm gonna set it to 3, something like that, it's totally. And let's go to alignment, and for this select this left one, okay, all the way left one. Now we can do, so I'm gonna drag it a little bit so we can see it right over here. And now what we have to do, we need to link this text to our player max health, okay. To link this text, let's take a logic of that. If we go to text of this health, okay, text component, as you can see right over here, we can change the value something like 4, then 3, then 2, and so on. So I'm gonna do it something like 3 or 3, but you can leave it something like 0. And we're gonna link up this text with our player health. So I have so let's create a script for that. To do so, let's go to project tab, then assets, then script folder. So right click on a script folder, then create C# script and name it to something like UI manager, something like that. So I already have created right over here, I have. So I'm gonna select the canvas, or you can create an game object for a separate game object for that script, okay. So I'm gonna attach this UI manager script to this canvas. So let's select this canvas, and let's select this script and drag it to add component section, okay. And now let's double click that to open up in Visual Studio that script. So we're gonna remove these two namespaces in the top, we don't need it. Instead, what we're gonna do, we're gonna use basically we have to include this namespace, it called using Unity engine dot UI, okay. Make sure and close that up. Why? Because this we're gonna play with this text element, basically with UI. So that's why we have to include this namespace in our script, okay, which is using Unity engine dot UI. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna go right over here, and we will make a private fill, okay. Private fill, let's call this one something like private in, let's call it max health, okay. Let's call it player max health, something like that, player max max health, max health. And by default I'm gonna not gonna set any value, okay. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna go to start function, okay. And we do know that start function get called when the game start. So we're gonna just, what we will do, if we go to script, okay, if I open up the player script by double clicking on it, we can see in player script we created a max health parameter. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna access this player script, and we will access this max health of our player game object. So let's go to UI manager script, and over there we're gonna use this find object of type name, okay. And into arrows we have to pass the script name, so we're gonna pass player, okay, and make this first bracket, and then dot, we're gonna access this max health and close that off with semicolon. So basically what we're doing, we're just going over to this player script, and then we accessing this max health of our player, which is by default we have given 3, okay. So this right over here will be 3. So let's store this max health into this player max health variable. So let's set this player player max health equal to this. So this player max health right over here in the start of the game will be 3, okay. Will be 3. Or what we can do, we're gonna take this so control X for cut, and let's just move it over to control V for pasting inside this update function. Why we have done, because we need to keep track of every health, basically we need to keep track of our player health. So that's why we just doing inside update function. And we do know that update function runs every single frame, so that's why it will be accurate, and it will just keep track of our player health, okay. So that's why So this player max health will be 3. Okay, and let's suppose this if this player game object takes damage for the first time, so this 3 will be 2, so the player max health will be 2. So if we go to UI manager script, so right over here this one will be 2. Okay, 2. So that's why this player max health right over here gonna be true. So basically we just link it up our this player max health int variable to our real player max health. Okay, and now what we have to do, we need a reference of this text. If we just move to Unity, then canvas, then access, select this health, we need a reference of this text element, then we can link up this text with our player max health. Okay, so we need a reference of this text. So let's go to script now, and let's go to top of our class. Let's make a public that is a text component, so that's why we have to type text, and let's call it something like health text. Okay, or health you can call, and let's close that off with semicolon, and make sure you just include this namespace in your script, else it will not work using unity engine.ui. And now let's go to update function. So after setting player max health, we're gonna go to that health. Okay, before we do that, make sure just press down Ctrl S and go to Unity. Go to Unity, and you're gonna able to see in UI manager script. Oh, okay, an empty field of text will be appear right away. So what we have to do, we need to drag this text right there, so we will have a reference of this text element, then we can link up. Okay, so if I select this canvas, and then as you can see health, and it says none text, basically empty. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna select this text, basically this text right over here. You can select this game object and drag it right over there. Now we have health text, basically this text element. Now we have a reference of it. Now let's go to script, and over there we're gonna go to health. Okay, health, then dot text, and we will set equal to player max health. Okay, player max health, and make sure you just close that off with semicolon. And this right over here is the integer value, as you can see, private int player max health, and this text right over here is a string value. So that's why we need to convert this integer value to a string. So in order to convert that, we just have to type dot to string and make this first bracket. So health text dot text right over here means basically we just going over to this health and then accessing this text. Okay, health dot text, and we're setting this text equal to player max health. Okay, and player max health in the start of the game, basically player this one will be 3. Okay, so as you can see, so this one right over here will be 3. So that's why this health text dot text right over here gonna be 3. And once the player lose first, basically take damage for the first time, so this player max health, basically this right over here will be 2. So that's why this player max health over here will be 2. So this one right over here becomes 2. So that's why this health dot text right over here gonna be 2, and so on, the list will go on. Okay, and so make sure just Control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity, and let's see what's really happening. Okay, so once we take damage for the first time from this enemy game object, and by default we have given to our player game object 3 amount of health. So for the first time, so if we hit this play button in the top right after the game start, that player max health will be 3, because by default we have given to this player game object 3 unit health. Okay, so that's why this one right over here will be 3. And once we take damage for the first time from this enemy game object, this one right over here will be 2 and 0. And once it's 0, the game object get destroyed. And if we go to console, we getting an error. So the error is that object reference not set an instant of an object. So if I double clicking on it over here, as you can see, we just setting health text dot equal to player max health. Basically we just finding that player script and then accessing the max health. But we do know that once we destroy this player game object completely, we're not gonna have this player script right over here, but we still trying to finding that object right over here as you can see. So before we find, we need to check if the player is still alive or not. Basically, if the player is totally destroyed from our game, we need to stop doing this thing. We need to stop finding that player script, because with that player game object, this player script, if we go to Unity and select this player, in this player game object we attach this player script. So that's why this script also getting destroyed. So we're not gonna have this player script, but over here we still trying to finding that player script and then accessing the max health. Okay, so that's why. So before we just get the reference or find that player script, we need to check. So if so we're gonna go to that find object of type. Basically, we're gonna use this find object of type, and we will go to that game manager script, and we do not and make this first bracket. In there we created a is game active parameter, so let's access that. So dot is game active. Okay, and we will check if this is equals to false, means the player is no more in the scene or the level. Make some curly brackets. So what we have to do, we're gonna type return, and we do know that after return so this line of code will be stop doing this thing. So this right over here will stop finding that player script. So that's why we're not gonna get any error. So that's why we created a game manager script to keep track of if the player is still alive or not. Okay, once the player is gone, then we setting this is game active parameter to false. We created. Okay, and we typing return. So make sure you control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity. So we should able to see the error will be gone by now once the player loses all of his health. Okay, so basically we just going over to that game manager script. Okay, game manager script. So I'm gonna select this game manager game object. Let's drag it top of hierarchy so we can see all the time. So in there we attach this game manager script, as you can see right over here. Now if we hit this play button in the top and let's check it right now, we should able to see that error will be gone. By default we have given 3, and once we take the first damage, then 2 and 1 and 0. As you can see, once the player loses all of his health, the player game object get destroyed and we not getting any error. So I hope you get the idea, and we destroying it, we will take a look, or in future tutorial we will take a look on this as well. It's basically an advanced topic, so we're gonna cover this one into another tutorial. Okay, for now this is fine. So I hope you get the idea how you can link up UI to your script. Okay, and just change the value according to your max health. Okay, so I'm gonna play this now. Let's create some collectible items. To create, let's go to project tab, then assets, and then sprites. I have over here, so I'm gonna go there. So let's select this diamond. So let's select that sprite sheet, go over to inspector and click on sprite editor. Okay, so as you can see we have the sprite sheet and we need to cut them off individually. So select single to multiple sprite mode and pixel per unit to select something like 32, and then scroll down. If you take a closer look, you're gonna see this seems a blurry. Okay, to get rid of that, so we're gonna choose filter mode to point no filter, and after doing all of these things, make sure you just go down and click on apply. And then after applying it, in the top left sprite editor you can see slice, so just click on that and click automatic to grade by cell count and count how many columns and rows it has. So it has 3 6 9 10, so 10 columns. So we're gonna put 10 columns and 1 row, and after doing that click on slice and then click on apply in the top right in sprite editor. Now let's go to scene tab, so just click on that, and now click on this arrow in this sprite sheet in project in assets folder. Okay, sprite folder. So let's click on that, and I'm gonna select the first one. Let's select the player game object and F to focus on it, and let's delete this enemy game object for now, and make sure you just made a prefab, else you have to work from scratch. So that's why. So I'm gonna delete this. let's select the first diamond, let's select this and let's drag it right over here into the scene view or hierarchy. But the problem is that it's pretty small, so we're gonna make it little bit larger. So let's select the sprite sheet, go over to sprite editor, choose pixel per unit, something a less number, so we're gonna choose something like 16, and let's click on this apply in the bottom by scroll down. Okay, and let's select this big diamond one more time, and I'm gonna make the pixel per unit something like 8 now, to make it a little bit larger. Instead of 8, let's do something like 12. Let's click on this apply button, and now I guess it's fine. And let's select this, I'm gonna drag it top of my hierarchy so I can see all the time. And let's call this one something like diamond. Let's call this one diamond, and a diamond. Now it's pretty fine. Let's add some components to this game object. Firstly, obvious one, we're gonna add a rigid body, and then we will set the gravity scale to 0, or we will set it to kinematic, so it's not gonna fall down due to our gravity. So let's do that. So let's select the diamond, let's click on add component, and let's find right there rigid body 2D, and then let's make it a body type to kinematic, and collision detection, to make sure you just select continuous, so it will continuously detect any collision. And let's add up one more component, which is a collider for collision detection. So let's click on this add component and find over there polygon collider or something like that, and edit the collider as the size of your sprite. So just click on edit collider and edit the collider as the size of the diamond. Just do that, and I guess it's fine now. And once you are done, click on, make sure you just check this one is trigger, or this diamond will register our player for detection for collision. Okay, so that's why we're gonna check this is trigger, and now we are fine. So we have diamond, and let's make the animation. To make the animation, we're gonna go in simple way. Basically, select the first and select the end by holding down shift, and just drag it onto this diamond game object. Okay, diamond game object, and it will create immediately the animation. And we need to choose a folder where we want to save. So we're gonna go to assets, and in there we created this animation folder. So let's open that up, and let's right click and let's create a subfolder. So right click, new folder, let's call this folder collectible items. Okay, collectible items, animations or something like that. Item animation, or let's call it instead diamond animation. Sorry, diamond animation, animation. And let's open up that subfolder quickly by double clicking, and we have to name the animation. We're gonna call this one something like diamond idle or diamond idle. Let's call it diamond idle with just shining. Okay, just, and then click on save. And if we just move over to animation tab and then hit this play button, we can see the diamond is basically shining. Okay, and the second animation we're gonna create a the collected one. So to create, before we do that, what we're gonna do, we're gonna make an empty game object, and we will make this diamond a child of that game object. Okay, basically we want to create two animations, so that's why if we just do it with this diamond, it will seems a little bit weird. So that's why, so we're gonna create a, sorry, we're gonna create an empty game object. So let's hit this plus icon or right click on hierarchy, then create an empty game object. Let's call this one a diamond parent, or let's call it diamond instead. Okay, and let's go to transform, right click and reset the transform. And I'm gonna select this move tool right over here. Let's drag it somewhere around here, and let's select this diamond, drag it top of hierarchy, so we can select we can, and now we're gonna take this diamond. Okay, and let's just place it top of that diamond game object. Now if I just go to this diamond, then transform, right click and reset the transform, so it will set the position of our this diamond game object. And instead of calling this diamond, okay, let's call it diamond child. Let's call this one diamond child, and we are fine. Let's create the collectible animation. Okay, so this is our diamond parent. So if we just move diamond parent anywhere, we can see this diamond child or this diamond is also going with it, because this diamond is a child now of our this diamond game object. So let's create, so let's select the a diamond child. Let's create another clip which will be the collectible one. So let's select that, go over to animation tab and click right over here and click on create new clip. Okay, and let's call this clip something like diamond collected. Let's call it diamond collected, and then click on save. Click on save, and let's move it something like 1 second, and make sure you just hit this red button to record your animation. And we're gonna just move in the up, and then go to sprite renderer in inspector, and then color fill, and go to this a channel, just shrink it totally down so it will seems it will fade out. So we can play the animation if we hit this play button right over here. As you can see, it's going off and then it just fading out, so that's cool. And once you are done with your animation, make sure you just click on this record button to capture your animation. Now we have two animation of this diamond. So firstly, diamond ideal or diamond shining you can call, so it's just shining. And the second one is diamond collected. Okay, which is collected. Now what we have to do, we're gonna go to project tab, then assets, then animation, and in there we created a diamond animation subfolder. So let's go there, and we have right over here. So the firstly selected collected one, and the diamond ideal or the shining one. So let's select this diamond collected one, and we don't want loop this animation. Okay, we don't want loop this animation which will go up 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 up. So that's why, so we're gonna select that, go over to inspector and loop time, just uncheck that. Okay, make sure that, and select this diamond game object or this diamond parent, and make sure you just make a prefab of this diamond game object as well, so we can have a copy, so we don't need to work from scratch. So let's go to assets, then prefabs over here. So just wait a little bit, prefabs, and now select this diamond and drag it there. Now if we delete this diamond game object from our scene view or hierarchy, we can go to that prefab folder and select that diamond, and we can directly drag it into the scene view or hierarchy. So that's the cool thing of making prefab. Prefab basically means copy of that game object. So I'm gonna so what we gonna do now, we're gonna assign this diamond game object as a diamond tag. Okay, to do so, I'm going to drag the diamond in all the way up in hierarchy. Let's go to, in order to tag in order to assign this diamond as a diamond tag, we need to go over to inspector. Make sure you just select the parent one, not the child one. Okay, just go to the parent one and go over to inspector, and then click on tag which says untag, and click on add tag and hit this plus icon, and let's call this one something like diamond, and then click on save. Then go back to that game object one more time and assign that tag which says untag as a diamond. Now we assigned it this diamond as a diamond tag, and make sure you just go to inspector one more time, click on overrides and click on apply all, so the changes will be also will be saved in our prefab. Okay, so just click on that, apply all, and now it's pretty fine. So this is our diamond. So I'm gonna clear the console, and what we're gonna do, let's open up the player script by double clicking on it. So this is our diamond. So what we need to do now, if we go to down, we're gonna use this on trigger enter 2D sorry, we're gonna use this on trigger enter 2D function, and we do know when this function get called when we trigger with something. Okay, we definitely gonna trigger with this diamond game object. So what we want to go to this diamond game object, and we will access the child of that game object, basically this diamond. And we do know that in this child game object an animator component is added up. Okay, so we will go there, and we have to switch the animation from this diamond idle to diamond collected. So basically we need to make transition. So make sure you just go to diamond, then diamond child, and go to animator tab, and we need to make transition from this diamond idle or the signing to diamond collected once this player collect this diamond. So let's do it. So right click on diamond idle or the shining one and make transition to diamond collected, and select this arrow, uh, go over to inspector, and we're gonna untick this has exit time. As soon as player collect this diamond, this animation should be played, which is diamond collected. And transition duration, let's choose 0. We don't want any delay, and we need to choose a condition in which condition we want to play the diamond collected animation. So let's choose a condition for that. So just go to parameters right over here in animator tab, and then hit this plus icon and choose this trigger, and let's call this trigger something like trigger or collected. Let's call it trigger, and we're gonna set this parameter. So let's hit this plus icon and let's choose that trigger parameter. And now if we just trigger this parameter, we should able to see this diamond will play collectible animation. Okay, so let's hit this play button in the top and try to trigger this manually, this parameter which is trigger. We should able to see diamond collected animation will be played right away. So let's check it. So if I just trigger this parameter, as you can see, or as you've seen, that so I'm gonna unplay this now. The diamond collected animation just played right after we triggered this parameter. So we just manually triggered this. Instead of doing this, we gonna do through our script. So what we have to do, we will go to this on trigger enter 2D function in our player script, and we do know once we trigger with something, this function right over here get call. So let's go there, and we're gonna check if collision dot game object dot tag, if it's equals to diamond and time. So make sure, sorry, diamond, and make some curly brackets. So if collision dot game object dot tag, basically we do know that this function right over here gets triggered when we trigger with something. And if we trigger with this game object which is diamond, and we do know that we assigned this diamond as a diamond tag. Okay, so we did a mistake. We just added the collider to this diamond child. Instead of doing that, we need to do inside this diamond game object, basically the parent one, not the child one. Okay, so to do so, I'm gonna select the diamond child. Let's go to inspector, then component. I'm gonna remove this polygon collider as well as this rigid body. So right click and remove component, and right click on this polygon collider as well, remove component. And now let's go to this diamond game object, basically the parent one, and click on this add component. Firstly we will add a rigid body 2D, and let's set the dynamic body type to kinematic, so it's not gonna fall down due to our gravity. And collision detection to choose continuous, so it will continuously detect any collision. And the second thing we have to attach is that polygon collider or something box collider. It's totally up to you what collider you want to attach. So I'm gonna attach polygon collider 2D, and we need to edit the collider as the size of our sprite. So let's click on this edit collider. Let's edit the collider as the size of our diamond sprite. make sure that you do it. Okay, so make sure you do it. And what we will do now, make sure also you make sure need to make sure that you just check this is trigger is trigger box, basically check this one. And once you done all of these things, go over to inspector, click on overrides, and click on apply all. So whatever changes we made in this diamond game object will be saved in our prefab as well. So just click on this apply button, apply all, so it will do the thing. And now it's pretty fine. So let's go to script. So over here, as you can see, when we trigger with something, this function right over here gonna call. And over here we checking whatever we trigger it with, if that game object has tag diamond, and we do know that we assigned it this diamond game object as a diamond tag, as you can see right over here in inspector. So we definitely gonna trigger with that. So if we trigger with that, we will collect that item. Basically we need to play the animation clip, which is the collectible one. So before we do it, let's go to top of our class, and we need to keep track of how many diamonds we have collected so far. So let's make a variable for that. So let's go to top of our class. Over here we're gonna assign it. So let's make a public int that will be int like 0 1 2 3 4. Let's call this one current diamond, current diamond, diamond. And by default we will set it to 0, because in the start of the game we gonna have 0 diamond. But okay, and if we go right there, over here, so over here we collecting that diamond, basically triggering with this diamond parameter or colliding with this. So we need to increase our diamond by 1. So we will move over to current diamond, and top of that plus equal we will add up 1, and make sure you just close that up with semicolon. So for the first time this current diamond is 0. So and if we just trigger with this diamond, then right over here diamond is 0. So 0 plus 1 will be 1. So the current diamond over here will be 1. And if we collide with that current basically that diamond for the next time, so this current diamond is 1. So 1 plus 1 right over here gonna be 2. So that it will go on. Okay, so instead of doing that, you can also can do this plus plus. It's also mean plus equal of 1. Basically we just adding up 1. So if collision dot game object dot tag, if it's equals to diamond, basically we just colliding with this diamond. So we just increasing our diamond by 1 every single time. So control S to save your code. And now let's move to Unity. We should able to see that current diamond will be 1 once we trigger with this diamond. And we also need to play that collectible animation in our diamond game object. We need a reference of that child game object, because in that child game object that we created that collectible animation. If I select this diamond and just click right over here, as you can see in diamond child we created, or the animator component is added up. So that's why we need a reference of this child. Before we do it, I'm gonna select the player game object. So current diamond, as you can see right over here, by default we set 0. But once we hit this play button in the top and try to collect the first one, this current diamond will be 1. Okay, so after that current diamond we collected, we need to destroy that diamond. Before we destroy, we also need to play that collectible animation clip. As you can see, I'm gonna hit this play pause button in the top. Current diamond becomes 1. So we, after collecting this current diamond, we also need to destroy this diamond. Before we destroy, we need to play that collectible animation clip. So let's do that. So I'm gonna unplay this now in the top, and let's go to script. So first thing we need, after adding diamond 1, we will go to that game object. So basically collision dot game object dot get component. sorry, we will go to transform, then get child, a get child, and we will pass right over here 0. 0 basically the first child. Okay, if we go to Unity editor and then select this diamond game object, so 0 is the first child, and if you just control D to duplicate, that second one will be second child. Okay, second child basically that index will be 2. So basically we just moving over to this game object, and then by this game object or this parent one, we just accessing the first child or this game object. Okay, and after doing that we will dot get component, and the component we are looking for, so make sure you just make these two arrows, which is animator, 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 and make these brackets, and then we will use that set trigger function. So dot set trigger, and make sorry, set trigger, and make first bracket and close that up with semicolon, and in quotation you have to type the parameter name. So if we just move over to Unity and select, so firstly we just going over to this game object, and then we accessing this child game object, and after that we accessing this animator component, and after accessing this animated component, we just going over to, or no, we need to trigger this parameter, which parameter name is trigger. So we have to do the same thing right over here in quotation, which is trigger. So let's type trigger, and make sure you just typing same as you did in animator tab, as you can see right over here. So after doing these things, make sure Control S to save your code, and we do know that after 1 second it's completing the whole animation clip, basically the collectible. So after that amount of time, we need to destroy the diamond game object from this in view or hierarchy. To destroy, we're gonna use this destroy function, so it will take the game object we want to destroy. So we will pass collision dot game object, basically collision dot game object right over here means whatever we collided with. So we collided with that diamond, so collision dot game object over here means the diamond game object, the parent one, comma, and the second thing we can specify the time. So we will pass 1f, basically 1 second, and make sure you just close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code, and now let's move to Unity. So we should able to see after collecting this diamond, after collecting this diamond, it will be destroyed. So let's check it. So I'm gonna select this player game object, current diamond. In the start of the game we have 0. Let's hit this play button in the top, and let's check it. Once we trigger or collide with this diamond, we should able to see this current diamond will be increased by 1, and it will play the collectible animation once we just collect this diamond. As you can see, it's played, and if I hit this pause button in the top, and we can see I don't know. So if I go to just go to top of inspector, I'm gonna say debug mode. So as you can see, current diamond is 1. Okay, so I'm gonna go to normal mode. I hope you get the idea how you can do it, basically how you can make collectible items in Unity. Instead of showing our current diamond in player game object right over here, we need to show that up in UI as well. So let's go to canvas, and then right click on canvas, then go to UI, and then select this image, and if to focus on that image, and we want to replace this image with diamond image. So let's go to inspector, let's call it something like diamond image, diamond icon, or diamond image. It's totally up to you what you want to call. And let's go to project app, and then sprites, and we have it over here. So I'm gonna select the first diamond, and let's drag it to this source image field. Just drag it, it says none, so now it's get. So let's go to and just click on this set native size. Now it's resize, and let's go to rect transform, and then click on this, and hold down all, and select this top left one. And if to focus on it, we will drag this a little bit down so we can see the health text. So let's drag it down somewhere around here, somewhere around here. I guess it's pretty fine, and you can make the diamond icon a little bit large. So I'm gonna make it something like 100 and 200 width and 200 sorry, 150 height. So I guess it's pretty fine now. Let's drag it somewhere around here, we are able to see. And now let's select this text or right over here else. Let's duplicate, or what else you can do, you can create a separate text for that. Just right click on this canvas, then go to UI, then legacy in the bottom, and choose this text. And we have to scale this text, so let's select this scale tool right over here, hold down alt on your keyboard to resize from center. As you can see, let's go to font text field right there. Let's make this font size a little bit big so we can see the font. Let's make it 100, and then choose font style to bold. And we're gonna choose a different color for this text, so let's go to color field, click on that, and then let's choose something like white. And you can select any font you like, so I'm gonna select this one, monogram. I will have a link in the description of this font, you can go and check that out. And let's click on this alignment, the second one, center. And let's scale this down something like, hold down all, it will resize from center. And let's make the font size something like 125. And let's go to rect transform, then click right over here and hold down all and select this top left one. And let's drag it somewhere around here. I guess this will be pretty fine. Just play around. And new, instead of saying new text, we're gonna set it to 0. So we need a reference of this text element, so we can change this value to 1, then 2, and so on. So let's set by default 0. And we created a script which is UI manager. You can do inside this player game object, but let's call it first this text to something like time in text. So let's call it time in text. And then you can do inside this player script, but we already created another script which is UI manager. So I'm gonna go to that, and we attach that script to this canvas game object, as you can see right over here. So let's double click that script to open up in Visual Studio. So let's create a variable for that. Let's go up here, let's make a private int, and let's call this one something like current time. Sorry, really sorry, current time, sorry, current time. And now let's go to update function. In the bottom, in the update function, we will set this current time equal to find object of type. Let's use this find object of type to find the script, which our case player, and make some first bracket and then dot. Let's access the current time, and let's close that up with semicolon. Let me explain one more time what I have done over here. So okay, we just created a current diamond field, and by default this one will be empty or 0, you can say. So we just moving over to this player script, okay, this player script, and then we just accessing this current diamond. And in the start of the game this one is 0, so that's why this current diamond over here gonna be 0 in the start of the game. But once we collect, if we just move over to player script, we just increasing this current diamond 1. Basically, once we collide with this diamond, we just increasing that current diamond, this one. So right over here, this one right over here gonna be 1, so that's why this current diamond will be 1. So basically we just created, okay. And what we have to do now, we need a reference of this text element. If we just move over to canvas, then diamond text, so we need a reference of this text, then we can link up this text with our diamond, current diamond. So let's go to script, and let's go to top of our class right over here. Let's make a public text. Let's call this one diamond text, or current diamond text you can call. let's call it instead diamond text. And now let's go to right over here. Before you do that, control S to save your code and move to Unity, and you need to drag the reference right there. So we should able to see an empty field just gonna pop up underneath our UI manager script. So what we have to do, we need to drag this text right there, so we will have a reference of this one, and then we can change the value as we want. So let's go to canvas, and over here as you can see diamond text, and it says none, basically empty. So let's select this diamond text and drag it right there. Now we have a reference of this diamond text right over here. So let's go to Unity. Now we have reference, so let's go to that diamond text, then dot text, and let's set equal to our current diamond, and make sure you just close that off with semicolon. So this current diamond is an integer value, but over here this diamond text dot text is a string value. So we need to convert this string value to a string. To convert it, we just have to use this toString function and make this first bracket. So basically what we're doing right over here, we just moving over to this diamond text, then accessing this text, and then we're setting this text equal to current diamond. So in the once we collect the first diamond, so this right over here this current diamond in player script will be 1, so that's why this current diamond right over here will be 1, and so this one as well will be 1. So this becomes 1, so the diamond text basically this one will be 1, and it will go on. Okay, so that's the thing. Make sure you just press down Control S to save your code. And now let's move to Unity. So we should able to see once we collect the first diamond right over here, it will show up in UI how many diamond we collected so far. Basically we just link it up. To see that, let's hit this play button. Before we do it, let's select the player game object. So current diamond, as you can see right over here, by default is 0. Now let's hit this play button in the top and try to collect the first one. We should able to see that this text right over here will be 1 by right away once we collect the first one. So let's check it. So as you can see, it's became 1, and we can just duplicate that. So I'm gonna unplay this now. I'm gonna duplicate this. So let's select that diamond game object and F2 focus on it, and let's select this move tool right over here, and to duplicate just press down Control D. So I'm gonna move it somewhere around here. One more time, Control D to duplicate. Let's move it over here. So we have three diamonds. So once we collect all of these diamonds right over here, this text will be 3. So let's check it. Let's hit this play button in the top and check that out. So once we collect the first one, so this will be 1, and then if we collect the second one, so this will be 2, and so on. So 1, 2, and then 3. As you can see, indeed it's working. So I'm gonna unplay this. So I hope you get the idea that how you can show you how many diamonds you have collected so far, or collectible items. You can show that up in UI, so player can see how many they have collected so far. So that's the thing, how you can link up your UI to your current value, okay, with player game object. So I'm gonna unplay this. Let's create a game over screen. Okay, once the player loses all of his health, we're gonna end our game. To do so, let's what we're gonna do, we're gonna go to canvas, right click on this canvas. Let's create an empty game object. Basically we want to separate all of our logic, so that's why. So let's create an empty child game object, and let's call this game object something like game over menu. Okay, game over menu. I'm gonna drag this game over menu top of my canvas. Okay, basically we just drag it this game over menu in the top in canvas, as you can see right over here. And make sure you just go to inspector, then rect transform, click right over here and hold down all and select this bottom right one. Okay, bottom right one, and then if to focus on it, as you can see, it resizes as the size of our canvas. Now we are ready to populate our buttons. So let's right click on this game over menu, let's go to UI and let's go to legacy and then button, and let's call this button. For before we do that, let's scale this button, so hold down all, so it will scale from center, and we will call this button to something like retry button. So let's go to inspector, let's call this retry button, and then I want to change the square basically to white with something else. So let's go to project tab, assets, then sprite I have over here, so I'm gonna go there, UI. So I'm gonna select this yellow one, so let's select that and drag it to this image section. Basically it's this image, and you can see source image and it says UI sprites, so I'm gonna change that. So let's select this one and drag it right there. Okay, as you can see right away it's just changed it. So this is our retry button, and let's scale up the text inside of that button. So let's click right over here, let's select the text and let's scale this up. So let's go to inspector, then text, and let's make the font size something like 80. I guess 80 it's a little bit small, so let's do 100, and then select font style to bold, and you can choose any font you like. So I'm gonna choose this monogram. We'll have a link in the description of this font, you can go ahead and check them out. And instead of saying button, I'm gonna call something like retry, and let's scale the button, basically the text a little bit big, the basically the font size, so let's make it a little bit bigger, and I'm gonna drag it a little bit okay, something like that. And you can choose a color you like, so you just have to scroll down, then color fill, just click right over there and you can choose any color you like. So I'm gonna go with this white, I guess white or black, it's totally up to you. So I'm gonna choose this black, and let's duplicate this button. Before we duplicate, go to rect transform and click right over here and hold down all and select this top one. Okay, and I'm gonna drag it right over here, and now something like in the X, I just gonna do something 500, let's do it 425, 425. And if we try to scale down our screen, as we can see that our retry button just resizing itself according to screen size, and it just staying there all the time. So that is the reason of selecting that. And let's duplicate this button, so let's select the button, Control D to duplicate, and let's drag it down. And for this we gonna go to rect transform and select right over here and hold down all, and for this one we're gonna choose the bottom one. So let's select that and then go over to y pose, let's do something like 425, 425, just make space between. So I'm gonna drag it a little bit down, and let's call this retry button to something like menu button. Let's call this menu button, and then let's change the text inside of that instead of retry. So let's click right over here, then go to text and let's call it something like menu. So we have our game over menu, and make sure you just take this game over menu and drag it to assets folder, basically make prefab of this game over menu, so we don't need to work from scratch. Basically from scratch we don't need to create this button from starting, okay, or else we have to start over. So let's select this game over menu, and I'm gonna select the give prefab folder. So let's select it and drag it right there. Now we turn it into a prefab, and if I try delete this game over menu, as you can see it's gone, but we made a prefab of that. So we will select that from that prefab folder, so we have right over here. So let's select that and drag it onto this canvas. You don't need to do that, instead I just did for explanation. And let's drag the game over menu in top of the canvas, basically drag it in underneath our canvas in top. So this is our game over menu. So once the player loses all of his max health, then we want this game over menu to be active, and by default we want to be inactive. Basically, to set this active or inactive, what we have to do, select the game object and go over to inspector. You can set check this box right over here, so it will be inactive, and if we check this one, it will be active. So once the player loses all of his health, then we want this basically this game over menu to be active. So by default I want this to be inactive or false. So let's uncheck that, and let's create a script for this game over menu. Or what we will do, we will create a separate script for that. Let's create a game over menu script, okay, to control this. So let's go to project tab, then assets and scripts, right click on script folder or assets, then go to create and then choose C# script, and let's call this script to something like game over menu, and double click that to open up in Visual Studio quickly. And make sure you just attach this script to this game over menu game object. So let's double click that to open up in Visual Studio. So it will take a few moments for. And if we just move over to Unity, we need and make sure you just attach this script to any game object of your hierarchy. Or what else you can do, you can just choose a specific game object and attach that script. So we just created a game over menu, so I'm gonna select that script. Or so I'm gonna attach this script to something like with any component, any game object. I guess we should create a, basically let's open up the player script before we do that. So let's select this game over menu game object, and make sure you just select the script and drag it to add component section. Basically you need to attach that and go over to inspector, then overrides, click on it and click on apply all. So this script will also be added in prefab of this game over menu or attach, okay. And now let's open up our player script where we tying. So let's double click that to open up in Visual Studio. So if I scroll down to the bottom, we made a die function. So over here player is tying. So if the player is tying, then we want this game over menu to be checked, basically active. So if I select this game over menu and go over to inspector and this check this box, we can see it's get enabled. So we need a reference of this game over menu game object, then we can set this one to be active or inactive. So let's go to script and let's go to top of our class. So we need a reference of that game object. So let's go to top of our class and let's make a public game object that will be our game over menu. So the game over menu itself a whole game object, so that's why we have to type the object type, so which in our case game object. And let's call this one something like game over menu, and close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code and move to Unity. So we should able to see that an empty field in our player script just gonna pop up says game over menu. So what we have to do right there, we need to drag this game over menu right there, so we will have the reference. So let's go to player script. As you can see game over menu and it says none, basically empty. So let's select this game over menu and drag it right there. Now we have reference of this game over menu. Now we can check this box, basically we can set this active or inactive depending upon if the player loses all of his health or not. So by default I'm gonna set this inactive, basically uncheck. And let's go to script now and let's go to our tie function. Over here we just tying. So before we tie, basically after losing all of his health, all of our player health, we will go to that game over menu. Then we will use this set active function and make this first bracket. So this in this brackets you have to pass the value. So if we set it to true, true basically means we just checking this box, and if we check, as you can see, it's get enable. So I'm gonna uncheck by default. So we're gonna pass true, and make sure you just close that out with semicolon. Basically we just going over to this game over menu, and we using this set active function, and this function right over here will take the value. If you pass true, basically checked, and if you pass else something like false, so it will be unchecked. So basically we just going over to this game over menu, and we just taking this box through our code. And make sure you just control s press down control s to save your code whatever changes you made, and make sure you just go to Unity and check that out. So once we lose all of our player health, that game over menu will be active right away. So let's check it. So let's hit this play button in the top, and once we lose all of our health, sorry, we need to drag our enemy game object right over here, else we're not gonna able to lose any health. So before we do that, we also gonna talk about a little bit. Just wait. Once we fall down over here in between this ground, we need to destroy our player game object. Okay, so that's the thing. So if I just select this player game object and F2 focus on it and select this move tool, something if we write over here, as you can see, we will fall down due to our gravity. And you can note the position of this player in the y-axis. If we go to transform, then position, then y, we can see the position which is minus 1.5. so if the player position becomes minus 1.5, so it will be right over here, so player game object will fall down. So in that situation, we need to destroy this player game object right away. Basically we need to make this max health 0, and if it's 0, then we calling the die function, and die function doing rest of those things. So let's do that. So let's go over to script, and let's go to update function in the top, and over here we're gonna check right over here. So let's check. So if transform dot position dot y, and if it's lesser than or equal to something minus 1.5, as we see as we saw, so we're gonna type minus 1.5 f and make some curly brackets. So basically what we doing right over here, we just moving over to this transform, then accessing the position, and we checking the y-axis, and if this y is it lesser than minus 1.5, and if it's minus 1.5, so it will be something right over here, so it's gonna fall down. So in that situation, we will call this die function. And what die function is doing, if we just move over, firstly it's just showing an effect of dying, and it just destroying our player game object right away, and that game over menu just getting active. So let's do that. So let's call it right over here, which is die function. So let's call it die, and make this first packet, and make sure close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity. So once we are something in the y-axis right over here will be right over here, so player game object will destroy right away, and that game over menu will be active. Okay, so let's check it. So before we do this, I'm gonna make the move speed a little bit faster, something like 3. And now let's hit this play button in the top, and let's check that out. So just wait, and now we should able to see once we fall down. As you can see, it's player game object get destroyed right away, and this game over menu just get active. Basically if I select this game over menu, as you can see, it's one this one gets checked, basically active. And now if I unplay this, basically hit this play button to get out of play mode, and if I just move over to prefab folder and take any game object, something this one, and I'm gonna make the player speed and move speed a little bit lower now, something like 1, and let's hit this play button. So once this enemy game objects attack on our player game object 3 times, player will lose all of his health and then it will destroy it right away. After that, game over menu will be active right away. So let's check it. So we just getting an problem. The problem is that if we select this enemy game object, as you can see player, and it says none transform. So what we have to do, we don't have any reference. Basically we don't have player transform or position, you can call. So what we have to do, we need to select this player and drag it right there into that field. Now if we hit this play button in the top, we should able to see enemy will gonna attack on our player game object right away, and if the enemy just attack on us 3 times, then player will lose all of his health, because by default we have given 3 amount of health to this player game object. So let's see if it's working or not. And once player game object takes or loses all of his health, then that game over menu just gonna pop up right away. So it's not working over here, as you can see it's just taking too much time, but once you just do the thing it will work out fine, as we seen that player just fall down due to our gravity. Just do the thing, basically it will work, and it's just completing domain. Basically it's taking too much time because of I do have a little bit slow system, so that's why. But it, in your case, it will work fine, so you don't have to worry anything about it. Okay, so I hope you get the idea of this, but basically check that. Okay, if we hit this play button in the top and takes 3 times damage from this enemy, we should able to see that's game over menu just gonna pop up right away, because we're setting that active. Once the player loses all of his health, we calling the die function, and die function just doing, oh okay, so we get an error. So basically let's select this enemy game object and let's drag the player in. It says player transform. Okay, we need to do that. Now let's hit this play button in the top. We should able to see that message not gonna pop up anymore right now. Right now we should able to see once we take or lose all of our health. So let's take a look on that. 1, 2 and 3, as you can see indeed that game over menu just get pop up. But the problem is that if we just try to click on this button, it's not working at all, as you can see. So once we click on this retry button, we just want to reload this level one more time. So in order to do that, so I'm gonna unplay this, and we do know that we created a game over menu script and we attach that script to this game over menu game object right over here, as you can see. And if I just set this one active for now and just click right over here and move over to this retry button, and if to focus on it and go over to inspector, scroll down in the button section in the bottom, we can see on click. And what we can do right over here, we can call a function, and we will make the function inside this game over script or class, and then we will call the function right over here, and in that function we will do the thing that we need to do once we click on this retry button. So let's open up the game over menu script. So let's double click that to open up in Visual Studio quickly, and it will take a few moments for loading up our script, which is game over menu. And you can create a separate script for that as well, it's totally up to you. And make sure you just attach that script to any game object of hierarchy, or you can just directly attach that script to their game over menu game object. Make sure you just do that thing, and it will take a few moments, just wait. And once it's done, we need to create a function for our retry as well as for this menu. We will take a look on this menu later. Let's just go with our retry right now. So let's go to scripts, and it's taking a little bit longer time. I'm really sorry. If I just move over to game over menu script, as you can see By default we have start and update function, so let's remove this start and update function. We don't need it. And also this name, two namespaces in the top, we don't need it. Instead we will use this using Unity engine. Make sure you just include in your script, which is Unity engine, using Unity engine dot scene management. Make sure you just include that. Okay, basically this, and make sure close that up with semicolon. This namespace right over here, it's allow us to switch scenes or load scenes. So that's why we need to include this namespace in our script. So let's go to inside of our game over class, and let's make a function for our retry, and make sure you just making it public. So we can call this function if we just move over to Unity and then retry button. Over here, go to inspector, scroll down, we can click, basically we can call it right over here. So that's why we need to make it public. And let's go to script one more time, and for function we have to type void, and we have to name the function. So let's call it something like retry button function or retry button, and make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to do inside this function, we just want to reload this scene. Before we do that, if it's really working or not, we're gonna check the button. So for now, let's print out a message in the console, says something like retry. So let's print out. So for printing out, let's type debug.log, and in quotations let's say something like retry level, retry level, and close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code and move to Unity. And we need to call the function right over here. So if we just go to script, we're not calling this function anywhere in our script. So so we just want to call this function in through our button event. So in order to call that, just follow me up, just follow me. Whatever I'm doing, just do the thing and you're gonna work out. Okay, so let's go to Unity, and let's select this retry button, then go scroll down, go to inspector, then scroll down and hit this plus icon. And we need to drag the game object in which game object the script is sitting on. So in our case, this game over menu, so let's select that and drag it right there, and it says no function. So just click on that, and in this game over menu game object, we created that game over menu script. So let's go to basically game over menu game object. So let's go to that game over menu script, and in there we created the retry button function, as you can see right over here. So just select that. Now by default I'm going to set this one to be inactive, basically unchecked. And if we just hit this play button and takes or lose all of our player health, we should able to see that game over menu. And when we try to click on this retry button, that function, this retry function will retry button function will call out. And what this function is doing, it just printing out in the console says retry level. So we should able to see that this message just gonna pop up right away once we try to click on that retry button. So let's go to Unity and let's check it. 1 2 3, as you can see. And now if we just select this console in the bottom and clear, and just try to click on this retry, as you can see, indeed the message just getting pop up in the console says retry. Once we try to click on this retry button, even we try to click multiple times, the message just getting pop up multiple times. So I hope you get the idea. So instead of printing out message, what we want to load this level, or which scene we are in, or which level we are in. We just want to load that up one more time. So let's unplay this, just get out of that play mode. And in order to load that, let's go to script. So instead of printing out message, we want to load up. So in order to load, we need to use this scene manager dot scene manager scene manager sorry scene manager dot load scene function dot load set function, and make first bracket. So this function right over here will take the name of the scene or the level or the build index of it. So how you can find, and make sure you just include this namespace in the top using Unity engine dot scene management, or else you're not gonna able to use this function says scene manager dot load scene, and this scene this function right over here load the scene which scene we are want to load. So in order to see the scene name or the level or the build index of it, let's go to Unity, and in the top left you can see file. So just click on that and click on build settings in the bottom, and you can see the scene name right over here, scenes in build right over here as you can see. So the scene name is sample scene and build index of it in the right section which is 0. So we can pass in quotation this name of the scene, or we can pass the build index of it. So let's start. We have seen. Now let's go to script. So in quotation you can pass the scene name, or you can just directly pass the build index. So instead of doing this, we're gonna do this: scene manager dot get active scene, and make this first bracket, and dot build index, and make this first and close that up with semicolon. And let me explain what does this mean. Basically we just are going over to scene manager and dot get active scene, basically which scene we are in currently. So we are currently in this sample scene. If we go to file, then build setting, we can see this simple scene we are currently in. So then we just going over to that get active scene and then accessing the build index of it. So in a simple scene build index we can see right over here which is 0. So the right over here scene manager dot get active scene dot build index will be 0. So it will load up this sample scene or the level we are currently in. So basically that's mean that thing. Basically we just getting the active scene, basically which scene we are in, then we just trying to get the build index of it which is 0. So make sure you just control S on your keyboard to save your code. And if we just move over to Unity, and instead of doing this you can also do something like in quotation you can type the name of the scene which is sample scene, or you can just directly pass the build index of it which is 0. Okay, so you don't need to do this thing in as I did over here. You can just ignore this. So if we just move over to Unity, and if I just cut this and hit this play button in the top and try to click on that retry button, we should able to see this level will be load up one more time right away once we just click on that retry button. So just wait to see. Once we lose all of 1 2 3, as you can see we lose all of our health. And if I now click on this retry button, as you can see indeed the level just getting load up which level we are currently in. And we can do these things many time as we want. So if I just click on this retry, that as you can see it just loading up the scene we are in or the level. So I hope you get the idea. Now we have to do with we have to deal with this menu button right now. So we need to create the menu scene before we just do or implement with this menu button. So let's for now print out a message in the console if it's working or not correctly. So I'm gonna get out of my play mode. So let's open up our script one more time, and for our menu button we will use a different function for that. So let's go to down and let's create another function. So public void, let's call this one menu button and make this first bracket and some curly brackets. So inside this menu button, for now we don't have any menu level or menu scene. So for now let's print out a message in the console. So let's type debug.log and make this first bracket, and let's in quotation say something like load menu or go to menu. It's totally up to you what you want to type or want to say. And make sure you just close that off with semicolon. Control S to save your code and move to Unity. And make sure you just select the menu button in game over menu, and you need to call this menu button right there, or this function menu button function. So let's go to Unity and let's go to canvas, then game over menu, and choose this menu button and go over to inspector, scroll down, and it says list, it's empty. So hit this plus icon and we need to drag the game object in which game object the script is sitting on. So we do know this game over menu, so let's drag it right there. and it says no function. So just click on that and let's go to game over menu script, and in there we created this menu button function. So let's choose that, and if we just click on this play button in the top right now and try to click on that menu button, we should able to see that menu that message just gonna pop up, says load menu right away. So let's check it. So once we loses all of our health, one, as you can see, we lose all of our health. And now if I try to click on this menu, that message just getting pop up in the console, says menu load menu. And now if I just clear the console and try to click this menu button multiple times, the message just getting pop up multiple times as well. So we need to load up the menu. Before we load up, we need to create the menu. So before we do these things, for now this is okay. So I hope you get the idea how you can just call a function through button event in Unity. If we hit this play button in the top and die and try to click that menu button, we're not going to menu scene or menu level. So we need to create that. To create, just wait. Once we lose all of our health, we should see that my game over menu just gonna pop up right away, 1 2 3, as you can see indeed. And once we try to click on this menu, we're not going over to menu scene or menu. So before we do that, basically to go to menu, we need to create our menu scene. So let's unplay this and let's go to project tab. In order to create a scene or level, what you have to do, you need to go to project tab, then assets, then scenes, right click on scenes, then go to create and select this scene right over here, and you have to name the scene or the level. Let's call it, I'm gonna call it something like menu, and let's double click that to open up that scene. Okay, so we have in this scene only our main camera and F to focus on it. So let's create our canvas. Before I do that, let's select this main camera, go over to camera section in inspector, then background, let's choose a different color, something like this. It's totally up to you what color you want. It's totally up to you. So I'm gonna choose something like this. I guess this is pretty fine. And once you are done, just go to hierarchy one more time, right click or hit this plus icon, then go to UI and select this canvas, and if to focus on that canvas. So this is our canvas. So let's go to inspector, then canvas scaler, and choose constant pixel size. UI scale mode to constant pixel size to scale with screen size, and choose in the X something like 1920 and in the Y 1080, and just right click on this canvas, then go to create an empty child game object, and let's call this game object something like menu, menu, something like that. Let's go over to rect transform, click right over here and hold out alt on your keyboard and select this bottom right one, and then what we have to do, we need to create those button. So let's right click on this menu button, menu game object, and it's get resized as the size of our canvas. And if I just try to scale down my screen, we can see that this menu game object just resizing itself according to our canvas size. So that is the thing we just stretched up. And let's go to menu, just right click on menu, then go to UI and then legacy in the bottom and choose this button, and let's call this button something like play button. Let's call it play button, and then let's just scale it up. Select this rect tool right over here, let's scale it up. So hold down alt on your keyboard to scale it up from center, as you can see. And if you want to choose a different color, it's totally up to you. Let's click right over here, select this text, and let's increase this. Go to font size and make the font size a little bit larger, something like 80, I guess it's fine, and select font style to bold. and let's call this button, instead of button let's call it something like play, and I'm gonna choose a different font, this monogram, and let's scale up the text a little bit, 125 something like that, and let's select this button, hold down alt on your keyboard so it will resize from center, and let's go to rect transform, click right over here, hold down alt, let's select this top one, and I'm gonna drag it something something like minus 4 to 5, and let's duplicate this button. So let's select the button first, control D to duplicate, and let's move it down, and let's call this button something like this will be our quit button or the exit button. So I'm gonna call it exit button, exit button, and let's change the text inside of it. Before we do that, go to rect transform, select, click right over here, hold down R, and for this one we will choose the bottom one, and let's drag it up over here. So let's do it 4 to 5. 4 to 5 seems pretty good. I'm gonna make it a little bit, let's make it 400, and let's select this button, let's make it minus 400. I guess it's pretty fine now, and let's change the text inside of this exit button to something exit. So now we have the play button and exit button, and if you just want to make your this buttons a little bit more cool, you can just watch my video on how you can create a menu. I will have a link in the description so you can go and check that out. So before we do, I'm gonna select this play button, let's go to project tab, assets, then sprites. In UI, I have this yellow, I'm gonna select that and drag it to UI sprite right over here. So I'm gonna hold down alt so it will resize from center, as you can see, and I guess it's fine now. I'm gonna select this one, let's select that and drag it right there. Okay, so it seems pretty quite good, and let's do the same thing for our, so I'm gonna delete the exit button, instead I'm gonna copy this one play button. So let's control D to copy that, and let's move it down, and let's call this button to exit button, play button to exit button, and then let's change the text inside of this button. So let's click right over here, choose the text, and let's call it exit, and it's fine now. So we have our exit button and the play button, and make sure you just make a prefab of this menu so you don't need to work from scratch. So let's go to project tab, then assets, prefab, select this menu and drag it to assets folder or that into prefab folder. Now we have menu, and if we just hit this play button in the top, we should able to see we're just gonna click on this play and exit button, but this button will do right now nothing. Why? We need to hook this button with some certain function. So if I just try to click on this play button, as you can see it's just doing nothing at all, and the exit button as well. So we need to hook this button with some certain function. So I'm gonna unplay this. So let's create a something like scene management script which will control which scene to load up. To do so, let's go to project tab, then assets, then scripts, right click on scripts, create C# script. Let's call this script to something like scene management, scene management, and double click that to open up in Visual Studio quickly. Double click that to open up in Visual Studio, and you need to hook this scene management script to any game object of your hierarchy, or you can just attach this script to this menu. But I'm gonna create a separate game object for this scene management script, so it will be more cool or more cleaner. So that's why. So let's go to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon, then go to, let's create an empty game object. Let's right click on that, then create, let's rename this to scene manage management as the name of our script. Let's go to transform and reset the transform, and let's select this scene management script and drag it to add component section and double click that to open up in Visual Studio quickly. So we by default we have start and update function, so we don't need this function. Let's remove that, and also these two namespaces in the top. Instead we're gonna use this using Unity engine dot and scene management namespace. Okay, make sure you just include that. Sorry, using Unity engine dot scene management and close that up with semicolon. So let's make two function, one for our this play button and one for this exit button. So let's make it. So let's make a public void. This will be play button. So let's call this one play button and make sure make first bracket and some curly brackets. And now let's copy this, control C for copying it. Let's go to down of in class and let's paste it by control V, and I'm gonna call this function to exit button. So so first thing in play button, we will load up the scene. We basically the sample scene. If we just go to Unity and then file in the top left, then click on this build settings, we can see we have sample scene, okay, or the level you can say. So we can just pass the name of the scene or the build index of it in the right section, we can see. Or instead what we can do, before we do that, we need to go to project tab, then go to scenes, basically where you created the scene. So in our menu, so we don't have a right over here menu as you can see. So what we need to select the menu scene and drag it right there. Make sure you just do that, else if you want to load up this menu, it will not go back to menu scene or the scene you want to load up. Okay, make sure you just drag it all of the scenes right over here. So I'm gonna take this menu and drag it up, because this menu will be the default one when the game starts. So that's why I just move it up, and this is our sample scene. So the name of the scene is sample scene, or you can just rename this by going to that sample scene, right click and rename. You can call it something like level 1, but I'm gonna live with sample scene, or the build index we can see in the right section, which is 1. So I'm gonna cut this, and now let's go to script. For that, let's go to play button. So we do know that we're gonna use this in manager dot load scene function, and this function right over here in quotation, it will take the name of the scene, or you can pass just build index of it. So I'm gonna say in quotation sample scene, the name of the scene. Make sure you just doing as you seen right there in Unity, make sure that, and close that off with semicolon. Control S to save your code. Now if we just move over to Unity, and we need to hook that play button function to this play button. Okay, make sure that so just we have to go over to menu, just wait for to compile, and when it's done, just do that thing. So if we just move over to this menu game object, then play button, and go over to inspector, scroll down, so make sure you just hit this plus button, and we need to drag the game object in which game object the script is setting on. So in our case this in management, so let's drag right there, and it says no function, so just click on that, and let's go over to scene management class or script, and over we created play button as you can see right over here. So let's choose, and for this exit button, hit this plus icon. Let's drag the game object right there, sorry, right there, and then scene management, and then this for choose exit, for this exit button function. And we know what we have to do, go over to menu, then go to overrides and click apply all. So the change will be also gonna save in prefab of this menu game object as well. So just click on this apply all, and now if we click on this play button in the top and try to click this play button, we should able to see we will load up the game scene. So just wait for to compile, and if we try to click on this play button As you can see, indeed our the sample scene or the level 1 just get load up, and once we die and try to click on this menu button, we need to go to that menu scene one more time. So before we do that, we need to take a look on this exit button for now. For exit button, if I just click on this exit button, we want our application or game application to be quit. Okay, so in order to quit, let's go to our script, and over here in exit button function, we're gonna use this application.quit. But in Unity editor, if we just click on this exit button, it's not gonna quit at all. But once you make the application total application and just try to click on this exit button, it will quit your application. But in Unity editor, it will not gonna happen. Okay, so that's why. So for that, if it's working or not, let's print out a message. So debug.log, let's say in quotation exit, exit, and close that up with semicolon. And in order to exit, we need to, or quit, we have to use this function. It's called application.quit, and make this first bracket and close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code and move to Unity. So and make sure you just basically you just call that exit button function to hook it up to this exit button. Make sure that you just do it. I already have done it. If I just choose this exit button, as you can see, if I scroll down, I drag it the scene management game object and have chosen that exit button function right over here. So make sure you just hook it up that exit button function to this exit button. Make sure. And if we just hit this play button in the top and select the console in the bottom and try to click on that exit button, we should able to see that message just gonna pop up right away. So I'm gonna select the console in the bottom and let's click on this exit button. As you can see, the exit message just getting pop up in the console, but it's not quitting our application in Unity editor, as you can see. But once you made the application totally or once you made the application totally and try to click on this exit button, it will exit your application. Okay, so that's the thing. So I'm gonna unplay this now, and let's go to sample scene or the level 1. So let's double click that to go to that scene, and make sure you just click on this save button. So whatever changes you made in menu scene, it will be saved. So just click on this save, and we will move over to this menu, this level 1. And if we just move to canvas in hierarchy, then select this game over menu and check this one. So if we just click on this menu button, we should able to go basically we should go to that menu scene. So by default, we're gonna uncheck this. So we need to hook this menu button with a menu function or some certain function. For that, we're gonna go over to, by default I'm gonna uncheck. So let's go to menu scene. Menu scene, over there we created this scene management game object, and we attach the scene management script right over here, as you can see, into this scene management game object. So let's make a prefab of this scene management game object. So in order to do that, so let's select that game object and drag it to prefab folder or into these assets. Now let's go to our level 1 or the sample cell by double clicking on it and click on save. So the changes you made in menu scene will be saved. So just click on that, and let's go to sample scene. So and now let's go to prefab and then select this scene management game object and drag it into the hierarchy or into the scene view. And into this scene management script, we created a scene management game object first and then script. So let's double click that to open up that script. And for our menu button, let's create a menu button function. So let's create right over here. You can create anywhere you want. It doesn't need to be in order. So let's make a public void, and let's call this one menu button. A menu button, and make sure just make this first bracket and some curly brackets. So in order to load up the menu, so let's use scene manager dot sorry, we instead of doing this, we're gonna do inside of that basically that game over menu. So if we just move to Unity, then this canvas, then select this game over menu game object, we attach a script right there in game over menu. As you can see the script, which is game over menu script. So let's double click that to open up in Visual Studio. Over here we already created a menu button function. So instead of printing out message, what we want to load up that menu. So in order to do that, we have to use scene manager dot load scene function, and this function will take the name of the scene in quotation, so or the build index of it. So if you just want to see that, go to Unity and go to top left in the file, click on build settings, and you can see the name of the scene right over here, which is menu. Make sure you just drag all of the scenes right over here, or else it will not work. So I have dragged the menu right over here, as you can see from that scenes folder, and we also have sample scene. So the name of the scene is menu, as you can see right over here, and the build index of it in the right section is 0. So you can pass the name of the scene, which is menu, or the build index of it. So I'm gonna cut. So let's go to our script now. So scene manager dot load scene. So over here in quotation, I'm gonna pass that scene name, which is menu. So let's create a menu, and make sure close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code, and let's move to Unity. So once we try to click on that menu button, we will load up, or will go to that menu scene which we recently created. We will move over to that. So let's check it. Let's hit this play button in the top, and once we take 3 damages from this enemy game object, that menu just gonna pop up right away. And once we try to click on that menu, we should move over to our menu scene, or just we recently created. So as you can see, menu just game over menu just get pop up, and if I try to click on this menu, we just going over to this menu, and now try to click on this play button. We just playing our level 1, or loading up level 1, or the sample scene, as you can see. So I hope you get the idea how you can hook this button with some certain functions and do some certain thing. So I hope you get the idea of. So let's create our level right now. So I'm gonna select the first ground. Let's F2 focus on it. Let's delete these diamonds from right over here. Let's select 3 diamond by holding down shift, and let's click on this delete, and this is our enemy. I'm gonna remove this, and to make the level, let's go to project tab, then assets, and then prefab, and let's open up the first I'm gonna open up the second ground. So let's double click that to open up, and over here we have empty ground. So let's populate our enemies. So I'm gonna select the first second enemy. Let's drag it right over here. As let's select this move tool, something right over here, and you can select this diamond. So let's select this diamond, drag it right over here, and to duplicate, just press down Control D to duplicate one more time, and I'm gonna select both of this diamond. So Control D to duplicate, and let's move it over here. So this is our first ground now. So let's open up our third ground. Sorry, this is the second ground. So let's open up our third ground by double clicking on it. So we have our third ground. I'm gonna select the third enemy. Let's move it somewhere around here at the end of the ground, and let's select this diamond, and let's move it somewhere around here, and to Control D to duplicate, Control D to duplicate, and let's select both of this diamond by Control D to duplicate, and let's select all of this diamond by holding down shift and Control D to duplicate, as you can see. And it's I guess it's fine. Let's open up the fourth ground by double clicking on it. So this is also empty. So I'm gonna select the first diamond, and I'm not gonna attach any enemy to this ground, so I'm gonna leave with this blank. So I'm just gonna make some diamond. So let's select both of this diamond, Control D to duplicate. Let's move it somewhere around here, I guess, and it's pretty fine. Let's open up the fifth ground. I'm gonna select the first enemy. Let's move it somewhere around here, and let's select this diamond and let's drag it right over here, and control D to duplicate. Let's select both of this diamond, control D to duplicate, and I guess it's pretty fine. And let's duplicate one more time by control D, and let's move it somewhere around here, and it's pretty fine. Let's open up the sixth ground by double clicking on it, and in this sixth ground let's I'm gonna make the let's drag the first diamond right over here, and the second diamond I'm just gonna move it somewhere around here. You can just play around with this level and you're gonna get hang of it. Let's open up the seventh ground. So this is, I'm gonna leave with this. I'm not gonna do anything with this ground, so I'm gonna leave it as empty as it was before. So let's go to scene now. Just clicking right over here, and if we hit this play button in the top right now, we should able to see that our game will be pretty fine to play right now. So just take a look on that. We should see that gonna happen right away. So we get an error. It says the variable player has not been assigned. So if we just move over to prefabs, firstly project tab, then prefabs, open up the first enemy by double clicking on it, as you can see player, and it says none transform. Basically we don't have player position. So what we have to do, we need to take our player game object and drag it right there. Okay, make sure you just make the player game object as well as an prefab. So let's open up the second enemy. Let's select the player game object from right over here and drag it to player transform. Let's select the third enemy by double clicking on it, and let's select the player and drag it right there. Okay, and if I select the first enemy, and now it's fine. We should not able to see any error message by now. Let's hit this play button in the top and let's check it. So just wait for to compile, and we should able to see. Let's make this player speed a little bit faster now. Let's select this player and let's make the player speed something like 5, and if we hit this play button in the top, we should able to see that just gonna happen right away. So just wait for to compile. Okay, we just getting an error. It's saying player has not been assigned. So if I just double click that on it, sorry, so right over here, this is our enemy script. So if we just move over to project tab, then enemy, make sure just check all of this enemy game objects. So right over here, this one saying none transform. So let's select this player game object and drag it right over there, and let's select the third enemy, and now it's fine. So if we select this console and if we hit this play button in the top right now, the error will be gone. Let's check it firstly. So sorry, I just sorry I did. So let's click on this retry button. So we are able to jump, collect items. Okay, this enemy not taking any damage, the second enemy. Let's check with another enemy. So I have done some mistake with the first, basically the second enemy. So you just can take a look. So third enemy just doing the same thing, and the first enemy is just doing normal. So just wait to come the first enemy. Okay, so we get an error. So if we select the first enemy, let's go to project tab, then assets, then prefab, and drag the, so not first enemy, the second enemy right over here, and we have some error. um, Error, and if we just I'm gonna make the player move speed a little bit lower now for check. So let's select this as second enemy, and if we hit this play button in the top, we should able to see this enemy attack should attack on player game object, and if it's not, then we have done some mistake. Okay, it's not. So if we just open up the and just select this enemy to game object and move over to animator tab, so we have attack 1 and attack 2. If we go to enemy script right over here, if max health, okay, so the max health is 2, and if I just delete this enemy 2 and select the first enemy right over here, and let's drag it somewhere around here, and now if we just click on this hit play button in the top, we should able to see that message just gonna go right away. This enemy will attack on our player game object. So if I hit this pause button, then go to animator tab, we have attack 1, attack 2. So let's check it. Okay, it's not doing at all. So the problem is that let's open up our enemy script. Okay, so over here we're just getting the player position. So let's go over to a start function, and we do know that a start function get called when the game start, and right over here we're gonna take our player position in the start of the game, basically the reference we're gonna get. So let's use this find object of type for that. Find object of type, and the object we are looking for is player script player. Okay, and then dot, or what else you can do, you can use this game object dot find object with tag, sorry, find object with tag, and in quotation you have to pass the in quotation you have to pass the tag. So what you have to do, go to Unity and select this player game object, then move over to inspector, and it says tag untag, so just click on that and assign that as player. Now we assign it this player game object as a player, this player game object as a player tag, and let's go to overrides and click on apply all. And now let's go to script right over here, in quotation we're gonna pass right over here player. So okay, and then dot, let's access the transform basically position, and let's set equal to this player equal to this. So we just taking our player position, so basically we finding game object by with tag. So basically we just finding this player game object with the tag of name player, and then we just just moving over to this transform, and we storing this transform into this player transform or player position. So in the start of the game we just have player transform right over here, as you can see. So just control S to press down to save your code, and if we just move over to Unity right now and try to click on this play button in the start of the game, we should able to see those errors just gonna go out, and if it's still resist, then we will do something. So let's hit this play button. Just you have to play around with enemy script and enemy game object to get hang of it. So let's check that one more time, if it should work. Basically it should work fine. Okay, it's working fine. Let's try out with second enemy. So I'm gonna remove the first enemy, so let's select that and click on delete. And if we hit this play button, before we do that, uh, let's check that by directly. Let's go to prefab folder, let's select the second enemy and drag it right over here. And now if we hit this play button in the top, and it's gonna work out okay as the first did. So let's check it. It should work fine once we are in attack range. Okay, it's working fine, so it's pretty cool, but we not taking damage anymore. So basically we have done some mistake right over here, I guess. So we have chosen player, so just play around and you're gonna get hang of it. Okay, so I have done mistake with second enemy, but you can remove this second enemy and play around with some value. I will fix that. I will take a look onto that later. So I hope you get the idea that how you can just make your levels and do the things. So I'm gonna remove this enemy 2 from this ground, and now it's fine. And make sure you just go to top left file and then click on save to save whatever you have done so far. It will be saved. Make sure, or just press down Ctrl S to save. Go to project tab. Okay, project tab, then sprites I have over there, so I'm gonna go there. Over here, traps, I will also gonna have a link in the description of these traps. You can go and check them out. So let's select this first one, the fire one. So let's select that, go over to inspector, click on this sprite editor. So as you can see, there are multiple sprites, so we need to cut them off individually. So select sprite mode to multiple and choose pixel per unit, something like 16. And to get rid of blurry, we need to choose filter mode to point of filter. And after doing this thing, click on apply, and we are ready to cut them off individually. So let's do that. So let's click in this slice in the top left and select automatic to grid by cell count, and count how many columns and rows it has. It has 3, 6, 9, 9, 10, 11, 12. So 12 columns. So let's put 12 columns and one row. And after doing it, click on slice and then click on apply in the top right in sprite editor. Now it's cut it off individually. So let's select this scene view and let's click right over here in this arrow in sprite sheet. So we have the first, so let's select this one and let's drag it into this in view. And let's drag it in top of my hierarchy so we can see all the time. And let's call it something like fire trap. So let's call this one fire trap, fire trap. And what we have to do now, we need to create the animation. So in order to create the animation, select all of the sprite by holding down shift and just place it top of this fire trap game object. It will create the animation clip right away. So let's go to assets first, and in there we created this animation folder. So let's go that, let's get into that and let's create a subfolder we already have created. Let's create another folder, another subfolder for our trap animation. So let right click, then new folder. Let's call this folder something like trap animation or traps animation, sorry, traps animation, and hit enter to save it. Double click that to open up subfolder, and we have to name the animation. Let's call this one fire trap, fire trap, and click on save. And if we just go to animation tab and select this fire trap, fire trap, and hit this play button right over here, we can see indeed the fire animation is just playing. But what we have to make sure that is all the way up, means this fire trap should not behind this ground game object. To make sure or to drag this all the way up, what we have to do, we need to use sorting layer. To do so, let's select the fire trap, then go over to sprite renderer in inspector and go over to additional setting, and over there you can see sorting layer. So just click on that at this default, click on add sorting layer and hit this plus icon, and we have to name the sorting layer. So I'm gonna call it something like traps, and you can take this all the way behind, but in our case this trap should be visible. So this traps will be all the way up. So that's why I'm gonna take this trap and I'm gonna drag it, basically I'm gonna drag this in front of this default layer, sorting layer. So now let's go to that fire trap and let's assign this sorting layer to traps. Now this fire traps is all the way up. So if we just hit this play button, now it's totally fine. And let's add some components to this fire trap game object. So first thing, we will add a rigid body 2D component. So let's click on this add component. Let's add up rigid body 2D, and make sure you just select this body type to kinematic, so it's not gonna fall down due to our gravity, and choose collision detection to continuous and interpolate to, not that which you don't need to do these things. Basically it's just only choose collision detection to continuous, and let's add up one more component which is box collider for collision detection. So let's click on this add component. Let's find over there box collider 2D, and let's click on this edit collider, and let's edit the collider as the size of our sprite to match. If I just hit this play button, and I guess it's now pretty fine. And make sure you just click on this is trigger box, basically check, or this box collider will register our player to pass through it. So that's why make sure you just check this one, and let's assign this fire trap as a trap tag. To assign this fire trap as a trap tag, select the game object, go over to inspector, and click on this untick. It says take untick, so just click on that and click on add tag and hit this plus icon and name the tag what you want. So I'm gonna call it something like trap, and let's click on basically save, and then go back to that game object one more time, this fire trap, and let's assign this fire trap as a fire tag, sorry, trap tag, as you can see right over here. Now we assigned this fire trap as a trap tag, and make sure you just make this one as well a prefab. So let's go to our assets, then prefab folder. Let's select that and drag it right there. Now we have fire trap. And what we want now, let's open up our player script by double clicking on it. Let's open up in Visual Studio, and let's go to bottom, and we will use this on trigger, sorry, this on trigger enter 2D function. And we do know that this function get called when we collide with something, and we can extract info by going this parameter, this collision parameter. We can extract info such as name, tag, whatever we want or whatever we looking for. So over there we're gonna check. So let's go to bottom right over here. We will check if collision, okay, if collision dot game object dot tag, if it's equals to our trap. So makes sorry, not traps, trap, and make some curly brackets, sorry, make some curly brackets. So basically what we doing right over here, so firstly this function, we do know that this function get called when we trigger with something, and if we just trigger with this fire trap, and we checking right over here, whatever we trigger it with, we going to that game object, then accessing the tag of that game object, and we checking if that tag is equals to trap. And we do know that we assigned it this fire trap as a trap tag, as you can see right over here. So we definitely gonna trigger with this. So in that situation what we have to do, we need to subtract from our max health by 1 unit health or something like that. So let's go to script one more time, and let's go to player max health. So we already created a max health parameter in the top of our class. Basically we created a variable right over here, we can see. So we need to subtract from this max health by 1 unit or some unit. So let's go there. So once we trigger with that trap, we will go to max health, and from that max health we will subtract 1 unit. So minus equal 1, and make sure you just close that off with semicolon, or you can type this my max health minus minus, it also means the same thing. So if we just trigger with this trap, so max health we have 3, so over here, so this gonna trigger, and what we're doing, so we just subtracting from this max health by 1 unit. So this one is 3, so 3 minus 1 will be 2. And once we again trigger with this or collide with this fire trap, then we will subtract again. So max health is now 2, so 2 minus 1 will be 1, and it will go on. One at a point this max health will be 0, and once it's 0, we just calling this die function right over here, and die function doing rest of the thing which need to be done. Okay, so that's the thing. And make sure you just control s, press down control s to save your code and move to Unity. So sorry, move to Unity, and it will take a few moments for compiling our scripts. And once it's done, you just take that. So just wait for to compile, and once it's done, we need to make sure that it's working. So if I select this player game object, So max health by default we have 3. So let's hit this play button and try to trigger with this fire trap. We should able to see this max health will just gonna lose by 1 unit every single time once we trigger or collide with this trap. So let's check it. So max health is 3. As you can see, indeed it becomes 2. And once I'm gonna unplay this, so over, if we just duplicate this one right over here, then we're gonna lose 2 times, basically one more time our max health. Let's create another trap also. So let's go to our project tab, then I'm going to delete this fire trap for now from this hierarchy or this scene view. Let's go to project tab, then assets, as sprites I have over here. So let's select this saw. So we have now saw. So let's select that. Let's click on sprite editor. As you can see, we have multiple sprites, so we need to cut them off individually. So select sprite mode to multiple and choose pixel per unit to something like 16, as we did for our fire trap. And then go to filter mode, choose point no filter, and after doing this, click on this apply button in the bottom, and let's click on this slice in the top left in sprite editor, and select automatic to grid by cell count and count how many columns and rows it has. So 3, 6 and 9, 12, um, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, I guess. So let's put 17 columns. So not 17, actually we did a mistake in counting. So 4, 8, 12, 12, 13, 14, 14, 15, 16. Okay, so 16 actually. So let's do 16 and one row, and after doing that, click on slice and then click on apply in the top right. And now let's go to scene tab and click on this arrow right over here. So let's select the first one and let's drag it into the scene view, and make sure I'm going to drag this saw trap in the top of my hierarchy so I can see all the time. So let's call this one something like saw. And over here what we will do, we want to flip this saw in vertically. So in order to flip, let's go to sprite renderer, and over there we can see flip in the x-axis we can flip, and in the y-axis. So we're gonna do with y-axis, we just want to flip this vertically. So let's take this y-axis. As you can see now it's get flipped. Let's drag it somewhere around here, and this one also should be all the way up so we can see this all the way all time, because this one should be top of our ground. So basically this should be all the way up. So we created a sorting layer as you seen for our fire trap. So we're gonna assign the same thing. So let's go to additional setting, then sorting layer. Let's assign it to traps. Now we assigned this saw trap as a traps basically sorting layer. Now this one is all the way up, and what we have to do, we need to create the animation. Before we create the animation, let's add up some component. So let's click on this add component. Let's firstly let's add up rigid body, and let's make body type to kinematic, so it's not gonna fall down due to our gravity, and collision detection to choose continuous, so it will continuously detect any collision. And let's add up one more component for our collision detection. So let's click on this add component, and let's find right there box collider 2D, and edit the collider as the size of our sprite. So just click on edit collider and make sure you just edit the collider as the size of this trap. Make sure, and just go to is trigger and check this box, or it will register our player to pass through it. So make sure you just check this is trigger box, and let's assign this short trap as a trap tag. And we do know that we assign it or we just did the same thing for our fire trap. So we're gonna do the same thing with this short trap as well. So let's go to inspector tag, and it says none tag, untag. So just click on that. Let's assign it is a trap. Now we assign it this game object or this short trap as basically as a trap game object. So once we trigger with this saw or this trap, we also gonna lose our health by 1 unit. Okay, And now let's create the animation with just rotating. So let's select all of the sprite by holding down shift and just to place it top of this show game object or this trap. And let's go to assets. In there we created a animation folder, so let's open that up. And we also created subfolder, as you can see right over here. So let's open that up by double clicking, and let's call this animation something like show trap. Let's call it show trap. And now just click on this save, and now animation will be create right away. So I'm gonna clear the console, and let's select this move tool right over here, and make sure you just also make this show as a prefab. So just go to project tab, then prefabs, and then select this show and drag it right there into that prefab folder. Now if we hit this play button in the top, and once we trigger with this show or this trap, we should able to see we will lose our health by 1 unit. So just take a look of it. So let's take a look. So if I just trigger with this show, as you can see, we indeed we lose health is 2. And once we just gonna trigger with this short trap one more time, then we should able to see this health will go down, or will lose one more time our health. So I hope you get the idea of this. So I'm gonna unplay this now. So let's adjust this short trap. So let's select this short trap and let's delete it from this in view now. And let's go to our project tab. Before we do, I'm gonna clear the console. Let's go to project tab and prefabs. Let's open up the second ground. So sorry, if I just open up this ground, so this is ground 1. I'm not gonna do anything with this ground. So let's open up the second ground, and second ground is filled. So let's open up third ground, just play around. So I'm gonna delete some basically this one and this one. So let's select the trap right from over here. So I'm gonna select the fire trap, and I have it over here. So let's select that and drag it onto this ground. So I'm gonna just gonna place it right over here, and it's pretty fine. And let's go to our fourth ground or fifth ground. So I'm gonna go in this ground. Let's select this short wrap. I'm gonna drag it somewhere around here. So let's select that and drag it right here, and you can duplicate this. So to duplicate, just select that and control D to duplicate. Let's move it somewhere around here, and let's open up our this ground, sorry, this ground. So this, I'm gonna leave this ground as a blank, or what you can do, I'm gonna select the short trap. Let's drag it somewhere around here. I guess it should be pretty fine. And if I just open up uh, if I just open up this ground, this is fire trap, and I'm gonna select the fire trap. Let's select the fire trap right over here. So let's select that and drag it somewhere around here. I'm gonna drag this. So I'm gonna delete this diamond for now, and this one as well. Sorry, let's select this fire trap and let's drag it somewhere around here, I guess, and it's pretty fine. I hope you get the idea. Now we are ready to play our game. So let's hit this play button in the top and let's check it if it's fine or not. Have a look on it. So let's take a look on this. So the speed is pretty much slow, so I'm gonna select this. So let's just make sure you just adopt your play mode, or whatever changes you just gonna do inside play mode or while you are playing your game, it will not be safe. So make sure you just adopt play mode and just change the thing. It will be saved, or else it's not gonna happen. So I'm gonna make the move speed a little bit faster, something like 4.5, and let's hit this play button in the top, and we should able to see that our player game object will go a little bit faster with this much of speed right away. So let's have a look on this. So we're going little bit faster, and we can jump, we can pass through this. And okay, so we have done some mistake. Basically we need to get a fix of that. Okay, attack parameter does not exist, so we have done mistake. Just play around with those enemies, you're gonna get a hang of it. Okay, and we can pass through an enemy just not attacking us. So that is the problem. So if I just open up the this double clicking on it, and if we just go to project tab, then prefabs, and open up the first enemy is fine. If we just move over to okay, so if I just right click on that and close tab, and we can open up a new. So we should able to see, let's go to our game view and let's hit this play button one more time in the top, and let's have a look on that one more time if it's working fine or not. And we need to make our player speed a little bit faster, a little bit faster. So a little bit faster means we need a acceleration to make our game object, player game object fast over spending time on the game. If the times came so far, we need to fix that. Basically we need to increase our player speed over time, so the game will be difficult to play. I hope you get the idea what's I'm just explaining. So I hope you get the idea. So it's basically taking time, but it will play in your game. Basically I have a little bit slow system, so that's why I guess it's gonna take more than 5 minutes. So I hope you're getting the idea. So it's gonna work out okay on your PC or on your laptop. It's fine. Okay, so I hope you get the idea of this. Over time we want this player game object to increase speed. Okay, over time we just want to increase our speed. So in order to do that, so let's open up our player script by double clicking on that, and let's create a variable for our acceleration. Over time we just we just want our player game object to increase speed. So the game will be hard as time progress, and we should able to do that. So let's go our script. It will take a few moments for loading up our script, and if we just move over to Unity, and let's select this player, I'm gonna move the move speed something like 4, so it will be little bit faster. And let's play the game before we just add up a acceleration. So let's hit this play button in the top, and let's have a look on playing. And basically those errors which come once the enemy just not attacking us, I got it fixed. Basically you just have to play around with this enemy script and you're gonna get hang of it. uh, so just wait. Okay, we not playing animation, so I have done mistakes. So you just have to do and you're gonna get hang of it. So let's take a look on our player scripts. So let's open up our script and let's go to top of our class. Not this, let's go to player script instead, and let's go to top of our class, and let's make a variable underneath our move speed. And let's and make sure you just make it public so you can control through inspector. That will be float. And let's call this one something like acceleration. Sorry, I'm really sorry for that. Acceleration, and by default I'm gonna give something like 5f, and make sure you just close that up with semicolon. Now let's go over here, underneath where we just moving our character. Over here we can see, so before we move our character, on top of our move speed we will add that this acceleration. Oh, okay, over time we will add our acceleration to this move speed. So let's do that. So let's go to our move speed, and top of that, so plus equal, we will add this acceleration. So acceleration by default is, make sure you just close that up with semicolon. Acceleration is by default we have set. So over time we will add to this move speed every single time 5 unit, and make sure you just multiply this thing acceleration with time dot delta time, so it will be a constant number, else this acceleration over time will gonna increase. So that's why we just want to make this acceleration as a constant value. To make it, just multiply that with time. dot delta time, and control S to save your code now, and let's move to Unity. So we should hope that it will work out. Okay, so over time the speed will little bit faster. When time progress, the game will be a little bit harder. So let's do that. So let's just wait for to compile, and when it's done, hit this play button in the top, and let's have a look. And we also have to talk about those errors just coming out. So if I just hit this play button in the top, and let's have a look on speed, you're gonna able to see this speed right over here will increase over time. So let's have a look. So as you can see, but the speed is too much fast, as you can see. So basically what we have to do right over here, if we just select this player game object, and we're gonna make this acceleration something like 1. Now if we just hit this play button in the top, it will increase slowly. We just made a larger basically we just made a big number, so that's why we just need to make it a little bit lower number, as you can see. So I'm gonna go with something like, so let's go to acceleration, let's do something 0.1, or let's do 0.5 instead. And let's hit this play button in the top, and let's have a look on that one more time, and we should hope it's gonna work out. Okay, so just wait for to compile, and now speed is pretty fine. Let's talk about this trap. It's not working. So let's select the fire trap. So if I just go to project tab, then prefabs, and open up that fire trap or the saw trap by just double clicking on it, and select this fire trap, and go over to project tab one more time, then sprite, and then in traps, what we have to do, we're gonna select, just click right over here and select all of the sprite of this fire trap, and just place it top of this saw game object one, not fire trap, sorry, this is saw trap. So let's go to assets, then animation, then traps animation, and let's select this saw trap. So just select that and click on save, and then so do you want to replace it? Yes, we want. So just click on this yes. Now it will replace. So if I select this trap, short trap, and just move over to animation tab, sorry, we haven't created the animation. Okay, so let's, if I just click on this create button, I'm gonna just select this short trap and just click on this save. Yes, I want to replace. So to begin animating, create an animation clip. So we just done some mistake. So in order to get that, so let's go to project tab one more time, then prefab, and let's select this short trap and drag it into the hierarchy or into the scene view. Now what we will do, we will go into that sprite one more time, and let's select this shaw, and let's select all of the sprite by holding down shift, just drag it top of this game object, and let's go to assets, then animation, and then traps and short trap. Let's click on save, and yes, we want to replace. And if we just move over to animation and select this short trap, okay, we still getting an problem. So instead what you can do, if you just I can fix them actually, and if you just want to get restore that, just delete this show and just create another as we did for the first time. Okay, and it will be fine. You don't need to work from scratch. Basically you have to, but I will got it fixed, but I just getting some problem, but it won't be a very much problem. You can just fix that. What you can do, you can select this saw right over here and drag it into your hierarchy, and do the same thing as we did from scratch to these traps, by just flipping, then adding components and doing all those things. I hope you get the idea what am I talking about. So I'm not gonna do that, so I'm gonna delete instead. And if you are worrying about score, you can make it. I have a tutorial in the description, you can go and check that out if you just want to make the score. I really apologize for background noises coming out. I really apologize for that. Let's create our game. Okay, it's time to create our game, basically build our game. Before I do that, let me explain how I got it fixed. Basically, those short trap, I just made them from scratch. So what you have to do, you just follow, you just have to follow the first progress as we did. We just you need to go to project tab, then assets, a sprite, and find the sprite sheet, cut them off individually and select the first one, and just do the thing as we did for the first time. Okay, I just made them from scratch. Just follow the thing as we have done in the first session. Just do that or follow that. So before I build the game, I'm gonna take this camera, main camera, I'm gonna drag it somewhere around here, and let me play the game before we just build it. So let's hit this play button in the top, and let's have a look uh, on our game what we made so far. So let's have a look on that. And as you can see, we can play our game. Sorry, if we just click on this retry button, we can jump and we can collect diamonds, and we have to avoid these traps or we will lose health, as you can see. So I hope you get the idea of this. And we have traps and we lose all of our health and we died. And we can click on this retry to reload our level. And if we just die and click on this menu button, we can go back to that menu, as you can see right over here. So I'm gonna unplay this now. So let's build our game. To build it, first go to menu scene or the menu level, you need to go over to that. So make sure that, so let's go to project tab, then scenes, and let's double click on this menu and click on save. Whatever changes you made into the sample scene or the level, it will be saved. So let's click on this save. And to build our game, what we have to do, we need to go to top left in the file. Okay, then click on this build setting or control shift plus B. So just click on that and make sure all of the scenes is right over here. If anything is missing, what you have to do, you just need to select that and drag it right over here. And after doing that, click on player setting in the bottom, we can find in build in setting. So just click on that. Click on that. You can name the company name and the game name. You can leave it name, or you can drag any icon right over here from assets. So you can choose any icon you like. So I'm not gonna do that. I'm just explaining what you can do with this. And if you just go to resolution, you can just full screen window. I have chosen window. It's totally up to you what you want. And then you just can play around with this. And if we just move over to splash image and click on this preview, we can indeed see that a Unity logo loaded up, and then the menu scene just get pop up. And you can just do with this thing. I hope you get the idea, and there is nothing to do with it. And I will make a separate video on this, how you can just play around with this value, and you can make for Windows, Android, as well as for any targeting platform you looking for. And once you done all of these things, just cut right over here and then click on this build and run. And to make it a little more cool, just create a separate folder. So just right click, add a new and folder, name that folder to something like build. I already have created, so I'm gonna select this folder, and let's select that and click on select folder. And it will take a few moments for just building our game, and it's gonna build right away. Make sure you just in a menu scene or menu level, and once you are in, then start building your game. Make sure that. And now we can play our game. So it's loading up, and now if we just click on this play button, we can play our game. Indeed, as you can see, we can take damage, enemy attacking us, and we can just click on retry to retry the level. As you can see, we just retrying our level. And once we die or loses all of our health, we should die. So as on sorry, we not taking and we type. So if I click on this menu, we loading up our menu scene, as you can see. Now if I try to go or try to click on this exit button, as you can see, the application just get exit. So I hope you get the idea how you can create a simple game, 2D endless runner game in Unity game engine. And lastly, thanks for watching this complete tutorial. I will see you in the next tutorial. So thank you so much for watching this video. So goodbye. We'll see you in the next tutorial.